I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Financing Authority. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Twining.
Present.
Councilman Kennedy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Here.
Mayor Burns.
Here.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Here.
Councilman Gruhl.
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
All present.
All right. Tonight's invocation will be given by Huntington Beach Fire and Police Chaplain Roger Wayne.
City Council meeting, we want to tap into that wisdom and acknowledge that you so graciously and willingly provide to us. We pray for each of our City Council members as they deal with the many difficult issues of our city and those on the agenda this evening. May you impart your wisdom and discernment to each one. We pray that you would give them guidance to be able to make the best decisions to move our city forward in a way that honors, glorifies, and serves you. Lord, we pray for all those who will be providing their input and sharing their comments at the podium this evening. Help them and guide them to share clearly, calmly, concisely, and with the utmost dignity and respect. And we thank you for bringing them here this evening to assure that our council has the benefit of the community's views and thoughts. We ask your blessing, Lord, for each of our council members, on all of our faithful and committed city employees who work so diligently in support of our city. We also pray for all of our Huntington Beach first responders. May you keep them safe and give them your wisdom and protection on every call. Lord, we ask for your blessing, peace, and safety for the upcoming air show. We pray that thousands will enjoy all 3 days and that you'll keep all the pilots, planes, and attendees safe. May it be a great day for our city. And we give you thanks, Lord, for the wonderful and safe summer season we've had and for the many visitors that come to enjoy our city. And now that we're entering the fall and holiday season, may your peace, joy, protection, and spirit fill us with a heart of gratitude for your many answered prayers and blessings that you've so graciously imparted to us. We ask you, Lord, to bless our meeting this evening, and may your peace and wisdom guide all that occurs tonight. And we ask this all in your wonderful name, Jesus. Amen.
Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman McKeon.
Please stand if able and put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, City Attorney, do you have anything to report from closed session?
Nothing tonight, Mayor, thanks.
Okay, now's the time for council member comments. Would anyone like to make a comment? Butch.
Thank you, Mayor. A peaceful vigil is a sacred act of community. It is an opportunity to gather, reflect, and show solidarity in the face of loss, struggle, and controversy. Such spaces, often held in places like Pier Plaza, where families enjoy their evening and where groups regularly gather for different causes, are meant to uplift voices, not distort them. They are meant to unify, not divide. That is why it is deeply troubling when extremist groups attempt to infiltrate and co-opt these moments for their own hateful agenda. My wife and I were recently invited to a vigil organized by a local Republican group. The gathering was meant to show solidarity for Charlie Kirk, a father who was tragically taken from his wife and 2 young daughters in a country where we believe in open dialogue and the peaceful sharing of different views. Let me repeat, peaceful sharing of different views. The only request that evening made of me was to bring an American flag and a candle. so that we could solemnly mourn this tragic loss. That moment of remembrance was disrupted when self-described white supremacists intruded. Their presence was not an act of solidarity, but a calculated attempt to weaponize the event for extremist purposes. As soon as their motives became clear, I immediately left because this is not what I came for, nor what the vigil represented. Their intrusion did not reflect my will, nor the will of those who gathered to peacefully express their views. It was an unwelcome hijacking designed to tarnish a community's moment of remembrance. This behavior must be denounced in the most strongest possible terms. Equally troubling are those who seized on these events to falsely accuse me and my wife of assembling with hate groups. Disgusting. That makes you no better than the hate group that was there. And you know who you are. Some hold positions of trust in our community. Trusted? Trustee? How can someone we trust be intentionally sowing such political division in our community? Others claim to be a guard keeping watch over the truth, also known as a watcher, a sentinel, or sentry of veracity. But meanwhile, they embellish rumors, bragging about having over 450,000 touches to the lying post about me. Actually, I think they bragged recently that it's over 600,000 posts. 600,000 touches on the post where they accused me to spread false lies and false information while calling it news. All for clicks, retweets, and the likes. It's disgraceful. I've been confronted while dining out. I've been accosted, and my wife was accosted in the grocery store last weekend. Does this advance our community? Such actions mirror the very sensationalism and marginalization that these extremist groups thrive on. The same kind of reckless rhetoric that now has contributed to the sorrow of our nation and how we feel over the loss of Charlie Kirk. Now listen, again, I reject the presence of hate groups loudly and unequivocally. Their attempts to corrupt our democratic spaces will not succeed. I equally reject those who use this solemn and troublesome moment in our country as an opportunity to ramp up the proliferation of deceit and discord. How is this behavior any different from the hate groups I have spent these last few minutes vehemently denouncing? As a leader in this community, I will not allow my voice to be twisted for extremism. I remain committed to preserving inclusive, respectful, and peaceful spaces where dialogue and remembrance can flourish untainted by hate. Thank you.
All right, Don Kennedy, please. Don Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So when you read online, when you see these disturbing incidents, the City Council has not made a statement. Well, I'll make a statement in a formal atmosphere right here and right now. I've been in Huntington Beach since I turned 1 in 1962. Huntington Beach is a welcoming city. We're a loving city. We are not a racist city. Huntington Beach, I will unequivocally denounce any form of racism. It is not tolerated. It is completely untolerated. And I would denounce it at every meeting if that's what it takes to prove to the naysayers that we are not a racist city council. We're not a racist city. We are a flawed city, but we look to solutions to change the narrative. Secondly, I've known Butch Twiney for almost 20 years. Let me make it very clear. He is so far removed from a white supremacist. This is one of the most fair and genuine people anybody would want to know, and I stand by Butch Twiney and his wife unequivocally as well. And in closing, I just want to say one thing. I wrote this on day 2 of the LA riots. I woke up the next day after the first day of the riots thinking things were going to be healing. I was shocked to see that they had escalated. So these words, they're kind of fitting now. You know, I'm not going to try and be poetic, but here's what I wrote back in the 90s. What's going on? I'm asking questions. Where'd we go wrong? Answer me with suggestions. Lead me. Don't deceive me. Open my eyes. Help me to realize what's going on. And where does it come from? Or let me ask why. The hate from a brother as another brother dies. One and the same. We're in the same game, a different color. Yeah, we all feel pain. So bond together as one and open your minds. Brothers by blood, by divine design. Educate. Don't forget it. Segregate. We'll all regret it. We're one people. Feel the power of one love. You want guidance? Look above. The love of the Lord, yeah, it's real. The good Lord guides souls that reveal, so open your hearts, educate your minds. Love another. Eliminate the lines. Start somewhere. It's got to begin. Do you care? Hate. That's a sin. Love. Try that. That's a 4-letter word. Change from violence. How absurd. Let's unite. Why fight? I love my brothers and I'm white, but that's everyone. Don't you see? Without knowledge and love, change will never be. We're all one, created equal. Release the hate, erase the sequel. Move ahead as one, unity gets things done. Believe it or not, we've just begun, so don't give up, that's giving in. No effort, no win. Choosing to lose is like lighting the fuse, and when the boom arrives, so goes the life. So teach peace and love all brothers. Band together and love one another. Just remember, seek and you will find contentment and peace of mind.
Casey.
So last week on Thursday, we had an amazing 9/11 memorial service at City Hall, right outside these chambers. With public safety, and it's always a stark reminder that we must never forget that day, the lives that were lost, on that tragic day, the courage and bravery that our first responders showed trying to rescue those people. It's hard to believe it was 24 years ago. So it was a very powerful moment. And that preceded, or was it actually the day prior, on Wednesday, September 10th, the world was shocked in horror, as we all know, when Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood. Charlie's an amazing young man, a kind soul, a husband and father of 2 young children. Charlie was a champion of free speech and rigorous civil debate that America was founded on. He believed in the power of argument and good faith debate to find the truth, to lead people towards, if not agreement, at least mutual understanding. If you disagree with Charlie, he would say, come up to the front and let's debate. Unfettered and unchecked violent rhetoric directly leads to violence. Violence and violent rhetoric must be condemned by everyone. Violent rhetoric like calling someone a fascist or a Nazi over and over and over again without any proof dehumanizes an individual into a target of hate that somehow people can justify and rationalize that they be murdered and assassinated. It's truly evil. Uninformed individuals who don't take the time to research the fact that Charlie was, of course, not a fascist or a Nazi, believe in this violent rhetoric which dehumanizes someone like Charlie and turns him into an object of hate that is less than human, where somehow his assassination is justified and then celebrated by many online, such as teachers, doctors, nurses, elected officials, people we put our trust in, which is truly abhorrent and demonic. Of course, Charlie wasn't a fascist or a Nazi. So let's go through the definitions because we hear this a lot here. Fascist, a person who sympathizes with fascism, okay? Fascism, a governmental system led by a dictator having complete power, forcibly suppressing opposition and criticism, regimenting all industry, commerce, etc., and emphasizing aggressive nationalism and often racism. Nazi, a member of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which controlled Germany from 1933 to 1945 under Adolf Hitler and advocated totalitarian government, territorial expansion, anti-Semitism, and Aryan supremacy, all these leading directly to World War II and the Holocaust. Charlie is of course, not an authoritarian dictator, nor a Nazi. He's a private citizen who championed free speech and civil debate. The fascist is the person who took his life with a fascist engraved bullet because they couldn't compete with him in the marketplace of free ideas. So they resorted to the subhuman act of violence and assassinated him. People you disagree with are not fascists or Nazis. If you disagree with someone politically, there's no justification for you to view them as less than human. When you try and silence someone, what you're saying is, I'm afraid of your ideas. Violent attacks on free speech are an attack on the foundation of our country. You can disagree with someone's ideas and policies and not hate them personally. That's what a civil society requires. For the past 3 years on council, we have been constantly attacked with violent rhetoric, calling us fascists and Nazis. An individual comes up to the podium often at our meetings and introduces herself, followed with anti-fascist. Yet none of these people know us personally. None of them have ever reached out to meet with me to get to know me personally or share with me their concerns in our city. In the last 3 years on council, only 2 individuals from on the other side of the political aisle have actually reached out to me to have a meeting to discuss their concerns. And guess what? Those meetings were very civil, constructive, and although we didn't agree on the solutions to the problems, we both learned something from one another and left the meeting with mutual respect and understanding. That's what is needed now more than ever: honest, civil discourse and debate. Charlie believed that the moment we stop talking and engaging with one another is the moment when violence occurs. His children are my kids' age, 1 and 3. And First Lady Melania said it best. She said, quote, "Charlie's children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter, and silence where their father's voice should be echoed. Charlie Kirk's life should serve as a symbolic reminder that compassionate awareness elevates family, love, and country." I thought that was very well said. The only way to stop violent rhetoric is to call it out when it happens. I pray this is the turning point in our nation when this violent rhetoric ends, and we owe it to Charlie to make sure it is.
Andrew.
It's unfortunate that we've got to talk about the actions of a few negative voices, especially in a city where I think that everybody is. We have an absolutely amazing city. You know, everybody who comes to these meetings, you know, you're impassioned, and I appreciate that. And I want to thank the people of Huntington Beach for rising above division and demonstrating peaceful solidarity this past week in honor of Charlie Kirk, in honor of September 11th. You know, we did see so much positive, and I really want to lean into that. You know, Charlie Kirk, as you mentioned, a husband, a father, a man whose life touched many. You know, this past week, obviously, the nation witnessed deep public discourse, grieving, anger, sadness, unfortunately, some political vitriol following the tragic murder of Charlie Kirk. Yet amidst the pain, we've also seen extraordinary unity, with vigils and remembrances, gatherings across the country. Here in Huntington Beach this past Sunday, it was unbelievable. Everybody probably saw the images. Yeah. I mean, so many different people coming together in solidarity, people from all over Orange County and beyond, people of all walks of life. I mean, it was great. And the people that I chatted with from Huntington Beach of all even different political stripes, and that's what this is all about. And I'm proud that our community was able to stand united and remain peaceful. That's the most important thing. We stood united, and everyone remained peaceful during such a difficult time. Now, obviously, Butch mentioned, sadly, there was an incident last week when outside agitators attempted to bring hate and violent rhetoric to our city. That's what they do. That's what they want to do, is that they want to distract from the goodness, and they want to put all the attention on themselves so that then that conversation goes viral, and that's the main focus. And unfortunately, in giving them that attention, we give them exactly what they want, but at the same rate, we also don't want those types of people to think that it's okay that they can come into our city and that they can tarnish our good name. And I'm encouraged that every single person I spoke with across Huntington Beach firmly rejected those messages. It wasn't like I was trying to having to convince somebody, hey, you know, we don't want that message here. In that context, it's also troubling that some individuals sought to attack Butch Twining, suggesting he stood with the extremists simply because of his presence at an earlier peaceful protest. See, now's not the time for defamatory or irresponsible claims that are designed to damage the reputation of a respected city official. Probably one of the kindest people up here, I can even say. Butch is going to be... I mean, this guy doesn't even like seafood, and he still comes to my seafood restaurant all the time. But look, I mean, to turn a moment of mourning into a petty political fight, it's not only irresponsible, it's deeply concerning. So I just want to try and, as I want to clear Butch's name a little bit by making that statement. And I also want to thank all of you who come to these meetings. I want to thank everybody who showed up this past week and came in complete unity in order to mourn and memorialize amazing lives, in addition to those who we were respecting on September 11th, as well as Charlie Kirk and his entire family. So thank you.
I just want to say that I stand by Butch. I've come to know him quite well. He is one of the nicest guys. He has a lot to say, and we joke about that, but he does. And I'll tell you, he's one of the most generous men I know, especially amongst anybody I know. He's incredibly generous to those who need help or those organizations that look for donations and stuff. It's amazing how much he gives back to this community. And I was fortunate enough to attend both the morning with that ceremony on 9/11 that we conducted out here for employees and family out here by the memorial. And then I was also fortunate enough later that afternoon by Pier Plaza where we did it. And it just reminded me of the unity that this country felt after that hell of a day where those planes crashed into our country and took out so many lives and changed our lives forever. We still have scars from those days in everything we do, from the security checks and all that crap that we have to go through. TSA. I've got other names for them. But it's absolute shame that we have so many things in our life was changed so drastically that day. And I'll tell you, I talked to Butch either that night that those people showed up to that vigil, and he told me, he said, as soon as they came, I had to get out of there. I wasn't going to have any part of that. And so he already talked to me about it before any of these lies and misinformation that he was part of it or enjoying it or anything like that was said on the poison of social media. It's just despicable, and I'll tell you, if there's anything in this political world I cannot stand is lies, misinformation, disinformation. It's just sad. If you need to do that, your message probably isn't worth telling because you don't have the merits of the argument. If you need to lie and everything, the merits aren't there for your argument. And if they are, tell the truth, please. And there's a lot. This town is awesome. It is incredible. I love this place, and that's why I'm here fighting for its overall. And amongst the good things that happened, Chief, who was the Officer of the Year?
That was Officer Mike Karsten.
Fire Chief McCoy, who are the Marine Safety and Firemen of the Year?
Our firefighter of the year was Captain Drew DePola, and our Marine Safety Officer of the Year was Marine Safety Specialist Jacob Kress.
All three of those men are a credit to Huntington Beach and are a perfect example of what we have in this city. And I'll tell you something else I got to do this Sunday. Absolutely incredible event. It was amazing in the morning. Such a good vibe, and God, it was beautiful. The attitude of the people in this community in the morning of the 10-mile race, the longest running race in Orange County history. It was 69 years in running, actually. And I'm just going to, it was a 10-mile, a 3-mile, 10-mile, a 10K, and a 5K. And I'm just going to read real quick. I'll tell you, the attitude of these runners and everybody there was so awesome. It just brought me so much pride to this city. 5K overall, women, Silva Paloma, Cento Luna, and Saipan Juliet. Just so you know that Saipan Juliet, third place. She was 11 when she signed up, but she had a birthday 2 weeks ago, and she was 12 years old.
Wow.
She was about the size of this gavel, too, isn't it? I mean, Men overall for the 5K, Callahan, Chance, Jeff Ties, and Preston Geekin. And then the 10K, women's overall, Kayla Brown. Second place, Haley Seward. Third place, Mahaya Carrera. Men's overall, Gabrielle Sanchez. Second place, I'm going to mutilate this one, Han Kyoy Zhang. Third place, Yaming Pan. And then finally, the 10-mile, of which some of our own people working in this city ran in. I was very proud to see them running in it. First place was Lauren Charlton. Second place, Jennifer Cardenas Sandoval. Third place, Abby Hong. Men's overall, Salvador Capetillo. Adam Walker was second, and Xavier Smith was in third. I'll tell you, it brings great pride to me to have met these people, see their achievement, and this city is everything it is at these events and so much more. And as far as a lot of people sending us emails about these groups that show up, unfortunately, the one thing that we stand by most of all is our Constitution of the United States. And whether we like it or not, and some of these groups we don't like, we don't support, but we do support that First Amendment, and sometimes we don't control what they say. And unfortunately, but it's worth having that freedom of speech. So, Chad.
Coming off the heels of 9/11, I can remember that day like many of you, like it was yesterday. At the time, I was a junior in high school, and I think it was easy in life to take some things for granted, at least at that stage, especially freedom. Freedom's just one of those things, you know, for a high schooler at that time, it's just the default position to life. You're born into it. And then you realize that there are those out there that would want to steal, kill, and destroy and take these freedoms away. And I would say a real turning point for me was driving around on the streets. My folks took us out, and on the corners you see this unity, this patriotism. Huntington Beach, you know, that's who we are, that's our heart. And for the first time, it really hit me, just the seed thought that, you know, I want to serve. I want to be a part of something bigger and greater than self. And eventually I was introduced to a Navy SEAL by the name of Scott Helvinson, who became my mentor. He was like a second father to me, and tragically, he would wind up being killed in the streets of Fallujah, and it was videotaped, and many of you might remember it. Dragged through the streets of Fallujah behind a car and hung upside down from a bridge. And there was a mob that was chanting in Arabic. They were celebrating and gloating. Fallujah's the graveyard of Americans. Fallujah's the graveyard of Americans. And I think, needless to say, I'll never have the words to describe what that moment and all the surrounding moments were like. But Scott became a huge motivation for me. Part of our SEAL Creed, it says that in the worst of conditions, you rely upon the legacy of those who have gone before you to steady your resolve and to guide your every deed. And then coming off the heels of what had happened on Wednesday, like many of you, my heart is just absolutely destroyed. And I understand that there are some here that, and some watching that don't sympathize, they don't feel the same way. And I guess all I could ask is just show a little bit of kindness, a little bit of grace. The alternative to that is no good. So what happened with Charlie, and you know, I think about the shirt that he had on that day. It literally said freedom. What another reminder. Freedom isn't free. And if you consider the price tag on it, what is it paid for in? You could say paid for in the currency of a warrior's blood out there on the battlefield. It was paid for in the blood of a warrior patriot just last Wednesday. And what was really troubling is, you know, during the days of 9/11, when there was a mob that was gloating and chanting and celebrating over the death of an American, you know, that was a different arena. That was an enemy that was overseas. That was an adversary. I don't have the words to describe. I don't know what to make of people that would gloat and chant and be gleeful over what had happened last Wednesday. It just breaks my heart. I would love to go back to the unity that we had when 9/11 had happened and everyone was brought together. I don't see that unity. Doesn't mean we can't have it. It was John Adams that said that, your generation, speaking to future generations like ours, will never know how much it costs to preserve your freedoms. I hope you make good use of it. And I think it's worth considering when we wake up in the morning, maybe write it on a whiteboard, put it somewhere. Am I making good use of it? Am I living a life that was worth dying for? And I shared an anonymous poem on Sunday night that I really think just embodies who Charlie Kirk was, if I could share it here. This is a picture of who he was. He wanted to be remembered for his faith. In fact, he was asked this question specifically, how do you want to be remembered? And he says, what do you mean, like if I died? And the questioner said, yeah, how would you want to be remembered? And he thought about it for a moment. This is how he'd want to be remembered. He says, I would want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That is the most important thing. Certainly was a man of faith. And so this poem, it goes like this. It says that when God wants to drill a man and thrill a man and skill a man, when God wants to mold a man to play the noblest part, when he yearns with all of his heart to create so great and bold a man that all the world shall be amazed, watch his methods and watch his ways. How he ruthlessly perfects whom he royally elects. How he hammers him and hurts him and with mighty blows converts him into trial shapes of clay, which only God understands. While man's tortured heart is crying and he lifts beseeching hands, how God bends, but he never breaks when it's man's good that he undertakes. And how he uses whom he chooses, and with every purpose fuses him, by every act induces him to try his splendor out. God knows what he is about. When I think about Charlie, I think about a man that God was trying his splendor out on, and we got to behold it. And so going back to how he would want to be remembered for courage for his faith, I think it begs the question, what was that faith? Well, it starts off with a trust in God, the emblem that we have over our heads here. Trust in this God that made us in his image. He wants to be remembered for this faith that though we were made in God's image, we were separated. How? Through sin, which is just acting contrary to the will of that Creator. Sins have separated us from our Creator, but he sent his son, you could say, on a rescue mission down into the world. And that's Jesus. And they literally named him Jesus. The angel said, you'll name him Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins. And so at that cross, much like a warrior that jumps on a hand grenade to absorb the blast of the grenade on himself to save others, Jesus, in a sense, covered our sin, our wrath at that cross, paid the penalty in full so that we could pass by, as it were. And he not only conquered the power of sin, but Charlie would have you know that he conquered the power of death. And as Jesus says, though a man shall die, he shall live. And that is where I believe Charlie is. He is not dead. He is alive. He's with the Savior. He's a good man. Which segues to Butch Twining, a man that I consider to be a good man. And he showed up for a good man, to be there at his vigil. And when I saw this video being circulated, with almost 500,000 views now, I guess it has, where the implication was that Butch was with these guys or one of these guys that was chanting, white man, fight back. My immediate reaction, I literally laughed because it's ridiculous. Because anybody that knows Butch knows that's absolutely ridiculous. But here's the problem. Over 500,000 people saw that. Not over 500,000 people actually know Butch Twining. And so like Mark Twain says, a lie is already halfway around the world while the shoelaces are still getting tied for the truth. And I think that's really where we find ourselves. I don't know if you could really put the toothpaste back in the tube on this one, but I just want everyone to know, along with the rest of the council, many of you here, that we stand with Butch. That's not who he is. He's an incredible man. And he gives to a lot of charities, and I don't know that because he says so. He has helped a lot of people out of some really bad situations. I know not because he says so, because I find out from these people. He doesn't shout it from a mountaintop or a rooftop. So he's a good man. And finally, I'll close on this about Charlie. I think Charlie also embodies these words by C.T. Studd. C.T. Studd said, "One life, it will soon pass. Only what's done for Christ will last. And when I'm dying, how happy I'll be if the lamp of my life is burned out for thee." Charlie, you burned out for the Lord. God bless you. May God bless America.
Gracie.
I probably should have prepared something because this is a little tough. So I saw Butch being accused of being a Nazi and a fascist. Why does that hurt me? Because I've been accused of the exact same thing for 7 years. I've been targeted. I'm usually the lightning rod. I'd rather have those accusations continue to be directed at me because I've become immune than to see any one of my brothers on this dais be falsely accused of something they didn't do. It's not pleasant when you walk out your door and you have your kids say, hey, Mom, be careful. Because they know what we're risking when we're coming up here to do this. We give up on our privacy. We give up on our safety. We walk out of here and we have to look around us. I never knew what it meant when somebody said, keep your head on a swivel until I got into politics. There was no need to. I used to be able to walk out of the grocery store and everything was fine. Now I don't know who's going to approach me, all because of false allegations. The same kind of hateful allegations that got Charlie Kirk killed. It was Charlie Kirk, but it could have been any single one of us on this dais because those exact same accusations have made towards us. I didn't even want to post anything about it because I didn't want my mom to see what happened. Her greatest fear is that something's going to happen to me because I'm outspoken, because I stand strong on my beliefs and my views, and I'm very vocal about them. I've known Butch for years. That man does not have a mean bone or hateful bone in his body. He's like this sweet, nice, gentle grandpa that just keeps talking. So, gone to the point where when we go into meetings and Butch is in the room, I'm like, is Butch going to be there? That means it's going to be like 35 to 40 minutes. If he's not in the room, it'll be 5. Yes, that goes through my mind. Charlie Kirk died because he was trying to open dialogue with other people with different points of views than he did. Even though he's passed on, I know that this is going to get bigger. There was a young man standing on that pier in that vigil where there was over 1,500 people. At first I was told it was 300, 400. But when we saw that aerial view of everybody that attended that memorial, had to be at least 1,500 people. And there was a young man standing there. I'm looking at his picture right now. He was holding a sign that said, if we don't fight for our freedoms, nobody else will. Charlie Kirk. I took a picture of that man. He picked up that baton and he's running with it. There's a young woman sitting up there. She was broken and devastated. Cried for a couple of days about the death of an innocent man that just wanted to have a conversation. She got up. She said, I'm going to get up and I'm going to get active and I'm going to go out there and expose the truth as well. Good for her, and thank you for picking up that baton. I see a group up there of young men and women who have dedicated their time to reaching out to college students. They could have been home right now, but they're here right now because they've had enough as well. They picked up the baton. We are all going to continue to pick up that baton that Charlie Kirk dropped. We're all broken. It was really like double the sadness and the 9/11 memorial because we grieve the men and women who died at 9/11. And then there was another man that gave up his life just because he was speaking the truth. So I am honored to have had such a beautiful memorial here for Charlie Kirk. And I can't thank our first responders enough for being there to making sure that there weren't any interruptions or agitators allowed at that event. It was peaceful. After the event, usually people disperse. As soon as the official part of the event was over, everybody started talking. How did Charlie Kirk affect you, your life? How did he motivate you? There were people sitting there singing, praying, just having conversation around his memorials. It was beautiful. That is how we grieve. We don't go around looting stores, breaking into stores, physically abusing other people. We grieve with love. So, Butch, I am very, very sorry that they put you through this. You do not deserve this. I'm kind of used to it. So I will walk with you, next to you, anytime that you need me to. I know you're a good man. And shame on those people who made up those horrible lies about this man. If anything happens to any single one of us on that dais, our blood is in your hands. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Move on. Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes. On the consent calendar, item number 6, an updated memo from the city clerk. Exhibit A to the proposed adoption of resolution number 2025-60. Item number 7, 3 emails received regarding the proposed adoption of resolution number 2025-59, opposing Proposition 50. Number 8, 2 emails received regarding the proposed approval of an agreement with Mercy House to operate the city's homeless navigation center. Item number 10, 1 email received regarding the memorandum of understanding between the City of Huntington Beach and Tee It Up for the Troops. Number 11, 2 emails received regarding the proposed approval of the Huntington Beach Tourism Business Improvement District annual report for fiscal year 2025-26. Item number 13, 5 emails received regarding the adoption of ordinance number 4339 pertaining to the sale, distribution, and possession of kratom. Administrative item number 20, 1 email received regarding the Huntington Beach Police Department's computer forensic laboratory and the possibility of an HBPD DNA laboratory. Council member items, number 22, 2 emails received regarding e-bikes. Item number 3, 1 email received regarding the creation of business development team and service ad hoc committees. Item number 24, 5 emails received regarding the proposed termination of the Symphony of Flowers event.
Is that it? Just kidding. All right. Do we have anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, Mayor, we have 40 speakers.
Okay. Proper decorum at city council meetings is imperative in order for the public to remain informed about issues pertaining to the city's business. The public comments portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to be heard and address those issues in a public forum. Disruptive behavior, impeding or delaying our ability to conduct the council's business will not be tolerated. California Penal Code Section 403 prohibits disrupting the meeting, and enforcement action will be taken for violations of this law. At this time, City Council will receive comments from members of the public regarding any topic, including items on the open session agenda. Individuals wishing to provide a comment on items may do so in person by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Please note that the Brown Act does not allow discussion or action on topics that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to speak directly to a council member on an item not on the agenda may consider scheduling an appointment by contacting the City Council's administrative assistant at 714-536-5553 or emailing the entire City Council at city.council@surfcity-hb.org. We're going to give each speaker 2 minutes and call the first 15.
When your name is called, please come up to the podium. Please use both podiums. Mr. Amory Hanson, Mr. Brett Bush, Dom McGee, Joanna Sosa, Stephen Quinn, Jeannie Paris, Ann Palmer, Alan Merriman, Ken Inoue, Heidi Vea, Becky Fleschauer, Brian Vea, Patricia Pappas, Peter Townend, Betty Flynn.
Hi, my name is Brett Bush. I am Charlie Kirk tonight, though. Amen. There's 2 ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true, and the other is to refuse to believe what is true. I wish those were my words, but that was Soren Kierkegaard from the 1800s. Butch was at several memorials. He wasn't just at one, but it's kind of ironic they would pick the one that the subversives were at and try and attach Butch to that. On July 5th of 2012, unfortunately, I was shot in the left side of my head while working for the city of Long Beach. and I didn't know if I was going to live or die that day. It's a true story. You can go look it up anywhere. And what I remember more than anything, what meant more to me than anything, was Butch Twining and his wife, his beautiful wife. They rallied a group of people together, and they came and they rallied me. They showed that I had value. That can never be replaced by a trustee, by a malcontent, by somebody who's seeking something other than the good that Butch was seeking for me, really at the worst time of my own life, having to call my wife from the back of a police cruiser to tell her that I'm on my way to a hospital and don't panic. You know, a lot of people said a lot of stupid things when I got shot because of the job I had. But Butch, you weren't one of them. I've known you for over 20 years, and I think you said that I kicked you out of a baseball game, so I think we've had some good times and some bad times. But we've always been friends. I have to say, I have great respect for you. And the thing that I fear is what happened to Charlie is what they're going to try and attach to you. I don't want to see another martyr.
All right.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Don McGee, 24-year resident of Huntington Beach. I'm not from here, as you can probably hear, but when I dreamed of coming to America when I was a small child, I dreamed of what America would be. And now I look at it and I think it's men like Butch Twining over here that made America the shining city on a hill, that kept the lights on for most of the world. Butch, you're a veteran. You're a business owner who's employed many people in the past. You're a leader. You're a natural leader. You're a friend to everybody, including me. And I've seen your kindness firsthand. Now, I was there with you on Wednesday, and we both lamented the fact that Nazi elements, had taken over the vigil that was made for our friend, this country's friend, Charlie Kirk. I not only lament that, but I'm angered over it. And I'm angered that your name was attached to it by people, by the way, who are the epitome of what I think Nazi ideology is about. The people who, they lament the fact that Israel is defending itself, they hate Jews, and they scream from the river to the sea whenever they can, not knowing which river or sea they're talking about most of the time.
That's true.
I know you, Butch. You're a friend. You've been a really good friend to me. And along with the rest of the Magnificent Seven, you've made this city the shining city on a hill. So many cities over the United States are looking to us for leadership. They're looking to us for bravery, and you epitomize bravery, Butch, and you do it as a gentleman. I love you, Butch. And if you look back here at all these people, Ari, Jignesh, Valentina, Brian, Heidi, they're all as diverse as they come. We love you, Butch.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Joanne Sosa. Butch, I just want to tell you, because you, like my father, served. My dad was a vet in World War II. I know you served and you love America. We can't be blind to the fact that what the other side, the people that really hate righteousness in this country, are really afraid of is that we have a red wave that they want to persecute, calling MAGA, which is really, this is Charlie's, not because he's trying to cause division, but he wanted to have a dialogue. His tent always said, prove me wrong. Come, let's have a dialogue. Let's come together and meet, okay? And the problem is the other side doesn't want to have that meeting of the minds. They would rather point fingers and accuse all of you, and you know what they've done to you. They would rather do that than have a peaceful discourse, and we can't allow that to happen. Things have changed. The turning point for America, igniting the world now, is the death of Charlie Kirk. He cannot be forgotten. The work that you do cannot be forgotten. We have to be supporting the righteous work that I know God wants us to do, and because of that, I'd like to give this to you. It just says, prove them wrong. I think you've done that already, Butch Twining. This is for you. Whoever wants to take this to him. My dad had his dog tag. Sorry, I can't bring those. I don't even know where those are. It's just prove the enemy wrong. That's what you're doing with your life. God bless you, and God bless all of you.
Next speaker, please.
This is my message for the Fed boys that showed up on Main Street dressed in their matching outfits and faces all masked up, shouting their Antifa-esque chants. You're not MAGA, you're what we call FAGA, fake MAGA, and you're used as a tool of the left to make MAGA look bad. You've been doing this for years. We know your playbook. We know you're cosplaying, and real MAGA is calling you out. MAGA patriots don't mask their faces, only beta males do. You manufacture outrage, start fights, all the while using Huntington Beach as your platform. We don't want your white knight energy here. You represent MAGA patriots or Huntington Beach. You're allowed to have your free speech, but don't you dare use Charlie Kirk's death as an opportunity for a photo op and to spout your BS. Charlie was MAGA. I'm so sorry, Butch, for what the leftists and fagas have done to you, almost like it's a coordinated effort. I know your heart, and I stand with you, and everything happens for a reason, and I know that this is just gonna make you stronger. And Huntington Beach will continue to be a light. Despite this nonsense that happened, we will continue to be a light in this state with leaders that stand up against tyranny. Thank you guys, thank all of you guys, thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Brian Vea, resident of the city. Butch, you got set up. That's what happened. They set you up. So we all know these guys. People have been doing this for a long time. We recognize them. We know who they are. They're not from Huntington Beach. They're a bunch of wannabes, a bunch of posers that come here and try to hijack what's going on over here. So to those guys, I know their time's going to come up soon. I know President Trump's talking about, right now, he's talking about calling them domestic terrorists. And when he does that, I believe things are going to happen. They're enemy combatants, and their time's coming up very soon. I look forward to that. There's something called the Charlie Kirk Act that's going on right now. Anybody who knows about that, it's something that has to do with something that's called the Smith-Mundt Act, Smith-M-U-N-D-T. If you look that up, that has to do with staging things. So what was going on was there's a lot of staging going on around the world, and they were creating spectacle and doing that, and it was legal. President Obama signed it into law that they could stage propaganda here in the United States. If you look this up, that's everything that has to do with the Charlie Kirk Act is what they call it. There's a really good video. I'll just tell you her name is Naomi Wolf. Naomi Wolf is a liberal. She's a Democrat. She's an Al Gore advisor, and she also talks in depth about this. It's about a 10-minute video. I would encourage anybody to go check that out and find out for yourself. I look forward to all these things. And again, these people that came in and tried to hijack what's good going on in this community, they're not from around here. They're out-of-towners. And if they were, they'd be here tonight talking. And again, they march and they repeat these chants. They say the same thing over and over again, and they won't have dialogue. Butch, you're a good guy. You got caught. Have a good night.
Next speaker, please.
Alan Harriman, 4175 Davis Cup Drive. Proud graduate of Edison High School, a lot longer than I'd care to think about, if you don't mind me. First of all, thank all 7 of you for your service. I can barely serve on my HOA. I have no idea how you put up with the headaches that you do, so let's just keep it all in form. Quick subject change, e-bikes, something I know you've never heard about, right? I'll just say this. For charity, I ride about 120 miles a week, mostly in Huntington Beach. And it's interesting because e-bikes see fellow bikers as friends. And they tend to be much more open and honest in their riding than, let's say, if they had a patrol car behind them, right? So I've seen things that I really wish I didn't see, but I'll describe them in 2 words: abject lawlessness. That's what it is. So let me explain a little deeper. Ignoring red lights, multiple riders on bikes built for one. Wheelies through busy intersections. You know, those little roads like Warner, Edinger, and Beach Boulevard, right? Riding on sidewalks, very high rate of speed, shouldn't be there. Riding the wrong way on sidewalks at a high rate of speed. Let's hope that nobody with limited mobility gets caught in one of these situations because it's pretty bad. On top of this, it's become really difficult to ride bikes and navigate Huntington Beach at times. Again, I know you don't, this is not new. And I'll say thanks to our police force for doing the education that they are. That's great. But anything you can do to increase law enforcement efforts and give the police the laws and that they can help enforce and reduce these issues would be fantastic. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. As a 38-year resident of Huntington Beach and co-founder of All Parks Matter and Friends of Edison Park, I, Betty Flynn, strongly advocate voting yes on item 24, terminating the contract with the Symphony of Flowers. The time has come to stop the light show. And it is crucial that we safeguard our parks, open spaces, and wildlife. The light show is not compatible at any of our Huntington Beach parks. I recommend that the council approve the termination of the Symphony of Flowers, clearly stating that the entire multi-year contract with the operator will be terminated. Thank you for considering that my request. Butch, I read this today. In the fervent competition to see which Huntington Beach City Council member is the steamiest piece of SHIT in town, illegal public vapor and proud supporter of convicted felons, rapists, and pedophile protectors, Butch Twining is making his public push to be crowned the biggest turd in the city. No one deserves hateful rumors spread about them, especially at a peaceful memorial. God bless you, Butch, your wife, and your family. We need to stop this hate in Huntington Beach. It's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Burns and City Council. Peter P.T. Townend, resident for 46 years. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk and Butch. That shit shouldn't happen. That's the way to put it, right? I'm here to speak on item 25-753 about the potential takeover of Olympic surfing by an organization outside California. It's pretty personal to me. 2 decades ago, I was the one that founded Surfing America, which became what we have today, USA Surfing. Myself and some of my comrades up here, Ian Cairns, Brett Simpson, 3 of us have coached USA Surfing teams to gold medals. We understand, and in our town here, Surf City, this is so important to us. We have one of those feeder organizations, NSSA, founded right here. Pat Burns just gave out the Mayor's Cup. This attempt by the Ski and Snowboard Federation to take over Olympic surfing and leave all the little organizations behind, just take the cream off the crop. We cannot let that happen. What has anything to do with surfing in Colorado, which is where they're based? And I think it's ironic, the fact that ski and snowboard, us surfers, we invented snowboarding. They didn't. So what the hell are we going to do having them in Colorado? Let's keep surfing in California.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, PT. It's a privilege and an honor to lead this organization that was started by Ian and PT. On behalf of USA Surfing, thank you for your leadership. It's clear tonight you're passionate, you stand up for what's right, and right now, all of our voices are needed on this issue. Surf City USA is the heart of our sport. Surfers deserve a governing body that listens, stands up for their needs, and is dedicated only to surfing. The risk, if governance shifts to US Ski, the jobs, training camps, events, sponsorships, and licensing, that would stay with this community and our sport would be funneled to Utah. Surfing must be led from its home break by people who live it, know it, train it, coach it here every day, like Brett Simpson, Ryan Simmons. Our country, we've talked about it tonight, needs sport more than ever. Sport unites, it inspires, it motivates us, it gives us hope. Huntington Beach has always done what's right for surfers. With your leadership and clear voice to the USOPC, we can keep surfing governed by surfers. Protect local jobs and opportunities and ensure that common sense and the Olympic spirit prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hansen. I'm speaking tonight to express my support for item 25, the Mayor and Councilman Kennedy and Twining's item to support USA Surfing remain the governing body of surfing. All sports are important to the Olympic movement. It is important that sports govern themselves to ensure governing bodies are truly representative of the sports played. President Coolidge once said, quote, "No more truly democratic force can be set off against the tendency to class and caste than the democracy of individual parts and prowess in sports," end quote. I urge the council to express its support for self-governance and democracy in sport. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 25. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Kenny Noe. I'm a 54-year resident of Huntington Beach. I would like to thank Council Members Williams and Twining for wanting to know the cost of the contract before the city signed a long-term contract with the air show. Their desire to know the facts before they voted on this contract indicates that they understand their fiduciary responsibility to all of us to safeguard the assets of Huntington Beach during their council votes. On another note, I would like to state that I do not believe that Butch Twining is a white supremacist. The impact of these accusations has resulted in threats to him and his family. In addition, I know that some of the people who have made these statements have also themselves been the focus of threats against themselves and their families. At this time, I respectfully request that all residents of Huntington Beach join together to stop this vicious cycle of hatred that has consumed our city and so much of our resources for the last 2.5 years. Our great city is facing major budget infrastructure concerns that requires all of our residents to work together with cooperation and respect and not hatred and contempt. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Stephen Quinn here. I'd like to thank you guys for the dignified leadership you've brought to the city during this awful week we've been through. And Butch, we love you. Those who are unable to control their glee at the slaughter of Charlie Kirk and who persist in condemning millions of their fellow Americans as monsters and fascists need to understand. They are lumping themselves in the same moral universe as the folks who seek to and very nearly did kill Salman Rushdie, the ones who massacred the staff of a magazine because they were offended by some cartoons. Do you really want to crawl down into that moral cesspool? The only crime Charlie Kirk was guilty of was saying things they don't want to hear. The white-hot intensity of their hate is baffling to me. I may at times feel enormous contempt for my political adversaries, but I don't give myself permission to murder them. They are fallen human beings, and so am I. And what are they to make of Charlie Kirk's widow? A more eloquent, impassioned call to arms has never been heard in my lifetime. As resounding as the Liberty Bell, yet utterly free of malice. It won't be easy to paint a Hitler mustache on such a beautiful, mournful face, or do you just shoot her too? We as a people must decide, do we hereby resolve to find a way forward, to once again treat each other with dignity and civility, or have we crossed some sort of Rubicon where there is no way back, where the founder's dream lies in the ruins?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Council. My name is Jeannie Paris, and I want to thank all of you for speaking tonight. That was eloquent. And Butch, you're one of the nicest people I know. So that's just BS. with what they're saying. But I'm here tonight because I'd like to express my concern regarding the overheated rhetoric that pours throughout this country, counties, and cities. What was done to Charlie Kirk was an abomination. Whether or not you agreed with him, he reached out to all viewpoints to engage in conversation. He was not a racist or a fascist, or whatever name was hung on him from those that oppose him. He was a God-loving man who spoke the truth. Here in this chamber, every 2 weeks, due to free speech, which I agree with wholeheartedly, and which Charlie Kirk encouraged his whole life, we all hear a barrage of insults to the council and the citizens. Some are respectful, but some are not. I have heard the city council called Nazis and fascists, just to name a few. I looked up the definition of Nazi on Merriam-Webster. Briefly, one who is likened to a German Nazi, a harshly domineering, dictatorial, or intolerant person, are sometimes called a fascist. Well, I have to say, fascists kill you if you speak against them. They don't let you speak ad nauseum to them. When he was assassinated, no towns were burned down. The community came together in love. We all didn't have to rush downtown to board up like we did in 2020, 2 weekends in a row. I encourage us to all tone down the rhetoric. It's not conducive to teaching a common outcome, and it is a very powerful negative influence on young, impressionable minds. We live in the freest country ever created. Let's value that, be grateful, and work together.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. It was on my schedule to attend this meeting concerning items 15 and 16, but I have to say that I am heartbroken at what has happened in our community. Rest in eternal peace, Charlie Kirk, for whom we simply wanted to attend a vigil. I am so sorry that Friday and Saturday devolved into something else, whether from overamped, misdirected groups or from false flag organizations. Fortunately, Sunday brought us a meaningful and peaceful event, but to see once normal members of this community take this as an opportunity to falsely claptrap and use deceitful rhetoric is divisive and beyond sad. I support and vouch for Butch Twining and all of our council members, knowing them to be fair, equitable, and never racist. They have a mountain of work to accomplish for our city, and this isn't helping. To that end, I appreciate the efforts of council members in their appeal of certain planning commission decisions. We had hoped that the developers for items 15 and 16 would listen to a soft appeal and modify the design. If not, the CUPs were just another creep up and out for massive structures in a situation where the trend was problematic. Some areas of concern: impact to aging seawall and man-made island infrastructure from this project, and cumulative impact, same as above, from current and future larger trending structures billed as consistent. They are not consistent with the mean. They're just incrementally bigger with every project. Impact of the dramatic construction activities plus their duration. Roof structures that are not counted as stories but have large mass. Shade studies that had not occurred. Lack of neighborliness and community in planning the projects. The visual impact of less open space both to neighborhood residents but also to those across the channel. Red flags of design layout that could seem easily to convert to
Thank you.
multifamily. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Patricia Pappas, about almost 46-year resident, my husband and I. Honorable Mayor and Council, best run city. I see the work on the streets, the sewers, the bridges, etc. Previous councils left you with huge infrastructure and financial problems. Without much fanfare, you are quietly taking care of business. Also, a great thank you to a small group of people working with our city leadership to honor Charlie Kirk. It was a huge group, as Gracie said, that came to mourn and recognize the assassination of our Charlie. You, as a council, have great insight and integrity. You focus on our city, our country, our state, our county, our country, our nation, and periodically international issues as well. As you know, there are a group of HB residents that are trying to slander and malign Councilman Twining. I have had, and my husband, so many opportunities with Councilman Twining and his wife. This is what I've observed. Butch is a principled man, a man with such a giving spirit, a humble man, a true gentleman, very respectful and responsive to people, such a giver to our community, both monetarily and with his time. Just know you cannot take a good man down. These naysayers have attacked all of our council members. I'm here to ask you to continue your mission. We, the people, are with you 100%.
Good evening. I moved to Huntington Beach about 1.5 years ago for the same reasons that many of us did. The residents are warm and inviting while still respecting each other's privacy. I found a diverse, caring community, and I believe that rumors of a right-wing fanaticism didn't belong here. So I was shaken recently when I watched a half a dozen or more masked men in uniform march down Main Street toward the pier, chanting that they owned the streets. I'd seen them on social media feeds before and thought, not here. Yet when white nationalist, neo-fascist group, the kind that are tracked by civil rights organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center and Anti-Defamation League, were walking the very road that my 2 sons were riding their bikes only hours earlier. I know for a fact that this group would not be marching, but running for their lives if they marched in Anaheim or Long Beach, not only by the residents, but being chased by the police as well. Did you, sir, Mr. Twining, use your authority as city council to rout this group out of the city with the help of police? In speaking with HB locals since, I've discovered that they tolerate weekend political theatrics by Trump supporters that tourists find offensive and some local merchants find embarrassing, that this city council wanted to erect a MAGA plaque in front of a century-old library where certain books are suppressed. I'm speaking here knowing that I may be targeted by some extremists lingering in the shadows, but they will be happy to know that I have started looking for a more suitable neighborhood, unafraid of the Patriot Front or the...
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Call the next 15, please.
Jignes Patahar, Donald Eugene, Brett Simpson, Brett Barnes, Mark Talkovich, Tim Geddes, Dan Cameo, Marilyn Bowen, Taryn Palumbo, Clyde Euronian, Kay Liu, Brad Barrett, Chris Reaney, Valentina Bankhead, B. Sharp. Come to the podium, please.
Vig, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jignesh Padyar. It absolutely breaks my heart that we have to go through a September 11th to feel a September 12th, that we have to go through a September 10th to feel what we felt after those days. And when our nation befalls tragedy, we do what Americans do best. We come together, regardless of race, regardless of what we have. Myself included, members in this community, these council members, and Butch himself, we came together in the one place in Huntington Beach we know where we can, which was Pier Plaza. And while we were there giving our thoughts, our prayers to Charlie Kirk, the bad actors that be know that too. And they know they can hijack our sympathy and use our presence to push forward their messaging. And what happened to you, Butch, I'm sorry. It's completely disgusting that many people online would go ahead and use a small clip to make accusations with you. And there are a lot of accusations being thrown against Butch. For one, he does not speak long enough, I believe, but you know, he can always speak more. And people are not willing to even ask him why he was there. They're willing to just go ahead and assume his presence. So Butch, keep doing what you're doing, man. We know the truth, and we know the truth will always prevail. We love you guys. Keep it up, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Aloha, my name is Brett Barnes. Hi, Butch. Our kids played baseball together, so you spend enough time on a baseball field with a guy, you know who he is, so we all know you're a good guy, so I apologize for everything that's happening. I'm here on item number 25 to support a letter from the City Council and the Mayor to recertify USA Surfing to be the national governing body for the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic surf team. They need to stay in California and develop our talent. I had a very recent real-time interaction with USA Surfing. I just got back from El Salvador this morning. I spent the last week with the team and Ryan Simmons and Becky and their whole support staff, and it was incredible the work they put in. But what it really did was solidify the depth of the training we need for our USA Surf team to succeed. And it can only happen with USA Surfing's model. The bottom line is that we are one of the youngest teams there, and we got 6th out of 61. That was an awesome result with a very young team and a 16-year-old girl who was ripping, and then our own Luke Winaldo that I coached in high school for 4 years that was part of the team. Is just really shows the depth of what this program means to real surfing and not having it taken over by the Ski and Snowboard Federation to just take the top talent and not develop any of our youngsters. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Tim Geddes in the House. Charlie would have given us 3 minutes. First of all, Butch Twining does not deserve the demonization the way he has been. I disagree with his politics, but not his humanity. First, there's much on the agenda myself and the community would disagree with. Just the entire Pacific Air Show settlement graft issue and the cash-strapped city of Huntington Beach ponying up $250,000 for the EIR to make a sweetheart deal even sweeter is reprehensible enough. But that is peanuts compared to with a lunatic attempt to spend millions of dollars on the city running its own special election next year. Worse than irresponsible, it is municipal treason. Despite your protestations, the community simply does not trust you. You have sown dissension and mistrust, and only different council members who promote unity, serve the community, and are not in the pocket of partisan special interests should be representing us. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Never again was the cry voiced by millions after the Holocaust. As the child of survivors, never did I imagine a resurgence of this hatred in my city. Last Sunday, the Patriot Front, a neo-Nazi-oriented group, marched in downtown Huntington Beach chanting, "White men fight back." Most of them wore masks disguising their identity. Until tonight, none of our city councilmen publicly condemned these neo-Nazis. Huntington Beach is now represented by 7 MAGA city council members and a mayor who called a constituent a blank fat cow. We are not all white Christians in this city, and we deserve representatives of us all. Vote.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Hello to all. I'm a 25-year resident of HB. And just remember, it's not how you close ranks in public. It's what you speak about when no one's recording. Very important point. I also understand no sequence of words that I'm going to use tonight is going to change anybody's mind. My views are basically a drop in the ocean. So why even try? Why waste the energy on elected officials who don't hear a message that conflicts with their personal beliefs? Well, just call that my personality or my character flaw, a rage against the machine moment that may make a difference if other citizens pick up on the "we deserve better" thread. The hope is that the wall of separation that has been erected, you're either with us or you're against us rhetoric, gets chipped away by making better choices. In my lifetime, the Berlin Wall fell, the Cold War ended, the USSR dissolved, all really old history. I've also seen Florida build a prison camp in a swamp because of fear, Texas rigging its voter districts out of fear, Washington, D.C. putting its citizens on lockdown because of fear, and one of our Supreme Court justices, Elena Kagan, chastising her Supreme Court peers for succumbing to political fear rather than putting the Constitution first. It's unacceptable. As Tip O'Neill said, all politics is local, and this is local politics. We can do better. You're not going to hear me, but we can do better. It seems like my generation, the over 60s crowd, has allowed its younger generations to ignore the hard lessons from my parents' generations. And it's up to us to remind our elected officials that with great power comes great responsibility.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. I really want to thank you for your support and honoring Charlie Kirk, who was unduly assassinated. It's a sad day that some lunatic took a husband away from his wife and his children. I'm really aghast, though, at the falsehoods that are being thrown at the City Council. To call Butch, to call Gracie a Nazi, to call Butch a white supremacist, from a public figure at that. And then she turns around and says the murderer was a white Christian socialist Mormon, basically, when it turns out the guy is a leftist. He may have Antifa things written on a rifle, and his girlfriend is a boy that's transitioning. That doesn't sound much like a conservative. So this is a bunch of just lies being thrown out there, and it's not right. It should be retracted. I don't know if anything can be done against it. They got 500,000 views. They should retract it, okay? Otherwise, this falsehood keeps going. So it's again, it's sad, between a public figure talking like that and a ex-public figure that used to play football. Anyway, I want to also state that I agree with adopting Resolution 2025-59 opposing Proposition 50. We voted for it and have an independent committee to determine districting, and we don't need gerrymandering by the politicians. So no on 50. Needless to say, the $250 million that's being spent on this special election by Newsom, he could have used it to fund Proposition 36. We passed that last year. About 70% of the voters said yes to help against crime. He didn't fund it last year. He's not funding this year. So what does it do then? What's the will of the people? So basically, he's criminals over citizens, politics over citizens. Lastly, I support the termination of Symphony of Flowers. But again, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, guys. I'm Brett Simpson on behalf of USA Surfing, item 25. I know some of you guys, it's an honor. Thank you guys for serving us. Huntington Beach native, went to Huntington Beach High School right here, alumni, and I was the 2020 USA Surfing team coach for the Olympics. So I've had about a decade running now with some of our crew up here, and it's been an honor, and it's just it's kind of sickening to see USA Ski trying to come in and kind of hijack what we've kind of built. And I think, they don't understand that this is like a day-to-day process that we work on very hardly. And I think that's something, thanks for taking the time to, listen to us. And As a surfer, as a coach, it's very important, for these athletes, not just the Olympics. Obviously, the Olympics is made surfing go above and beyond, but what the families, the competitors, we're trying to, build this youth. We got Ryan Simmons, the head coach, up here, and it's very important to keep it here, right here with USA Surfing. And thank you guys for your time, and Butch, stay strong.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Taryn Palumbo, and I'm proud to announce that I am a candidate for Huntington Beach City Council in 2026. What happened over the weekend in our city was horrifying. I was saddened that once again, Huntington Beach made national headlines for all the wrong reasons. Huntington Beach is a community made up of people of all races, backgrounds, and beliefs. I fully believe that differences in opinion are healthy for a strong community. This is the time for unity, not only for our nation, but for our community, because only by standing together as neighbors can we show the spirit of our city. But the hateful rhetoric that was displayed by some went far beyond a difference in opinion, and instead brought more of that negative attention to Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach made the news again because this behavior in our city was unfortunately not a surprise. I appreciate the comments made by each of you earlier today, but actions speak louder than words. Divisive, angry decisions and actions at the top only give space for additional hate to flourish. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Chris Reaney, Huntington Beach native. I'm glad that so many people tonight have denounced white supremacist outside agitators. What happened was tragic and its exploitation was horrific. We all need to denounce them until they know that white supremacists are not welcome in Huntington Beach. For 2 years, I've seen City Council raise the alarm about budget shortfalls while expanding government, suing the state of California, and making backroom deals with foreign promoters. I've seen civil servants slandered. Your commitment to protecting children from predators is commendable but misguided. They're not where you're looking. Now, the Gospel of St. John states that the truth shall set you free. Embrace the truth. Use your powers for good. Urge Deputy Assistant Attorney General Gates to put pressure to bear and release the Epstein files now. Now, we're at a time when the truth is believed by no one because we distort objective reality to make it what we want. We all need to do the right thing in order to find some common ground so that we can heal and move forward.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kay, and I'm here to address some of the overbuilding that's going on in Huntington Harbor. There's been a lot of new homes, big homes being built, and with that comes a lot of concern over the dwindling infrastructure. This information I got from the city of Huntington Beach from the infrastructure report card, and there are some things that I wanted to go over just to make things known. The harbor is currently graded a D by the city of Huntington Beach and requires about $19 million in repair to make things safe again. Andrew, I'm sure you know Calico. The bridge right outside of your restaurant has been undergoing construction for about a year now, and that is, it's a concern throughout the harbor, and it's been going on through other islands as well. A main concern I did want to read out to everybody on the report card was the city's own sea level rise study studied the expected sea level rise of 1 to 2 feet could jeopardize the city's infrastructure and the harbor along with the surrounding community. The bulkheads and seawalls are not high enough to provide necessary protection if expected sea level rise comes to fruition in combination with king tides that the city experiences twice a year. This combination of rising sea level and king tides could render a large part of the harbor as uninhabitable unless the bulkheads and seawalls are raised to address this issue. If we as a city continue to encourage oversized builds by blindly approving every application without the proper research, testing, and enforcement, then we'll be destroying the seawall at the build site, the adjacent homes, and soon enough, the entire island will crumble. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Pat Burns, Mayor Pro Tem Casey McKeon, all city council members. Thank you for having us tonight. First, I want to start by saying rest in peace, Charlie. May God bless his family. It's horrible. My name is Clyde. I live on Gilbert Island. We're going to be. I know the public segment is for general topics. We're going to be talking about number 15 and 16, I believe it is. A home on Malden Circle and a home on Somerset Lane. We'll discuss the main channel versus the small channel. You guys should all have a copy of a map that I left on your desk where it shows the main channel. I've got every home listed, the square footage of every one. On the bottom, it's averaged out, so you got sizing for the top main channel, and then you got the small channel right here. That'll come into effect a little bit later when we're talking about item number 1 on, I guess item number 15 it is. We're going to discuss the average size of the homes on each channel. We're going to discuss the aging seawalls, the infrastructure Kay just mentioned. You guys should also have a copy of the report card. We actually have some neighbors here, Dan and Patty. They went through the seawall issue. They bought a property. They're going to go more into it. They just told me about it a few days ago, and firsthand, they experienced a failing seawall. Their seawall failed. Water went under the house. They had to get divers to go in there, put jacks, support the house, all kinds of crazy stuff. Dan will get more into it. So, and that was in 1997. Think about 30 years ago, the walls were in a lot better shape than they are now. So that's just my concern. If people are going to build these huge homes, what's going to happen? Are they eventually going to fail? I mean, the report card says they're good till 2039. I don't know how they got that number, but 2039 is 15 years away. If these seawalls fail by then and the walls start caving, what's going to happen? So also we're going to talk about CEQA, the CEQA Act, and why we need an environmental impact report. These homes were exempt. They should not have been exempt. They were exempt by Joanna Cortez, the zoning administrator. So I'll go over that, and I got a pretty good argument as to why they should not be exempt. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Brad Bailey, and I'm talking about item number 15. The City of Huntington Beach infrastructure, specifically the harbor. As we all are aware, the city has given the harbor a D grade for the infrastructure. We all know where the vulnerabilities are. Bridges, which the city is currently rebuilding, and seawalls, which unfortunately are the responsibility of the property owners. Shortly, you will hear from someone who experienced firsthand seawall failure back in the 90s. None of us can assume that the structural integrity of the seawalls is better 30-plus years later. My greatest concern is having a 7,700 square foot home on a 7,500 square foot lot right next to my home, which will most definitely compromise the structural integrity of the seawall. When the seawall fails, both my home, Sam's home on the other side, and most likely many other homes will be severely damaged by this grossly overbuilt structure. We need to have a professional engineering company and the Coastal Commission immediately do thorough testing before the City of Huntington Beach approves any and all future buildings and remodels. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Butch Twining, a character of truth, love, and kindness, an inspirational, stellar figure in our community. One of the most gracious and giving men, next to my father and my father-in-law, whom have both passed away recently. With respect, regardless of idealistic differences in beliefs, we all believe in aloha and neighborly courtesy to all that come to our city. We can agree to disagree on everyone's views. It is their First Amendment right to protest peacefully. On September 10th, President of TPUSA, Charlie Kirk, was assassinated. I was in utter shock. After work, I received a troubling text from a friend that found social media screenshots of vitriol threats against the conservatives and the HP residents, visitors that would attend the Charlie Kirk Vigil on 9/10 Wednesday. I immediately contacted the Republican organizer of the vigil and told her to add the HP police non-emergency number on her phone. She contemplated canceling. I told her to go by her gut, stand by your vigil, and why you are there, mourning the loss of an amazing instrumental man that tragically lost his life earlier that day. Charlie Kirk was a positive influence to so many young college kids, and I told her to go to her vigil with her message of love and an outpouring of support for Charlie. She did. The Wednesday night vigil was beautiful. I arrived to the event and saw my friend, and as I was talking to her, I saw that there was extremists that showed up and kind of moved their way to the front of the vigil. I became concerned. I saw Councilmember Twining. I walked over to him and said hi with a hug like we always do. I was there for just 5 minutes, and I started to hear a weird chant. I knew it did not fit the vigil schedule. I knew that God chant was off and did not represent the event or us. The young Republicans left. Butch and his beautiful wife, Dana, followed immediately as well. This was not why we were there. I left with friends. We were also very disappointed that there was a takeover of the event, to say the least, that started off heartwarming. So come Sunday, I was coming back from Vegas with my beau, Luke Dennis, and we were anxious to get back to HB to make that redo vigil for Mr. Kirk. We wanted to be there like an army of people with a connection from God and heaven to HB to shine in the Kirk family. We wanted HB love to swell for Charlie. We did. A sea of thousands and thousands were there.
Thank you.
This is the real HB. This is the real Butch Twiney. This is the real Charlie Kirk.
Thank you.
You can kill the messenger, but you can't kill the messenger.
Okay. All right, Valentina. Call the rest, please.
Rick Brown, Russ Neal, Luke Dennis, Guest P, Shelby Bay, Perry Clithrow, Kanan Durham, Kristen Nicole Valle, Hannah Siegel, Aldo Signan, Carolyn Osborne, Libby.
Somebody step up. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Russ Neal, Huntington Beach. I'd like to begin by talking about something else, which is no one should be surprised and no one should be dismayed at the recent court setbacks for Huntington Beach concerning your efforts to protect parents' rights in our library and to protect local control of housing in our charter city. California is practically a one-party state, and in a one-party state, the state, including the courts, work for the party. There are still many ways in which you can fight and stand for the right, and I encourage you to do so. Now, it's almost unbelievable that in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, which was stoked by slander against him as a hater, a fascist, or worse, to see that some of our residents have learned nothing from this shocking event, but continue doing the same thing to our own city council members. They stop just short of illegality in their provocations. Are they hoping to cause some unstable person to commit similar acts, or are they just too caught up in their own hatreds to care? May God bless and protect this city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. The assassination of Charlie Kirk last week crushed my heart. I prayed for his family and thanked God that they captured the deranged coward that took his life. God blessed America and the entire world by giving us Charlie Kirk. He touched countless lives, and he was truly a gift from God. I'm so proud and deeply moved by the thousands who gathered here in Huntington Beach on Sunday to pay homage to his memory. Charlie poured his life into building a movement rooted in faith, freedom, and love of country. He believed America's future depended on raising up a generation that would never surrender. To those who celebrated his murder, know this: your hatred has awakened a sleeping giant. Across this nation, Americans are rallying around Charlie's mission with renewed strength. Prayers and our rising support is pouring in, and vigils are filling churches, schools, and public spaces across America. The fire Charlie lit is burning brighter than ever. We will honor his legacy by pressing forward, not slowing down, not surrendering, and Turning Point USA will fight harder, grow faster, and unleash the true power of the grassroots movement Charlie created. And with the 2026 midterms approaching, I look forward to seeing millions of voters rise up to defend faith, freedom, and America's conservative values. Charlie's vision lives on, and together we will carry it forward. And one last thing. I know Butch Twining personally. There's not a prejudiced bone in his body. God bless you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, good to see you all. I would just like to take a moment to shed some light on the truth of what happened at Wednesday's vigil for Charlie Kirk at the Huntington Beach Pier. So what started as a beautiful event for a great American who was murdered for the world to see just hours prior for his beliefs was hijacked by a group with hateful and disgusting messages. I, along with Councilman Twining and my fellow Orange County Young Republicans, immediately departed the event the second we realized the vigil had been infiltrated by individuals that have a reputation for spewing awful and racist rhetoric. We could not be more appropriate in our swift decision to not be present as soon as hate showed its face. I have seen nasty, derogatory lies about this night spread online regarding Councilman Twining. Most by leftist hecklers, but some were from our own very own elected school board members. As tempting as it is to be more vulgar, I will remain respectful and simply say, shame on you. I was present with Butch and his amazing wife, who I've known personally for years now. We shared hugs and tears over the unthinkable that happened earlier that day. I will not allow Butch's character to be questioned over his decision to show up and pay his respects for Charlie. He is none of the nasty things he is being called online. Your attacks on him are actually disgusting and frankly no better than the messages being spewed by the white supremacists. That night was meant to honor one person, Charlie Kirk. And instead, some selfish bigot ruined it for everyone in attendance. Charlie is my former boss and was deeply loved by everyone present at the pier for the right reasons. What was supposed to be a time of coming together and community grieving ended prematurely and unfairly. Racism and hateful rhetoric have no place in Surf City, USA, or for that matter, the rest of our country. To those of you creating such hate during an already dark time, I pray that the truth finds you peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I want to believe your kind words and outrage. But we have people on the dais that aren't that kind. Andrew Gruel is on Gutfield on Fox News, constantly bashing your opposition about liberals. In fact, he called protesters, somebody just like me, circus animals, and that I have nothing to live for. That's why I protest. Gracie, you have your white power sign. We'll always follow you everywhere you've been, and your Proud Boy affiliation. Pat, calling speakers up here another fucking cow. City council members, pieces of shit. KC, why would you know the opposition? You guys brought this partisan to the dais. And the anti-LGBTQ rhetoric we've heard from the other two councilmen. Butch, why are you texting during the city council meeting, disparaging that same trustee that you just disparaged up there on the dais? Aren't you supposed to be listening to us? Imagine tourists having dinner down on Main. Aren't you? You're shaking your head. It's supposed to go like this, yes. Okay, imagine tourists having dinner on a Saturday night or in a store, and they see the Patriot Front marching down there with their Nazi slogans, our streets. What did they say? No, whose streets? Our streets. They are not. The videos are viral. The city, the state, the nation, and international viewers see what Huntington Beach has become under your far-right leadership. You remain silent about it until now. Butch, instead of threatening people, maybe you could have gone on and condemned this group. The whole city council could have. Name them, call them out. They do.
Next speaker.
Mayor Burns' official statement states that the city will do everything we can to eliminate acts of violence and inflammatory rhetoric, and calls on all leaders to promote a culture of respect, civility, and unity in HB. Beautiful words. If only they were written with sincerity. He needed to only look in the mirror and remember it was he who has been caught on a hot mic multiple times, denigrating and belittling the residents of this city. Those that have the power of the microphone for virtually an unlimited amount of time, not those of us who get but 60 seconds twice a month, have the responsibility to lead by example. I, for one, look forward to seeing a new tone from the council, but based on past actions, I'm not holding my breath. Please vote yes on item 24. Terminating the Symphony of Flowers permanently is a prudent choice. Remember to thank Tony Strickland for bringing that debacle to town in the first place, but be sure to thank Protect HB for its legal actions that prevented this year's show from already being underway, with untold damage to Central Park and its wildlife. Since the last council meeting, courts have ruled that the city is not the parent, and that the Freedom to Read Act has prevailed. I'm looking forward to the restricted area of the library being taken down. And additionally, the city must have a compliant housing element within 120 days, and in the meantime, the state will function as the permitting agency. The city is broke. Please don't waste any more money fighting this losing battle. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Carolyn Osborne. I don't know Butch, but I've lived here with my black husband for 35 years. We've raised 5 sons. They've gone to several different high schools, several different grade schools, depending on what they needed. My kids, my husband taught AYSO, now one of my sons do. We were in CERT, we were in lifeguards, and never, ever in any business, in any school, in any neighborhood, with any friends, has there ever been a racial issue at all. I think, and these are the feds, like the one gal said, the fags or whatever, fagga. This is a setup to get us to look a different direction and be distracted and bother with something that really doesn't matter and it's a non-issue. And it would be great if we could really attack or defend ourselves at this point, because we're not attacking, what is against us, and that is, well, like General Flynn said, all Christians need to unite, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, whatever, and all people of goodwill, no matter what your faith or non-faith is, because our Western values are being eroded. Right now, we can see how Islam and liberals and wokeism have gone together and decided that they were going to be a team. And I think that all people of goodwill need to unite. Some of the things they have in common, they're both against free speech. They both are for cutting children's genitals off and sex with children. And I'll be back later to show you the surahs and the Quran on that and how wokeism, they mesh nicely together. But when Islam comes in, as they have throughout their 1,400 years, liberals will die first.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Mayor and
Next
council
speaker.
members. Hi, Kristen Nicole Valle, president of the Orange County Young Republicans. On the day of Charlie Kirk's murder, I received a flyer from a man I had only just met, Mr. Sanchez. Around the same time, my friend Shelby, who is also here to speak, asked if we were planning anything for Charlie, so I connected the two of them, and in good faith, I invited young Republicans, elected officials, and members of the community to an event that I thought was going to be a wholesome night of prayer and remembrance. About 30 minutes into the peaceful and loving vigil, Mr. Sanchez and his associates showed up with their megaphones, and they started chanting, "White men fight back." At first, it was unclear what they were saying. It was muffled, we didn't know, but as soon as it became clear, I left, and nearly everybody else left immediately. Shelby left, I went to the wine bar on Main Street, and Mr. Twining and his wife quietly packed up and left as well. Unfortunately, a photo has since circulated of Councilman Twining simply holding a candle and a small American flag at a prayer vigil. This single image is now being weaponized by the left to falsely claim he was chanting with white supremacists and to call for his resignation. This allegation is simply untrue. Let me be clear. The Young Republicans would never participate in or condone an event that promotes racial hatred or division. We were misled into attending what we thought would be a prayer vigil. When it became clear that others had their own intentions, we immediately left. I take full responsibility for inviting people to attend because I truly believed it would be a night of remembrance. Butch Twining did nothing wrong, and it is deeply unfair to smear his character or malign the Young Republicans because of the actions of others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shelby Bay. I am not affiliated with the Young Republicans group, nor do I even live in Huntington Beach, so I have no agenda with this. I'm just sharing the truth. Everything I'm about to say here and more, I have video evidence of and text threads to prove all of the following. I was the first one to the vigil that night that was scheduled for 7 p.m. I arrived at 6:28 p.m. exactly. I brought majority of the candles that were displayed. I made peaceful posters, and I brought a speaker to ensure that soft music would be played to set the tone. A guy named Ryan and his crew showed up late, 7:26 p.m. There was already a large crowd by then. They came with no candles, no supplies, nothing to add a value except an annoyingly loud megaphone. They started with the chants, like she said, first walking across PCH, seemed fine, it was just Charlie, then it was USA, and then it was followed by an aggressive, toned, weird speech over the megaphone. I could hear it clearly because I was standing right next to him, unfortunately. The whole energy immediately shifted amongst the crowd and people started to leave, which I felt was unfortunate, so I attempted to shut him down before it went south. I turned to him and I said, hey, this feels like you're inciting violence, you're being aggressive, you're not making it about Charlie anymore, why don't you lead us in a prayer instead? His response was to say, who are you? And then his men and his group laughed. That's when it was clear to me and I immediately left along with the majority of the original crowd. I know Kristen left because I texted her at 7:43 and she said a bunch of us are at the wine bar, sorry they hijacked the vigil. It was from a TikTok that I learned how bad it had gotten when I was tagged as well, claiming that I was a part of this and I had to defend myself, so I feel you on that. I find it interesting that this man is being accused of this because, no offense, I've never heard your name before and I've never seen you before today, which I was unfortunately standing right next to this group and I talked to everybody, so I would know. We're also to believe that not one of those people doing press there didn't jump at the chance to record a Republican council member standing with these people, because they sure as hell, unfortunately, caught me. How did you do it? Let's think critically here, guys, if nothing else, and hopefully someone has a real solution here to the peaceful hijacking issue, rather than just a bunch of pointing fingers to a further.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Perry Clithrow. Thank you for listening to me tonight. I missed the longer mics. I'm going to start by, I want to defend both the Huntington Beach Sentinel and Butch Twining. When I saw that post, the first thing I thought wasn't that the press filmed you, it was that one of those guys, one of Sanchez's boys, saw you and decided it was time to do a chant and set you up. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that happened. And when I read the post, that was my first thought. I think the vast majority of people who saw that post and interpreted it as, oh look, those Nazis are back in Huntington Beach, which is unfortunately where they choose to hang out far too often. I want to express concern for item 22 regarding e-bikes. The language is currently drafted is pretty broad and vague. I know there was issues with sidewalks with the ordinance in 2023. I know that ordinance was supposed to address a lot of these issues, so I hope you discuss what the results of that were and where we're going from there. E-bikes and other mobility devices improve the lives of many residents. We should celebrate these innovations, and I believe that improving the infrastructure is at least as important as enforcement and governing these devices. There's only so many cops, and they're really great at their jobs, so we pay them well. And I don't know if they can govern every e-bike in this city. Talking about harsher laws without talking about improving our very dangerous roads is unwise and, in my opinion, lacks foresight as we get deeper into the 21st century. These bicycles and these other devices, they use way less energy, they do way less damage to our roads, they're way healthier to use because people are engaged as they're moving. There's a lot of benefits there. Finally, I'd like to thank you for having multiple housing items on the agenda, because as you know, that's my favorite issue to talk about. So I'll see you all later. Good night.
Next speaker.
I'm very glad to hear all of you openly denounce white nationalism, neo-Nazi rhetoric. I wish that had come through clear in the Facebook post that was made. As a transgender activist and a community organizer in this community, I'm very familiar with political violence and dangerous political rhetoric. I have been doxxed. For anybody in the audience who doesn't know what that means, it means that my address, phone number, all that information, some of it accurate, some of it not, was put out on the internet. I've been stalked. I have been harassed. A number of people in this community, including the man who's about to speak next, has said incredibly violent, vile things about me. Clearly, I agree with you that violent political rhetoric has no place in this city. I want to make sure that we're not rewriting history either. So just a reminder, Andrew Gruel called constituents circus animals. Pat Burns, most recently, called a constituent a fucking cow. Gracie has called people groomers, and she participated in the writing of a book about conversion therapy. Don Kennedy has called Rhonda multiple times a DEI hire. Butch has called your constituents comic relief, pathetic, and Chad, we all know how many times you've called us all evil. Also, Ryan Sanchez is known to this council. Gracie, there is video of you interacting with Ryan Sanchez, the said neo-Nazi, multiple times. And he most recently attended a Eagle Forum event at Calvary Chapel of Huntington Harbor, which you guys also attend. So if we're going to move forward, I hope that you make changes and actually live by the words that you're using.
Next speaker, please.
So the rhetoric and lies that the left has been spewing about Charlie Kirk and led to his murder is the same stuff that gentlemen like this and local officials like Gina Tarvin and Chris Cluey and our former city council members has been spewing in lies about every single person up here. So, and I see that Gina Tarvin and Chris Cluey and these people are not here to defend their positions tonight. But so for years they've been saying this stuff about every single one of these people up on the dais, calling them Nazis and fascists and stuff. And look what happened to Charlie Kirk when that kept on being said and said. They murdered him. So Gina Tarvin and Chris Cluey want to murder Butch 20. Gina Tarvin and wants someone to murder Don Kennedy. Gina Tarvin and Chris Cluey want someone to murder Casey McKeon, Pat Burns, Gracie Vandermark. They want someone to murder them. They want to murder all of them. That is the left. And I wouldn't be surprised if this trans guy that was standing right next to me would try to do something like that, okay? He made lies about all you guys, just like Gina Tarvin and Chris Cluey and all of them. So they are the Democratic Party is the party of murder. And so, yeah, you know, they've awoken a sleeping giant. We're not going to stand here and let you say this stuff about us anymore. You're going to have to kill us all. And we are all Charlie Kirk, okay? You've awoken a sleeping giant. Skywalker over and out.
Any other speakers? All right. Moving on. Council member committee appointment announcements. Anybody have announcements for committees? Nope. AB 123 reporting. Does anybody have anything to report? Openness and negotiation disclosures. Does anyone have anything to disclose? No. City manager, do you have anything to report?
Nothing to report tonight, Mayor.
Perfect. So city clerk, we're going to pull 7, 8, and 13. And I'll make the motion to pass 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Can you please call the roll on those?
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Item number 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14 pass. 6 to 1, 0. 6 to 1.
601, right? Yeah, oh well, Butch is back, but, okay, I pulled number 7, just, it's adopt resolution 2025-59, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach opposing Proposition 50, the redistricting within California. This is about as stupid as it gets. It's based on something that Gavin Newsom says was completely wrong and inappropriate in another state. So his answer is to do something that he believes is wrong and inappropriate. That in itself is one of the tenets of childhood lessons. 2 wrongs don't make a right. And here he is doing exactly that. And it has no basis of what's best for California. It's pure politics and evil power-mongering politics at that, which I cannot support, so I oppose Proposition 50. Anybody? Casey?
I'll double down on that. To the mayor's point, Newsom is the height of hypocrisy when he says, in order to save democracy, we must destroy democracy. And I was talking to a reporter today about, up here we all focus and champion local control. And so I just don't understand the rationale of what another state is doing. We don't live in Texas or any other state. We live in California. And voters have already voted on this in 2008 for Proposition 11. And to get you guys to remind you what that prop said was a yes vote supported transferring the legislative redistricting power from elected representatives to a 14-member commission, establishing a process for selecting commissioners and requiring a supermajority vote to approve a redistricting map. The voters of California already voted for this in 2008 with Proposition 11, and as the mayor said, this is nothing but a power grab and most like an attempt to elevate himself for his presidential run. And as Pat said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And what does it matter what another state does? This is California, and we're about fair elections, and this is robbing our fair election process.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Gracie.
Yes. So I am completely opposed to Prop 50. What I hope that the residents understand is what this is doing. It's allowing politicians to pick their voters instead of the voters to pick their representatives. If you look at the redistricting map, some of the areas look like spider legs, where they're connecting cities that have absolutely nothing with each other. It will make it more difficult to govern the cities and to make sure that our elections are fair. We already have a board to work on these districting maps. That's supposed to be unbiased. Fortunately, the governor is using the state of California as political pawns in retaliation for something another state did. Whatever Texas did, for whatever reasons they did it, that is not California. We have our own problems here in California. And it doesn't matter what political party you are. We should all be very upset about this, because if it happens to one party, it'll happen to another. We should not allow the governor to use us as his pawns to fight in a war that's not ours. So I am 100% opposed to Prop 50.
Andrew.
Prop 50 is a farce. We all know that. Everybody knows it. Probably the people who support it know that it's a farce, and a fart too. And the thing is that this is the danger of a galvanized supermajority like we're seeing here in California. And one of the speakers tonight actually made mention of Texas as being a representation of what happens when a democracy gets shattered. Well, that same person should probably look at California, because Newsom is doubling down on that shattering of a democracy with Prop 50. It's absurd. It's all being done behind closed doors, and I fear for the way in which the media and the Democrat machine here in California is going to spew propaganda to get the drive-by voter to not necessarily understand or to obfuscate the issue and manipulate it so that they actually end up voting for this, even though that it's not in their best interest to do so. So it's incumbent upon us to make this message from City Council to educate people on this, and then ultimately it's incumbent upon all of you who are watching to also spread the right information about how Prop 50 could destroy California.
Butch.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, am opposed to Proposition 50. I didn't quite hear all of what Councilman McKeon said, but it's very clear in the California Constitution that the voters passed in 2008. It basically says, and this is in the California Constitution, it's Article 21, Section 2, and it's deep in our Constitution. It says the commission shall consist of 14 members, 5 from the largest political party in California, 5 from the second largest political party in California, and 4 from the other, independent, 2 other parties. So it's a very balanced commission that does the redistricting. Gavin Newsom wants to do it all by himself. It's not right, and it's not what our Constitution said, and it's not what the voters wanted. So please vote no on Proposition 50.
Don.
Thank you, Mayor. All I really wanted to say is, although our state is super segmented with a supermajority on the Democratic side, the beautiful thing about a proposition is it allows everybody's voice to be equal. One voice, one vote. So I believe when these common sense propositions are put on a ballot statewide, the result typically leans towards common sense. So I have a lot of faith that Proposition 50 will be understood for what it is, and depending on how it's written, the vote against it, if that's how it's written, will put an end to the gerrymandering that's really retaliatory by a very bitter and very inadequate leader at the top of our state.
I'm sure that it's going to be pushed with all kinds of misinformation and lies, and it's going to be shameful if it passes. But with that, I'm going to move the item to oppose proposition.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Twiney?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, number 8 will be Andrew.
Yeah, so I just wanted a couple questions on number 8. I mean, this is a substantial amount of money, so it would be irresponsible not to examine it. And this is in regards to the extension of the contract with Mercy House Living for an amount equal to about 2.5, 2.6 million. So I don't know who can speak on this. I just had a couple questions. Would it be you, Travis?
Yes, I will be, and we also have 2 staff members, Jessica Kelly, our Homeless Services Manager, and Steve Holtz, our Deputy Director of Community Development. So
okay,
whatever questions you ask, I'm sure the 3 of us are able to do that.
Great. Well, I mean, I think just generally speaking, very high level, what are we seeing in regards to feedback from residents, feedback from the people who are actually going through the program? Is there recidivism? For the amount of money that we're putting into this, can we quantify the, return we all want to make sure that these people get help. We want to make sure that they don't return to the streets. But we also, from a city perspective, want to make sure that we're not perpetuating the problem and we're not basically just establishing a, kind of a refresh area where people go and then just get let back out on the streets, go back in, go back out on the streets.
Yes, I'm going to take a shot at it, and then I'll ask Jessica to fill in the gaps that I may leave. So since the opening of the shelter, the city has served 990 individuals through the center. 200 have been either moved to either permanent or temporary housing outside of the shelter. The goal of the shelter is to provide a tool to address the homelessness within our city, and to give the police department a tool and a place for homeless individuals to go to. And since opening, the capacity has been about 91% is on average is the capacity, and I guess I'll ask Jessica if she has any additional information to address the council member's question.
Thank you, I do. With the people that we've placed into housing, that comes out to about 20% that have moved to housing. Other local shelters are falling pretty significantly below that, including some of the county shelters in Orange County. They're ranging between 8 and 11%. So it's really serving the purpose of helping people out and helping people move to housing. Additionally, if we didn't have the shelter, that would come out to about 6 people experiencing homelessness per square mile of the city. And as we know, people wouldn't spread out throughout the city. There's certain areas where people hang out more than others. So having that there is really improving the quality of life for the community as well.
And I think that there's been some misinformation just over the years in regards to the people that are that qualify for coming in and staying. What are the specific mandates in terms of, do they have to be a Huntington Beach resident? How are you allowing people in? And do we have a number as to the number of people that are rejected?
So everybody who's referred to the Navigation Center is referred by our city social workers and our homeless task force police officers. They have a certain criteria that they follow when they're assessing individuals, and that is that you have to have had a permanent address here within the last 5 years, or your last permanent address would be in Huntington Beach, or a job here within the last year, or currently, or significant ties. Like, this was your community, you grew up here, this is where your family is. So we do reserve referring those with strong ties to the city. And when people don't have strong ties to the city, then our city social workers will find the best fit for them and will help them get placed somewhere where they have their strong support systems.
And is there, so with this number, I mean, I think it works out because this is a 10-month agreement for a little bit, $2.5 million. So that would amortize out to like a little over $3 million on a yearly basis. Has that number fluctuated, or has that just gone up consistently over the years?
So the cost of doing this has increased. We've had a CPI increased over the years, but the staff has been through this contract, and this is a contract 10 months plus 2 years on that. So it's not just this 10-month contract.
So the allocation is for to finish out 10 months, and then would we be approving a subsequent 2 years as well?
The 2 years and 10 months is
okay. So the 10 months on the tail.
Approval tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got you.
And I would just point out, through the negotiation and through the RFP process, staff worked diligently to reduce the costs and try to contain increasing costs over time. Some of those reductions has reduced the bed count by 10 beds, reduction of the shuttle that's being used to reduce those costs. Staffing and administration adjustments, and the contract structure, so that we can reduce those impacts to the city. And then other areas such as food service coordination, restructuring that so that we're not wasting as much food and therefore not purchasing and paying for as much food, only the amount of food that's being used, and providing other opportunities for that to be used. And then also requiring Mercy House to do fundraising and find other sources of funding that could help offset our city general fund.
And have we explored options for this? Because traditionally, I always saw this as a state issue that then the state distills down to the county, and ultimately it's on the county. Is there have we explored options to receive any funding from the county?
We have the county, the state, and the federal government. In earlier years, we were more successful in receiving funds from them and being allocated for those funds, and we will continue to do that in the future.
And then just final question on the budget. So looking at their budget as to how this money's being spent, the indirect cost of $224,575.06, is there a drill down into those indirect costs?
You know what, I might ask Steve Holtz Steve, do you have some details on that?
Would it be okay if we invite the executive director of Mercy House to come down and be able to speak to that question?
Yeah.
Larry?
While he's coming down, I'll point out that the costs have been rising by consumer price index because the services have been that they've been paying for has been going up. But typically, it was on the range of $3,600,000. Through this contract and through those items we discussed and items that are in the staff report, it's reducing that by over $200,000 by about 5.7%, and definitely will continue to look for other services. And with that, I will let the floor for Mr. Larry Haynes.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Larry Haynes. I'm the CEO of Mercy House. First off, I want to thank you for our long-standing relationship. I want to thank you for your support. Sir, for all due respect, would you mind please repeating your question? I want to make sure that I answered the right question. Was it our administrative indirect costs? Was that it, sir?
Yeah, the indirect costs. I was just curious on some of the drill down on that.
Sure. First off, please understand that everything that we are paid on is on a reimbursable, so we have to have full backup, full accounting backup for everything. So every line item, whether we're buying supplies for the office or paying accounting fees or paying our insurance fees, all of that is itemized out, and then we only get paid until your staff approves those costs. So I just want to make sure that we're absolutely clear on that. There isn't any fluff in the budget or any profit or anything of that nature. Administrative costs, there are certain things that literally have to be done in order to administrate not only this contract, but any contract. And I believe we're at, is it 10%? Is that correct? Excuse me? Okay, thanks. So for example, we need to, in order for us to bill properly, we have to pay accounting staff. We're going to have indirect costs in terms of office supplies. We're going to have indirect costs that we couldn't possibly have anticipated in the operation of such a sophisticated shelter as this that might not be covered under one of the other line items. So it would be picked up by that amount. Generally speaking, if you look at our costs as an agency, our indirect costs are less than 10%. For a nonprofit, that's outstanding. For most nonprofits, it's going to be usually double that sometimes. So we're actually a very lean operation, sir. And if I may just point out one thing, we would love to be able to present a budget that was smaller. I'm a budget hawk myself. I completely get it. I've been in this job since day one for 35 years. I understand that. We are hit with costs that are fixed that we have absolutely no control over. Things such as insurance and food costs and things of that nature, that if we could reduce those costs, we absolutely would.
And then I guess to that point, it's just a final question because you brought up food costs. I know it's actually not a high number when you break it down to the meals served and the heads, so I'm not questioning the cost on the meals, but I also know there's an amazing amount of organizations here in Orange County, many faith-based, many just food-based organizations that do provide food, and I've seen you partner with organizations like Bracken's Kitchen. Is there an opportunity, even over the next 10 months, to try and get flexible with some of that outsourcing?
First off, with all due respect, we do that.
Yes.
So that's an excellent.
And I've seen.
We are partners with Bracken's Kitchen, as well as other faith-based groups that provide that to reduce our costs, and we are constantly looking for ways to do that. I think it's an excellent suggestion and one that we will be diligent about, sir.
Okay.
I do have one item I didn't mention. This year, the mayor pro tem, and past mayor went to D.C. and talked to all of our legislative representatives requesting for funding for certain projects. And one of the funding, although it looks like the city is going to receive $800,000 for infrastructure on the navigation center site, although that doesn't go towards operations for this contract, but it shows our commitment to continue to look for funding outside of the city to pay for these types of services.
Great, thank you so much. And once again, my purpose isn't to question the efficacy of the program, but merely just to drill down into some of these numbers. It is a large cost. I want to make sure that the investment that we're making from the city perspective is actually helping people to the degree that they're not falling back into that same cycle of homelessness.
Completely agree. Thank you.
Just to clarify, this whole program is mandated to us, right? We're mandated to have this program, aren't we?
So, Mayor, maybe I'll address that. So at one time it was, I can't think of the case, Boise versus
Martin. Boise versus Martin.
Martin, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And so for a period of time it was required if you wanted to enforce city rules within the city. And so we built the shelter in 2020, at the end of 2020. And since then, that has been overturned in the Ninth Circuit Court. But we have found this to be a valuable tool to help keep our community safe for our residents and help homeless individuals within our city.
And it's paid for completely by tax dollars, whether it be through grants or anything else. Just some of these faith-based food supplies, meal supplies are about the only exception, right?
Yes.
Okay, Case?
Yeah, if I may, just because this is one of our proudest achievements, and Andrew, we, of course, share your initial concerns. But, when we were elected, we focus on this, and we do every week as well about this issue. So since we're elected in 22 and 23, we placed 59 people in permanent housing, in 24, 79 people. And those are all-time records in the city. Jessica touched on it, like we're almost doubling what other cities are doing in terms of metrics to get people off the street into permanent housing. We're one of the only cities in Orange County whose homeless numbers have actually gone down. On the operator Mercy House, we've met with Gracie, Pat, and I've met with other providers to run the navigation center. They had really good presentations, talked a big game, and then we sent them the RFP, and they understood what the cost that Mercy House could do this for, and they didn't even submit. They're like, we can't even compete with this. So what I'm proud about with this and the team is that they've not only kept Mercy House here with the success, but they've also reduced the cost to keep them at this facility. So another efficiency that we're bringing to the city. Also, we approved, I believe in 23, the Pathways project. So that navigation center where the tent is will be redeveloped into a physical structure facility where the navigation center will be on the interior, so we won't see that tent anymore. And we design it in a certain way where if and when we get our homeless numbers down so much where we do not require that navigation center, that space can actually be converted to other uses like commercial space, et cetera. So it's a really big focus, and I just want to give everyone the story about it. But it's a good service. I understand the mayor's concern, but with the investment to get people off our street, and everyone in the community I know says it, like it's gotten so much better since 22. It's to get we have the services, we're achieving great results, and so we're always trying to find ways to supplement that money so our taxpayers aren't paying for it. But so far, it's been a great service, and we're reducing this cost from the previous contract.
Don?
A couple questions were answered that I had during the dialogue back and forth. I would like to say that I see here that we have at the Mercy House the lower bed cost against some of our neighboring cities, and I commend you on that. And to Casey's point in the Fab Four when they came in, the Mercy House working with the previous council and the mandate from the Fab Four, you do feel the difference in the homeless head count. It's way less visible because there is a solution. And I do have a personal story it's actually rewarding when somebody goes into that Mercy House, gets admitted, because I was naive prior to the council. I met a young man coming out of the post office, and I did something really outside of my nature. I put him in my car. I started talking to him. 29 years old, and he just seemed like he was a little off kilter, but lot of hope in him. So I thought I could just take him down there and just get him admitted. I met Lieutenant Brian Smith for the first time. That was when he was heading it up, and he kind of walked me through the protocol. I checked in with Brian a couple of days later. He actually made arrangements back down to Huntington Beach Police Department to go through that vetting process. Is there some kind of local connection? And I said, what happened? He said, we admitted him, and I never heard any follow-up, but, it is good to see that there are results. It is good to see that you guys are managing your costs to the best of your abilities. And, I commend you. I mean, I know they're grinding on the numbers, which is what we try and do here, be fiscally responsible. And I would imagine you guys want to continue. If nobody else shows up for the RFP, it tells me they can't either beat you on price, or they can't beat you on service, or probably they can't beat you on both. So it's a little disappointing that we only had one respondent, but if the competition knows they can't beat the lead horse, they're not going to go through the process. So maybe it's accommodation to you and your organization that people know that they will not get the bid because they can't compete. So on that note, good work.
Thank you, sir.
Gracie.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank Mercy House and our homeless task force. Jessica, you guys have been amazing. When we campaigned back in 2022, the biggest issue that everyone had was a homelessness. It was growing. There was a tent down on PCH and I believe 5th Street. I'm like, we're not turning it into LA. That's not happening. Now no one's talking about the homelessness. We find other issues, but no one's talking about it. It's never going to be resolved. It's just going to be an ongoing issue. But you guys have done an amazing job with the resources that you have. So thank you for all that work and our effort.
Andrew.
I'll make a motion to move it.
Second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilman Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Item passes 7-0.
Okay, now we're going to, 13's been pulled. Gracie or Andrew?
Well, I guess we can both do it, but I'll just start really quick. I wanted to make a clarification. We received an email for somebody who uses kratom and supports it in its natural form, and that is not what this ordinance is about. This ordinance only touches a synthetic version of kratom, the one that's extremely addictive and stronger than morphine by like 30 times. So just wanted to make that clarification. This will not affect the people who are using it for medical reasons. It would just affect the synthetic one. And we're restricting that to children where it's sold. Actually, even like on Amazon, I believe you were able to buy this before. They will be notifying people it cannot be delivered to Huntington Beach. But once again, it's a synthetic version, not the natural.
Andrew, that's it? She covered it. Vig, just to clarify, does it prohibit the sale of straight kratom also to the kids?
Yes.
So it does affect to kids, but to adults it's okay. But the synthetic is overall banned and illegal.
Correct.
All right, awesome. All right,
Make a motion to move.
second. Roll call, please.
Councilman Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 15, appeal of Planning Commission's action on conditional use permit number 24-007 and coastal development permit number 24-005. Forgive me on the pronunciation, Vung residents. Does anybody have any ex parte communications to disclose on this on item 15? Hearing none.
No, I spoke with my planning commissioner.
Okay, I don't know if
I don't know if that matters.
no, it
Okay.
doesn't. No, cool. City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications for this item?
One moment.
Okay. Staff, please introduce the report.
Hey, Jennifer Villasenor, do you want to introduce?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Wayne Carvalho, our contract planner, will give the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is an appeal of a conditional use permit and coastal development permit, which is a request to demolish an existing 2,800 square foot single-story residence and construct a new 7,700 square foot three-story single-family residence with a 715 square foot two-car garage, 530 square feet of second-floor balconies, and a 110 square foot third-floor balcony at an overall height of 30 feet. This is at 16471 Malden Circle, which is on Gilbert Island in Huntington Harbor. The lot is 7,700 square feet in size and backs to the harbor. The general plan and zoning on the property are designated for low-density residential. Yes. Yes, the lot is 7,724 square feet. And the project is 7,696, so I rounded it up. Sure. Again, the general plan and zoning is low-density residential. All uses on the island are single-family, which range from single-story to three-story homes. Following a public hearing back in February, the zoning administrator approved the project with findings and modified conditions. The item was appealed and brought before the Planning Commission at their June 10th meeting. Following public testimony, discussion, and several motions, the Planning Commission voted to a 3-3 tie, which upheld the zoning administrator's approval. An appeal of the Planning Commission's action was filed by Mayor Burns, citing that the project was not compatible with the surrounding community. Staff has analyzed the project, and after several revisions over about a 9-month period to the originally submitted drawings, staff found that the development was consistent with the existing single-family residential neighborhood and zoning regulations. Three-story homes are permitted in low-density residential districts citywide with approval of a conditional use permit. The proposed 30-foot building height is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, which is developed with single-family homes with similar building heights ranging from 25 to 35 feet in height. And the third floor habitable space is designed to be integrated within the roof volume of the second floor to ensure the residence is compatible with and in proportion and scale with the surrounding neighborhood. Finally, the third floor balcony is oriented toward the channel and set back 5 feet from the building exterior. The third floor deck will comply with the zoning and California building code standards. There was an issue with the AC units. They're proposed on the roof to minimize noise impacts. There are other waterfront lots on Gilbert Island and surrounding islands with approved 3 stories and or decks exceeding 30 feet in height. There would be geotechnical and soil studies required to be prepared and reviewed prior to issuance of any building permits, and the project complies with city parking requirements and is designed with an additional tandem garage space. There is no other use than a single-family home proposed for this project. This is an aerial map of Gilbert Island and the surrounding area depicting the location of previously approved conditional use permits for 3 stories and 2-story homes greater than 30 feet in height. Just to provide some background as to the city's 3rd-story ordinance and why it was adopted, back in 1992, the City Council adopted an ordinance to regulate 3rd-story design applicable to single-family homes in low-density residential districts. Between '86 and the adoption of the ordinance, The zoning code permitted 3 stories without design limitations, subject to approval of a CUP by the Planning Commission. Prior to '86, 3rd-story construction was permitted by right, provided the overall height did not exceed 30 feet. Now, prior to adopting the 3rd-story ordinance, our Harbor Code Committee was created by the City Council to review 3-story construction in Huntington Harbor. The focus of this committee was to review design requirements, taking into account issues of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The committee ultimately determined not to prohibit 3rd stories, but allow them subject to restrictions on size, design, and interior use. Such restrictions were intended to minimize the obtrusiveness of 3rd stories and maximize compatibility with surrounding 1- and 2-story homes. The city's current zoning ordinance reflects the committee's effort and the code amendment ultimately adopted by the City Council. Here are some photos of several homes on Gilbert and Admiralty Islands that reflect varying heights and architectural styles, all between 30 and 35 feet in height. The project complies with the general plan and zoning requirements, including building height, setbacks, lot coverage, parking, and landscaping. The project is designed as a 30-foot-high, 2-story home with 3rd-story floor area designed within the confines of the roof volume, which minimizes the massing of the 3-story structure. Here are conceptual elevations that depict the majority of roof eaves designed to the 20-foot height, with architectural roof elements designed with eaves to the maximum 25-foot height limit in compliance with our zoning code. The structure proposes materials including stucco, stone, wrought iron elements, slate tile roofs, designed with articulation, provides interest, and helps minimize massing. Again, the project is designed as a 2-story structure with 3rd-story habitable area within the roof volume. The City Council may approve the CUP and coastal development permit with suggested findings and conditions, finding that the project is consistent with the general plan, consistent with the requirements of the base zoning district, as well as other applicable provisions of the Muni Code. It is compatible with the existing neighborhood and incorporates quality design and materials. Or the council may take an alternative action to deny the CUP with findings or continue the action and direct staff accordingly. So that concludes the report. We're here to answer any questions.
Okay, I got a question. You say you give all these reasons why we can approve it. You give all these reasons why we can approve it. What are the reasons that we can deny it?
Well, if you were to make a finding for denial, you would have to determine that it's not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods and not consistent with the zoning code.
Okay, and you guys base the compatibility, it seems like, mainly on just height. Is there other things that, because I'm looking at a map and I'm just confirming that on that side of the street, including Malden Circle, which is kind of the part of the, they kind of right along that channel, so from the west end down to the east end of that channel on that north side, this house would be almost 3,000 square feet bigger than any, on the map I'm looking at. Now, I haven't checked the veracity of this map, the accuracy or anything, but it looks pretty good. But there's 2 houses that are just barely 3,000 feet under the 3,000 foot. The rest of them are 3,000 feet at least, if not more, less than this house, square feet. That's 3,000 square feet. So it's an amazing amount. It's amazingly much bigger. So in that aspect, how is that compatible?
I guess I would answer that by stating that the code has given property owners or the rights to design within a building envelope. So, with the zoning requirements, we've kind of given them a set of rules to design to with respect to setbacks, building height, floor area ratio, parking requirements, and so forth. So with those rules, they go ahead and design within the rules. So they
So that makes, so in your guys' judgment, it's compatible?
Well, in terms of compatible with the low-density residential district standards.
Mayor, maybe some of these questions would be better asked after the.
No, I'm just, it's based on the report, that's all, why I'm asking.
Mayor, another thing I'd point out is that when you have, so compatibility would be one, consistency with the zoning code, because when the council sets what the zoning standards are, they're determining that anything that falls within that would be consistent with whatever the other uses are in that zoning district. So in the single-family residential, it's pretty much the only thing that's allowed. So anything that fits within the zoning standards of the single-family residential zoning district would be considered consistent and compatible with whatever's around there. In addition, when we look at the size of a house, we look at what the maximum size could be, and that's usually based on a floor area ratio or lot coverage. So in the harbor, many of the properties in the harbor on the various islands, the lot sizes are about 5,000 square feet. In some cases, the lot sizes are larger. So for instance, a 50% lot coverage on a 5,000 square foot lot is going to probably result in a smaller house than a 50% lot coverage on a 7,000 or 8,000 square foot lot, but proportionally, they're the same size on proportionally to the lot.
So the public understands what the 50% means? Lot coverage?
Lot coverage is the ratio of how much you can cover the lot to the size of the lot. So if you, for instance, if you had a 6,000 square foot house, you could cover the lot, meaning roof coverage, right, up to 3,000 square feet. So that doesn't mean that you can't only have a 3,000 square foot house.
You can cantilever out and stuff too.
Well,
right?
you could go 2 stories. You could have 3,000 on the first floor and 3,000 on the second floor, let's say. You generally won't have that because you have to put your garage and some other things, but generally speaking, the larger lots will have larger homes on them, and they will still all be around a 50% lot coverage.
Can you show that slide again that has the comparable houses, the numerous ones, please? Yes. Okay. You guys use that, I believe it's 16642 Somerset Lane as a comparable house? Right, the one in the upper left corner?
Upper left, yes.
Yeah. Now, that one, I went out and looked at this neighborhood, and yeah, it's big, but I'm wondering, is that considered comparable?
Well,
I mean, in reality, in the sense that it's built, because I'll tell you, that one in particular, I could not walk straight down the side of those houses. On the sides of those houses, if there's 3-foot walk space, I'd be amazed. It looks like 2 foot, because I'm telling you, I would have to shuffle down that, which I was going to ask about. I thought there was a 5-foot clearance, so I'm wondering how that compatible house or comparable house is within, like, being compared to this one.
That home there on the upper left at 16642 Somerset is a 35-foot, 3-story home, 6,960 square feet, so almost 7,000 square feet. There should be a 5-foot side yard setback on both sides, and that's to the structure, to the property line. Now, where a wall that separates the home is situated in relation to the property line, maybe on this property, I don't know, but there should be a 5-foot setback, side setback on both.
No.
Mayor, perhaps it's time to open the public hearing. And
Okay, I'm just clarifying this, the report, that's all. And right now, it's that's in the report, and I cannot believe that's a legal build right there. That's why I'm asking. Sure. And you guys are using it as a comparison. But with that, anybody else have a question regarding the report?
Yeah. So,
Andrew.
I mean, I see it as there's an established pattern of development in the neighborhood already. You know, whether the zoning matches the character of the neighborhood, et cetera. I think that's a separate issue. It's a little bit qualitative. I think that some of what's being proposed is out of sync with the character of the neighborhood. How do you take that into consideration with proposals independent of, we're focusing on this third story piece in the height, but like generally speaking, if you've got like a McMansion in the middle of a neighborhood that's completely out of character, how do you take that into consideration?
Well, so I just want to point out that there's two entitlements that are being considered. The first one is a coastal development permit. So the coastal development permit, when making findings and considering whether or not to approve the CDP, the findings are strictly related to compliance with the Coastal Act and any compatibility or consistency or impediment to coastal resources. So it's a separate set of findings. The reason why we're focusing on the 35 feet and the third story is because that is the subject of the conditional use permit. If they didn't have those two requests, then there would be no public hearing tonight. It's a by right approval. When we have by right approvals, let's say over-the-counter approvals, it's simply a zoning checkoff and a ministerial permit to say this complies with code and therefore you get to have a permit. So the property owners can have some certainty that if they comply with code, they get their permit. So we don't go into the design as much.
I get. On the report. Yeah.
Well, we can ask it after public hearing too.
I just wanted a
real quick,
clarification.
go for it.
So if they weren't trying to get a third story, they wouldn't need a CUP, and they could build just as high as they are right now, just without making it a third story where people live on it.
Yes, so if they weren't proposing a third floor within the roof volume, this one is proposed at 30 feet, which is not subject to a CUP. So if they removed the third floor, theoretically, they could build the exact same structure from the outside at 30 feet and the same setbacks and lot coverage.
Okay, let's go forward with opening the public hearing. City Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, we have 15 speakers.
Okay. Individuals wishing to provide a comment for this item scheduled for the public hearing may do so by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless the volume of speakers warrants. So we're going to give all three. Yes, call them all, please.
Richard Lewis, Michael No, Clyde Uronian, Kay Lou, Brad Bailey, John, Tom, Angie Wong, Francis, Perry Clithrow, Duke Huyan, Daniel Levin, Angela Wong, Catherine Vong, Kevin Vong.
Okay, first speaker.
Good evening. Again, my name is Perry Clithrow, and thank you for hearing me out again. Normally when I speak about housing issues, I'm concerned with the plight of renters, the middle class, and with working families. Today, my concern is another pillar of our economy that most of us cherish, and that's the sometimes too elusive American dream. Many people and many families dream of thriving financially, and for many people, building their own beautiful homes is one of those goals that they strive to check off. Tonight, with this appeal, we are trying to overthrow the lawful approval of two of these dream homes. I urge the rest of the council not to grant this appeal. These property owners and these architects have designed homes that conform to our zoning codes. Denying them because they don't conform with the character of the neighborhood is an arbitrary assault on property rights, made especially heinous since staff has provided a bunch of evidence of homes that, at least to me, look like McMansions. Maybe I just need to get to know them better. Besides denying these families their dream homes, you're also denying two architects, two construction companies, and a variety of contractors their work and their wages that they deserve the right to be able to do. Perhaps most perplexing is that you're denying the city of Huntington Beach tens of thousands of dollars in property taxes that these properties would generate. I know that I'm a broken record issue on these issues, but it's not just partisan, and it's not just about the poor. It's about property rights and free markets, which is how this country has thrived. Whether you're refusing to update our housing element or arbitrarily denying these two families their dream homes without a good reason, it's offensive to the tradition of economic freedom that Americans cherish, and I urge you not to go this route. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Burns, council members, Brian Thenis, 39-year resident, planning commissioner. I was on the planning commission that heard the appeal up from the zoning administrator, and we were split 3-3 when we only had 6 planning commission members. And 3 were in favor of the code, and 3 of us felt that the proportion and scale was not consistent or compatible with the adjoining uses. The land use element says it has to be consistent, compatible with the adjoining uses. And in this particular house, they're using the steeper pitch roof, which then limits you to a 30-foot tall building. And I love seeing some of the new architecture. These are all 2-story homes, by the way, and a lot of beautiful architecture in the city, and the value will increase and people will love these houses. But this 3-story, 30-foot building, it's got this huge clear span. We haven't seen the structural drawings, but it's going to have low ceilings. I don't get it. It's just a build it as big as you can kind of house. The other thing, it actually does not meet the code. It says that everything on the 3rd floor should be contained within the roof line. And if you look at code section 210.06, subsection MD, habitable area above the 2nd story top plate shall be contained entirely within the roof line, except for, it does allow for patios or decks, but the deck has to be set back 5 feet from the main house. In this particular house, the 2nd floor is set back 5 feet, but it says that you're supposed to set back from the main house. So wherever you put the main house, being the 2-story house, the build by right house section, that is not set back 5 feet. So it actually is not per code. The reason why this requires a conditional use permit is that it's a discretionary approval. Does it fit the neighborhood? Is it the right thing to build? Now, we're not telling this landowner that he can't build his home. We're just saying, hey, maybe you ought to shrink it down a little bit. Maybe you ought to get it to fit the neighborhood a little bit better. And that's why it's a discretionary approval, is that you have the right to say, no, it's just too big. And to me, it's just like trying to cram a 5-story, 210-unit apartment building in Huntington Harbor. It just doesn't fit. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Daniel Evan.
Can you put the speaker closer, please?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Evan. My wife and I live in Huntington Harbor since 1990. Prior to moving in, we purchased a vintage 1965 home that we demolished and built our existing home. Soon after the construction was completed and we were able to move in, I noticed a separation of the seawall cement construction joints. We were able to contract a civil engineer that had a great deal of experience in seawall construction, and he was part of the original seawall construction on our island. Fortunately, after a great deal of anxiety associated with this problem, the repair was completed, but at great cost. The seawall, fortunately, was stabilized, but we did learn during the repair that there was a great deal of undermining of the foundation of our home, and that the seawall failure could actually jeopardize the foundation of our home. Since the repair, we have not seen a return of any seawall movement. However, we are not isolated. We live in the harbor, and our seawalls are joined with our neighbors, and for better or for worse, they're only as good as the weakest link. I bring this to your attention, noting that if our house, which is nearly 30% smaller than the proposed house across the channel, could cause such movement, then there would exist a potential for catastrophic failure of the seawall, affecting not only our channel, but more severely for the adjacent neighbors. I would like to refer to the 2024 infrastructure report on the from the city of Huntington Beach, specifically giving the harbor a D rating, and top of the list are the seawalls. These seawalls are mainly, these seawalls are city-owned and are mainly on the main channels. But I know from experience that on the side channels, which this is located, it is the property owner who's responsible and owns the seawall within his wharfage rights. If for any reason the seawall is damaged, then it's up to the property owner to repair it, which could place an undue financial burden on everyone. My wife and I are very much in favor and encourage homeowners to improve their property. Our island we almost think of as a Renaissance island. However, we respect...
Thank you, sir. That's it. Next speaker, please.
Yes, hello. Mayor, council members, my name is Michael No, and I am a resident at the harbor. I think there's two main issues here. One issue is about compatibility and seawalls. Well, I tell you what, I'm a very humble man, and I don't like to talk about myself, but I do have one of those big homes on the harbor, and it was built about 8 years ago. I have no issues with the seawall whatsoever. My neighbors have not complained about anything with the issues of seawalls, having big homes next to them. And the other thing is that, talking about size, have you seen some of these homes in Newport Harbor? I mean, they are way bigger than ours, okay? And so I don't hear much about seawalls having issues over there. So earlier I heard something about having issues with seawalls. I would like to see those information, or where are the facts are coming from about having big homes and having issues of seawalls. With due respect, Mayor, across from my home, across from the channel, about a year ago, they did build a home that it's about, I believe, 6,000 or 7,000 square feet. And the home next to it, I believe it's probably built in the 70s. It's a single-story home. I can't imagine that home being bigger than 1,700 square feet. So there's a big discrepancy differences. But anyway, the home was built, and it was approved by the city. So I hope the city is consistent with that approval. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Thomas Setta, and I just want to say I'm here to approve the new home for Kevin. If you're looking at size and mass, if you look at these homes here, they're already built. And we're going to be like Newport Beach one day. He's talked about Newport Beach. We can't be turning down beautiful big homes because this is where, you guys are businessmen up there. It's what it's doing to the property values of the homes we own now compared to what's there now. Look what's there now, and look what he's asking to have. You guys are not looking at that. You're just looking, oh, look, I don't know what you guys, it's just, I'm not good at speaking, but he's building a big, beautiful house. And that's going to improve all the property values around the whole harbor, is all I have to say. So, I mean, look at it that way. Look what it's going to do to the property values coming up. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Angie Wong. Thank you guys for staying late for this meeting. I live in Huntington Beach, and I'm here tonight to support the new resident in the 1671 Modern Circle. The plans exceed all the city codes, heights, elevations, and setbacks. And just living in Huntington Beach, I see many, many homes built. They're beautiful. You know, they're thoughtfully designed and made the neighborhood a lot better. And it's just so nice to just paddleboard around the area looking at these beautiful homes. The modern homes is the same, you know, tasteful, functional, fully compliant. The owners are architect, put in real effort into fit in the community, and I care for this area, and I believe this home will be a big, a positive impact in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Pat Burns and City Council. My name is Rich Lewis. I'm a resident of Huntington Harbor. I live directly across the street from this house we're talking about. I would like to talk about the conditional use permit. As you know, conditional use permit exists to ensure that the land use proposal that may be appropriate in some areas but not all receive additional scrutiny. Scrutiny which is particularly important in communities like ours that face unique environmental and neighborhood impacts. The proposed project does not align with several key CUP requirements, including incompatibility with neighborhood characteristics. The proposed development would significantly alter the characteristics of the surrounding areas. Huntington Harbor is a low-density residential waterfront community. The size, scale, and intensity of the proposed projects are incapable and incompatible with the surrounding homes, many of which have preserved their original character for decades. A CUP should not be used to force a development into a neighborhood where it clearly does not belong. Environmental sensitivity and coastal impact. Huntington Harbor is part of a sensitive coastal zone, and any CUP issued here must comply with California Coastal Act. There is no evidence that this project significantly migrates impact on public access, marine resources, or coastal view. A CUP should not be used to bypass the community's long-standing commitment to coastal stewardship. Conditional use permits are sometimes granted when a project serves a clear public benefit. This one does not. It is a private development for private gain with little or no offsetting values to the border community. Conclusion, city staff and council have a duty to apply the CUP standards fairly, constantly, and in a way that reflects the long-term health of the harbor. This proposal fails on multiple counts. I urge the council to uphold the integrity of the CUP process and deny this building permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Rich. Council members, I'm going to skip the fluff and stick to facts. The average home on the small channel is about 2,700 square feet. The project at Malden Circle proposes about 7,700 square feet, almost 3 times larger than the community standard. This is not a minor variation, it's a dramatic anomaly that would dominate the channel, block light and privacy for its neighbors, and set a dangerous precedent for mansionization. We don't want Huntington Beach turning into LA. Somebody said that earlier up there. I agree. If the project's approved, others will follow, and soon our neighborhood's character will be replaced with oversized structures that channel its aging seawalls, and it was never designed to support. We are not opposed to development, but it must be consistent with the scale and balance of our community. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the council to uphold the appeal. The zoning administrator found this project exempt from CEQA. Everybody knows what CEQA is, right? No. I'll go over it. By applying the standard categorical exemption for single-family homes. CEQA does not allow exemptions where unusual circumstances exist. This is an unusual circumstance, and I'll tell you why. It's 7,700 square feet is 3 times larger than the average home on the street. There's a case where a California Supreme Court in Berkeley Hillside Preservation versus City of Berkeley specifically held oversized homes can constitute an unusual circumstance. An unusual circumstance does not let you make this home exempt from CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. That's what that is. So add that to the fact that the houses are sitting on aging seawalls, sensitive coastal zone, conclusion's clear. The project is not exempt. It requires an environmental review. It's called an EIR, Environmental Impact Report. All these homes need EIRs. In the city of Huntington Beach, if the city of Huntington Beach approves this as an improper exemption, and the seawall or surrounding infrastructure is later compromised, the city could face significant liability. Shit. All harbor residents would have grounds to pursue legal remedies, much like what we're seeing in LA, where residents are now paying for the consequences. LA had fires, we'll have floods. Council members, I love Huntington Beach and plan on living on Gilbert Island for the rest of my life. My concern is not just about one oversized house, but the long-term safety and integrity of the harbor. We already know it's a flood zone. Most of us can't get flood insurance. If the seawalls are strained and ultimately fail, water will flood through our homes in 10, 15 years from now. There's a CEQA guideline code. The code is 15300.2C. It states a categorical exemption shall not be used where there is reasonable possibility the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstance, such as oversized homes. Why is it an oversized home? It's 3 times the size of the average. Floor area ratio does not matter. It's irrelevant to CEQA. CEQA doesn't care about floor area ratio. Floor area ratio is what we're talking about. If you got a 10,000 square foot lot, you could build 5,000 square feet. You got to have 5,000 square feet of dirt, 5,000 square feet of house. That doesn't matter for CEQA. So what I'm saying is, if you are going to approve it, at least let's get an EIR report first, and then.
Council members, I'd like to focus on the seawalls protecting the small channel. These walls were built in the early 1960s when all the homes were just 1,499 square feet tract houses. Since then, the average home size has grown to 2,700 square feet. You can refer to the map that we left you guys at your seats. Yet the seawalls have never been upgraded. Now a project is being proposed at nearly 7,700 square feet, triple what the walls were originally designed to support. Concrete seawalls built in the 1950s and 1960s typically have a lifespan of about 50 to 60 years before major rehabilitation or replacement is required. The seawalls in Huntington Harbor were constructed in the early 1960s, which means now they are more than 60 years old and already past their original design lifespan. The City of Huntington Beach has acknowledged the aging condition of harbor infrastructure by investing in the renovation of the bridges that connect the islands. Yet the seawalls, equally critical infrastructure, have been left to homeowners, even though they protect the entire harbor community. This discrepancy highlights a known infrastructure risk that has simply not been tested by a major flood or collapse event. If the bridges require upgrades, it is clear that our seawalls do as well, and we cannot afford to place additional strain on them by allowing oversized new construction. Under CEQA, this combination of aging infrastructure and oversized development clearly constitutes an unusual circumstance, meaning this project cannot be exempt and must undergo full environmental review. Don't just take my word for it, council members. The City of Huntington Beach's own infrastructure report card assigned our harbor facilities a grade of D, flagging them for immediate critical need with an estimated shortfall of $18.6 million in repairs. This is not opinion, this is the city's own technical evaluation. Allowing oversized development without reinforcing these deficient seawalls is like stacking new weight on crumbling foundation. We are not developers here to pump and dump. We live here and we intend to stay. The risks are real and immediate. Under CEQA guidelines 15300.2C, categorical exemptions cannot be applied when unusual circumstances exist that create a reasonable possibility of significant environmental impacts. An oversized home, triple the community average, placed on a failing seawall system already graded a D by the city is precisely such an unusual circumstance. Before any approval is considered, the city must require a full independent seawall engineering review and environmental analysis. Anything less exposes the harbor and the city itself to unacceptable risk. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the council to deny this project. We love Huntington Beach, and we want to keep our neighborhood safe, and we do not want to see our harbor turned into a developer's playground at the expense of its residents and long-term stability. Thank you.
Good evening. My eyes are glazing over. It's been a long night, guys. My name's Sam Pontebianco. I live 16461 right next door to the proposed project. Single story, 3,000 square foot. 25-year HB resident, 10 years in the harbor. We've got 5 bordering houses across the channel, right and left of the project, and behind all speaking, all have spoken, in opposition. Anytime you get 5 neighbors agree on anything, it's should be considered. I mean, it's crazy. Everybody's in agreement around our area, the actual area the house is, not the whole island, just the actual 500-foot proximity from the project. It's 4 generations of homeowners, all different ages. We're different ages. Some are retired, some are working, some have kids, some have grandkids. So it's not just a bunch of guys getting coffee and wanting to stop progress here. Key points. I'm just going to go over seawall, solar array, and I'll just discuss the little channel map that we've gone over here. When I moved in, I actually had seawall issues, and that entailed a lot of remediations, a lot of impact studies, cost. I pumped dye in, leak tested, weep, had to backfill. It's a real thing, and my neighbor across the way, Dan, he actually had to deal with it, maybe on a much grander scale when he built his house. But this is a thing. I know people are talking about it, talking that it doesn't exist. I have the bills to prove it. I'm worried about my neighbors, building these huge things. And actually, I'm here on record just because, when something goes down, I'm going to take action. So it's a real thing. Solar array and shading. Okay, last year I went through the excruciating pain of getting all the permits, HB, all right. I've got 40 or 50 panels across my roof and spent over $100,000. I'm going to pass out some pictures when you guys start to review. I've got 2 shots here. I've got a shot out of a drone on the current 11-foot level, and then I just same angle. I raised it up to 30 feet, and you guys are going to see the difference. It's totally going to knock out my solar. I don't think we've caught up as a city or maybe in a state to deal with such a thing. But when you're investing in solar, you're investing in clean energy. When somebody takes it out on a building, you just can't plant trees to block somebody's solar. So why are we letting somebody just erect a huge house on a lot that's actually smaller than my own lot? That's moving into the little channel area, 2,700 square feet. This house is 7,700, but honestly, let's just call it 9,000 when you take into account the garage and the decks. The decks overlook my pool, literally stadium style, looking right down on my pool. It's gonna be massive. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Brad. I live next door to the Malden project. Beyond safety, this project also raises other coastal concerns. The Coastal Act requires protection of light, air, and scenic views. A 3-story wall of glass and concrete will cast shadows, block natural light, and diminish the very coastal characters that the law is meant to protect. We have all seen what happens when risks are ignored. In Los Angeles, negligence with fire prevention led to the Palisades fires destroying entire neighborhoods. Here in Huntington Beach, ignoring failing seawalls while approving oversized projects is just as dangerous. This isn't about stopping development. It's about keeping the island safe. Please uphold the appeal and ask for the project that respects both the limits of the seawall and the character of our neighborhood. Next, Kevin's Malden build references a comparable down the street. Top left-hand corner, 16642 Somerset Lane. There's only one problem, that the Huntington Beach city records show a 1-story house, so it would appear that the comparable they're referencing is not an approved build. I have it right here from your records. That's a picture of the house in the top left corner, and here's Huntington Beach record showing a 1-story house. I'll leave that here for you folks to review. In closing, here is a question we all must ask. Why is Kevin, the owner of 16471 Malden Circle and the owner of 16902 Coral Cay Lane, trying to build 2 houses using the exact same architectural plan? He is trying to build a 7,700 square foot house next door to my home on Gilbert Island. He is also trying to build the same 7,700 square foot house on Coral Cay. The Coral Cay architectural plans have already been approved by Huntington Beach Planning Commission. At 4:30 this afternoon, the board of the Coral Cay Association is shutting down the build and requiring the plans to be drastically reduced. Back to my original question, why is Kevin building 2 identical houses? We all know he cannot live in 2 houses at the same time. The answer is simple. He wants to build the biggest houses in the city of Huntington Beach will allow him, so he can flip one or both, knowing the bigger the house, the more money he can make. It is also apparent that his plans are he wants to come into our community and rape our environment and for his personal gain.
Good evening, the Honorable Mayor, the Honorable Council members. And thank you so much for allowing me. Can you hear me well?
This is the applicant. Are there no more speakers?
No,
Okay.
there's another one coming. Yes.
The applicants are going to go last. Are there any other speakers before you?
He's the architect, so I could be last.
Are you last? Is there nobody else?
So
I actually signed up to speak as well.
Are there any other speakers beside you standing in line? Okay.
Okay,
All right.
go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, Mayor and City Council. Good evening. My name is Dick Hui. I'm the architect for the project. So eventually I'm invited to come and talk. But as an architect, I want to talk strictly, no bias, stick strictly to my professional opinion and my professional practice. So eventually, every time we start a project, whether it's going to be a government project or a private entity project, the very first thing I do would be trying to understand the local code thoroughly, not just reading through it. And then also, when I met with my client, eventually, first thing I do would be driving around the neighborhood, trying to show the respect of the context, that what we've been trained in school for many years, and that what my philosophy of practicing architecture, respecting the context, respecting the owner, and respecting the city, the government, because the government is the highest entity that creating all the law that I need to abide with. So the purpose of the code is pretty much for me as a tool for an architect, whether I license in multiple states, so I can practice in New York or California, but my home base is in California. So I need to use that as a Bible to stick to design, to make sure that it is public safety, wealth, and health welfare. So as you are understanding all the design that we are doing there, eventually, we've been working on this many, many months, not just a single week, a couple weeks, or we just sketch it and then throw it on there. We spent a lot of time working with the city, back and forth, trying to understand what the client needs and what is the restriction that the code is going to be interpreting. There's some area where there's a gray area we need to clarify, and I tell you, we have one of the best planning department that I've ever worked with. So as you prepare to, and I'm not going to speculate, because there's a lot of information that we were talking about the size, the compatibility. I think Wayne has already said it all. So I'm not going to repeat what we've been talking already. So I'm going to say that before you make your final decision, this is going to be, I'm going to read this. So I respectfully urge you that to ensure that the upcoming decision is guided by establishing the local code that require, rather than sometime personal interest or consideration that could be, I apologize, but I need to be sincere and frank, could be wrongfully perceived as a discriminatory. And you are the highest government body that represent our community. So I'm hoping that your role would be carried the responsibility of the uphold the fairness, the transparency, and the rule of law. And I sincerely hope that by adhering to the code, ensure that your decision would be consistent, equitable, fostering public trust in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now I think we're done with speakers, and this is the owner right here. Go ahead,
Good
ma'am.
evening, the Honorable Mayor, the honorable council members. I'm Catherine. I'm the Vong family. And I'd like to thank you, all of you, the mayor, the council members, and as well as all the neighbors and all the friends came out support, and some of the neighbors opposed in our plans. So our projects approved back in February 2025, and a planning commissioner approved our projects in compliance with all the requirements of city codes and regulations. The setback, the zoning, the building height, the lot coverage, and the privacy standard. And this is our family dream home. We're not flipping it. We love Huntington Beach. You know, we're biking around, we love it. We work very hard for 35 years, our whole family of 10 brothers and sisters and parents. We love Huntington Harbor, we love the city, and we plan to stay here forever. So our family, we have children, they're gonna get married soon. Our parents gonna move in with us. So we're gonna live together, and Huntington Beach is our home, forever home. And I just wanna point out to you that, you know, talking incompatibility. So across the street from our modern home, you're gonna see two very big homes right on Gilbert Island. So you can see right there today, I pass out these for you, the honorable mayor and the honorable council members. These flies. If you could look it back on number one on the document I gave you today. So number one is right on Gilbert Island. It's 16642 Somerset Lane, 7,025 square feet. Beautiful home, beautiful. You know, every time I came by that house, I dreamed of some days our family could be able to build it. And for many years, we worked hard and saved our money. Finally, we almost fulfill our dream, American dream. And then there's another house. You can see right across our house, 16492 Summerland, a much smaller square footage lot, like 6,500 square foot lots compared to ours, 7,500. And the house is big, beautiful, amazing. It's 6,652 square feet. And the owner of the house are wonderful people. I came inside and saw Milan, and we really love that house. It's really nice size. So our proposed projects is not something out of the ordinary. Our project comply with all the rules and regulations. And finally, I just want to say that thank you so much for your times, and to all the neighbors that I understand that you have your own opinions. You may not like it, but the bottom line is our project is in compliance with the city code. We're not asking for any variance. We only ask you and beg you for your blessing, your approval, for us to fulfill our dream to build our beautiful home for our big families, for children, for our grandkids, for parents, for brothers and all the siblings. And we're very thankful to all of you, all of your time, to all of the friends, all the neighbors in the neighborhood, communities, as well as all the friends and the neighbor came today and opposing us. I hope for your understanding, and I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And this one. We're gonna need that again. All right, if there's no other speakers, I'm gonna close the public hearing. And council discussion. Go ahead, Case.
All right. Fully appreciate, keeping the fabric of HB the way it is, that we all love the suburban beach community. But I want to set the baseline. It's critical that we focus on land use as codified by our adopted general plan. So JV, per code, which means that it's ministerial by right. So a property owner could bring a project through. If it meets code, it's approved administratively, correct?
Yeah, ministerially. So if something is approved by code, you get sort of what's called an over-the-counter permit.
And no one could appeal that, correct?
No, I mean, technically, any decision we make on a daily basis is appealable,
Sure.
but it's not a discretionary action.
Right, so it's to code. So to code, how big of a house could they build?
That's uncertain. They have a building envelope.
Right.
With setbacks, site coverage, which is 50%
Okay.
maximum. But
Okay,
if they wanted,
per lot, okay, yeah, okay, I get it. Okay, so let me ask it a different way. So per code, what is the minimum setback on each side? So front, back, and on each side?
so the minimums are 5 feet on the sides,
Okay.
10 feet in the rear, 15 in the front, 20 foot for a front entry garage, which they're proposing. But even with those setbacks, if you just complied with those setbacks, you would exceed 50%. So they would need to shrink it even further than that.
Right. So they meet all setbacks and coverage per code?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the tallest building you could build per code?
In the RL district, which is here on the harbor, you can go up to 30 feet by right.
Okay.
Or 35, anything over 30 up to 35 with a CUP.
Okay, so per code, they could build a 30-foot.
Correct.
How big is their home they're proposing?
They're proposing 30 feet.
Okay. So then why do they need the conditional use permit? So they meet code on setbacks, they meet code on building height.
Correct.
Right? They meet code on lot coverage.
That's correct.
Okay. So what do they need the CUP for?
The CUP is strictly for the request for the third-story floor area.
Okay, so to be clear, it's third-story interior, obviously. It's not exceeding the building height because they meet code on the building height. Jennifer, so with the CUP, I'd asked you about this. Can you kind of walk through why the previous councils adopted this and what that CUP with this third story actually does to the building, to the structure?
So the conditional use permit is essentially required so that we can find that they meet the criteria for having a third floor. As Wayne kind of walked through the history, it used to just be allowed. Then there was a committee, and they put some parameters on it. So a couple of those parameters are, it has to be within, largely within the confines of the roof volume. So essentially, the roof volume being from the top of the roof touching the second story top plate. So your third floor habitable area needs to be in there. You also need to have a 512 roof pitch. And then any of your projections have to be either through dormers or you can have balconies, but they need to be set back 5 feet.
Okay, so to say it in a more simpler way. So per code, they could build a 30-foot tall building that is essentially, for lack of a better term, like a cube, right? But with the CUP for the third story interior, same height building, they are required to provide architectural elements to make it less of a cube-like structure. Would that be like an accurate statement?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to set that clear because I understand, like I said, I fully appreciate everyone's concern, but they can build this same size home per code. And I feel terrible for the gentleman with a small 2-story home with solar panels. I get it, but they could go back, redo their plans, not do the interior third story, not add the architectural elements like the balcony and the pitched roof, have the same height building, meet all the same setbacks, and build it without even coming in front of us. So I just want to set that baseline so people really understand the situation that we're dealing with. And then, JV, can you walk through then the coastal development permit? Because it's actually separate, but like why that's required. So
the city is any development within the coastal zone requires a coastal development permit. The city has a certified local coastal program, which means we have authority to issue our own coastal development permits. And the reason why those are required is to make sure that any development in the coastal zone conforms to Coastal Act policies, which means you're not impeding coastal access and you're not degrading coastal resources.
Okay, so for the CDP, the coastal development permit, is that also ministerial if their house meets code?
No, all CDPs require an action by the zoning administrator.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Oh, wait, sorry, one last thing. Can you walk, because this came up a couple times, why is it exempt from CEQA?
Well, single-family homes are specifically exempt from CEQA. So the presumability that there would be no significant impacts in an area where it's zoned for single-family, there's an existing single-family on it, it's being replaced with a single-family. I mean, to address the unusual circumstances, an unusual circumstance itself, which is arguable whether or not a large home is an unusual circumstance, but assuming that it is, an unusual circumstance is not itself mean that it's not exempt. There has to be a significant environmental effect related to that unusual circumstance to not be exempt, and there hasn't been any demonstration that there is or substantial evidence to show that there's a significant environmental effect from the construction or the operation of this home.
Okay, did you guys have, I think in your presentation, you guys have like that, I think it was a map of the subject property, and then others that have also obtained a CUP for the interior third story? Do you have that visual?
Yeah, he can bring it up.
Okay, so the star is the subject property, and all those red dots have what they're looking to achieve, right?
Yes, I think this circumstance occurs all over the harbor,
Sure.
so this is, I think, a limited search of just the surrounding island, and then I think the street across the channel.
Just to be clear though, so those all have approved CUPs for the third story. Some may, however, be taller than by code of 30 feet.
Yes, some of them are up to 35 feet.
Okay, but this one again meets the code limit of 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew.
So I think that Ms. Liu, she brought up some, reasonable concerns in regards to the infrastructure report card, any environmental, damage that could occur, and then looking ahead into the future. Do you guys have just a general response to that? Have you taken that into consideration?
So when we're discussing the infrastructure, the seawall infrastructure in the harbor, the infrastructure report card didn't evaluate the private seawalls in the harbor. I think it only evaluated city-owned bulkheads, which is largely the parks and then also some areas on Admiralty Island. That being said, the harbor being that it's aging, there are deteriorating seawalls that occur. But the deterioration doesn't come from construction of single-family homes. It comes from wave action that occurs due to localized tidal currents, periodic maintenance dredging, recreational boat use. The deterioration comes in two areas usually. It comes from, so the bulkhead, it has a cast-in-place concrete wall, so it comes from the scouring and erosion of that. The other area that erodes is the timber piles that are untreated that support the foundations under the bulkheads. So I've worked on, and it's true, many Huntington Harbor residents have had to go through bulkhead repair projects. I've worked on probably 100 since I've been with the city. And it's the cause of the deterioration is generally from the wave action and the erosion and the voids that it creates under the support piles. So, and in fact, I think there are some examples of bulkhead repair projects that I've worked on this island, and periodically people will come in to repair their bulkheads. there is a potential that there could be some sort of compromised integrity of a seismic event, which I think is why private property owners are coming in and repairing their bulkheads. Some need more work than others. Properties on the main channel experience the most erosion, so a lot of times they're the ones that need the timber piles, but you couldn't know that without an engineering report and a dive inspection.
And just quick question as well on this map. So all the other houses that have been approved with a third story, is there a significant difference between the proposed project and those that have already been approved in regards to that third story?
No, any third story or what we call habitable area above the second story top plate, it's all either internal floor area. Most of it includes internal floor area. Sometimes it's just a third floor deck, but in most cases it includes actual interior square footage.
Okay, so all the dots don't necessarily represent interior, third floor living space, interior. Some of those could also be just merely a deck or like a peak or...
That's correct.
Okay.
Don.
I just had a couple observations. First and foremost, thank you to the resident. Seems like a delightful lady. I take a little bit of umbrage to the architect saying if it doesn't pass, it could be deemed discriminatory. I think that's completely out of line in a statement that was not necessary. So there was a little bit of concern I had here. So the term land use, in the definition of land use, does it say anything about consistency and compatibility in the general land use plan? Those actual words?
Probably, I don't have it memorized, but yeah, usually in the land use element, it requires that you to be compatible with the land use designation that you're in.
Okay. So when I look up the word compatible, generally means able to exist or work together without conflict, consistent in agreement with something, suitable for use or coexistence together. So if you wanted to be like direct to the definition of the word compatible, you would think it would be a fail because there is conflict. It doesn't seem to be coexistence. So that's just something to consider. Chairman Thenis brought up the setback, the deck setback, and he said that that was not to code. Can somebody refute that or support his statement?
So I don't have the plans in front of me, but the third floor, the design of the third floor, number one, has to be within the confines of the roof volume, but it also needs to be the decks that face the water or the front, which they're only allowed to face front or back, they need to be set back 5 feet from the second floor building facade. So, and anything that projects out of the pitched roof, in this case it's a flat roof, but generally if you have the pitched roof, the code allows for dormers to pop out vertically, and that would also need to be set back 5 feet from the second floor building face.
So can we emphatically say that it is in compliance?
Yes, the plan check, okay, they are in compliance.
The reason I ask that is because his business, he's an engineer, he's well-versed in architectural review, blueprints, and I would imagine he made that statement based on looking at blueprints. I don't think he just gleaned it. So, I mean, I wish he was still here. Is Mr. Thenis still here? Okay. So can you step up for a minute, Mr. Thenis, please? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to correct that statement. The deck is supposed to be set back 5 feet from the main structure of the building. And on this house, the deck is not set back from the second floor. The second floor is set back, but the deck, it says the main structure, which is the first and second floor, has to be set back 5 feet. But in this particular case, actually both houses tonight have it says that's a deck, right? But the habitable structure is not contained within the roof line. If you look at the harbor side elevation, you can see 3 stories. It's a 3-story house. It's not neither one of those houses, although the second one looks a little closer to what I believe the code's trying to achieve, because it's all set back and they use a steeper pitch roof. But you're looking at 1, 2, 3 stories. And it says the 3rd floor habitable area shall be contained within the roof. Here, I can help you look it up, Wayne. If you go to 210.06 MD, habitable area above the 2nd story plate shall be within the confines of the roof volume. And you're looking at 1, 2, 3 stories. They're not contained in the roof. And the intent, when you look at the pictures and the examples, they're showing here's a 3rd floor roof and there's the dormer, and that's where I didn't think it fit code, because that's not what it says.
Okay.
It's
I can try
a
to help
habitable
clarify that.
structure, huh?
I'll try to help clarify this. Based on what hopefully we can see here on these exhibits here. Here on the bottom right exhibit, that's the elevation, the rear elevation that you'd see from the water. And if you can see, the 3rd floor has a balcony that is designed to face the rear, which is required. The roof elements that are seen to the left and right of that balcony actually project out toward the water, which essentially was designed as a pitched roof or a mansard roof to some extent, and they cut into that mansard roof and set the balcony back 5 feet to comply with that 5-foot requirement. The other item here is on the 3rd story floor plan. You can see the difference in the 2nd floor line, as well as the 3rd floor line that's set back 5 feet. Little blurry here, I apologize, but that's what we got. But I just wanted to kind of clarify that. The required 5-foot setback on the 3rd level for that deck has been complied with, so. And that was an issue with the applicant at one time, so as I mentioned, this project went back and forth with the architect to determine compliance with our interpretation of this 3rd story code.
Mr. Thenis, you seem to be in disagreement.
Well, no, if you look at the sections, it's the 2nd floor is set back. It's in the agenda. You click on it, the sections are in there. And when you look at the cross sections, the 3rd floor is not set back, and I don't see the 3rd floor confined in the roof element. You're just looking at the whole habitable 3rd floor.
So here on this side section here, the north elevation on the bottom left, this railing here is somewhere back in here behind this roof that kind of wraps around and hides, kind of provides privacy for the neighbors. So you're directed. If you're standing on that 3rd floor deck, you're forced to look out, and you got that roof that wraps around to prevent, to some extent, provide some privacy for the neighbors.
I wish we could get it if, we've got 2 smart people here.
It's just a code interpretation.
Yeah, this is
Well, it's footage, 5 feet under a certain, it should be black or white, shouldn't it?
Well, yeah, it's not set back 5 feet.
Can I just let you know, Councilman, that the way that this has been plan checked is in accordance with how we plan checked these 3rd floor decks and square footage to make sure that they're compliant with code. So it's very consistent with the way that we've implemented this code section.
And I appreciate that, and I know that you're a very smart lady. And because it's been done that way previously, you did say by code. So if you would have just said, well, that's how we've done it previously, I would be a little reticent. But if you're saying that you've done it previously to meet code is what you're saying on record, right? To meet the code?
Yes, we have already determined that this house meets the code.
All right, my last question is, I would imagine, so one gentleman brought up, and I know you've said there's no CEQA necessary, but he seemed to think that there potentially was CEQA uncertainty, maybe based on the seawall. But I do know that the third floor, as Casey said, you could build that house right now, same height, same frontal elevation, everything, with 2 floors by right. The third floor is the reason that they've asked for a CUP. Now, the third floor does also mean there's going to be additional weight. And does anybody contemplate that? And the reason I ask that is there's a real case study right down in Newport Beach on the water where the crab cooker actually sunk because of the development right next door, and the weight actually sunk to the point where they had to destroy the crab cooker and rebuild it at the cost of the developer because somebody didn't calculate the weight or the settling correct. It's factual. Has anybody thought about the weight of the third floor in relationship to an aging seawall?
Yeah, I actually talked to our staff structural engineer, who we're fortunate to have, and a little bit about this. For one, you can't just make a claim that the weight of a structure will deteriorate or compromise a seawall without an engineering report or some sort of field verification that would substantiate that. So we don't have any reports that correlate those two things, the weight of a structure with the compromised integrity of the seawall. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing would be that when you're having a typical wood frame single family home, even a big one, generally isn't going to have enough of a load to create a compromised structural integrity of the seawall, mainly because it's going to be engineered to spread that load across the entire property. But in any case, you would need to have a geotechnical report, and you'd have to have an engineering study to show whether or not there would be any impact to that. Generally, it's not going to just be the weight of the structure. It's going to be how close you are to the seawall. If you're removing soil, that's going to compromise the what it's retaining, right? And so when this goes to plan check, a engineering report will be required, and those things will be addressed.
Yeah, because they have to do a geotech, right?
They will. Okay, Butch, were you going to say what she just said?
As you know, I was in the geotechnical engineering business, and so before you said it, Councilman Kennedy was asking about the loads. That's all going to be flushed out in the geotech engineering report and the foundation, and even the differential loads on the seawalls are going to be considered. So you're not going to really know that until the geotechnical engineer goes out and drills samples, tests, and then designs the foundations. But they'll typically design the foundations to reduce the loads on the seawall. So.
Okay, fair enough. So that will be done. Okay, thank you.
All right, I think they're trying to pull up the site plan too, so we could look and see if that setback on that third story is 5 feet back. But in the meantime, I appreciate the architect coming out and bringing up the fact that whenever he looks at a local municipality, he wants to go and make sure that he understands what the code is, and that kind of operates as his Bible or playbook. And it seems like there's two major concerns that were brought up tonight, one being whether or not the property is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and then I've heard some concerns about the seawall as well. And so we'll take those on, but as far as everything being according to the zone, did he follow the playbook? Did he follow the Bible? As he put it, it would seem to be the case that it complies with local coastal program and the general plan. It meets the coastal zone's requirements and building standards. It's consistent with the Coastal Act, and the project has been deemed compatible with surrounding uses. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. And then, as Casey had pointed out, by right, they could actually build this property 30 feet high and go just as much, if not greater, square footage if they weren't putting in a third floor. They just said, this is how high we're going to build. They could go just as big without even needing a CUP. So I don't like the idea of grinding down, a community member when, you have a rule book. Here's the rule book right here. We say that you need to play according to. They spend their time, they spend their resources, they do everything the way they're supposed to. Everything's according to zone, everything's according to code. And then the idea of, moving the goalposts kind of at the last moment, on them. As far as the seawall concerns go, if we could, pull up slide number, I think it was slide number 7 from the presentation before, where there was, that's slide 8, I think. Oh, no, yeah, slide 7 is where we got to go. So go back one slide from those comparables. I'm looking for, there you go. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 bullet points down. Geotechnical soil studies required prior to building permit. So I suppose if there was an issue with the seawall, the structure of it, that would be the time where an engineer would come out and detect that and raise a red flag. Would that be right, Jennifer?
Yeah, well, I guess technically it would be if there were an issue with the design of the house, that's when that issue would occur. If there's an existing issue with the current seawall, that would be something that could be addressed now or in the future, as it has been over the years when people have come out and had the dive inspections and the seawall repair projects. So to answer your question, yes, but the technicality is that if it was a problem with the design of the structure on the seawall.
Okay. So it does have a check that it needs to go through with an engineer?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good to know. And then if we could pull, I guess, those comparables back up. Let's do that. That's slide number 8. So I counted the red circles there. So if you guys can see in the bullet points, those are approved CUP, so similar, third story, or, they have decks. There's about 20 homes that are comparable that have that third story or the deck in the surrounding area. So I would understand if this was a unicorn, if this was like a one and only in the neighborhood, or maybe even one of two, I would say I don't see how this is comparable to the neighborhood. But when you see so many of those red dots that essentially have exactly what this is asking for, and then you have the similar sized ones in the green. So you got about 23 different locations just within, the adjacent properties that are comparable. So I think going back to the geotechnical side of things, any concerns about the seawall are going to be covered by that engineer. As far as the compatibility with the neighborhood, I mean, it's hard to argue against the fact that it's compatible based off of all of those 23 circles that we have that are comparable. And then if we could go back to that slide with the site plan, and then maybe we can get Chairman Thenis back up to the microphone, and you can point out perhaps what I might have a hard time seeing. So I'm looking at L3 balcony, and then I see just to the left, the 5.0. Is that the 5-foot setback right there? So that does satisfy, is it according to code or not according to code based off of that?
Yeah, this 5-foot setback is required, so it complies with code.
Does it pass your muster?
Here's the rating
Chairman
back
Thenis?
here.
I'm wondering if I'm missing something.
Well, it's set back, yes, the second and third floor are both set back from the first floor. But when it's talking about the main structure, that's the first and second floor, because that's, the code kind of calls the third floor like, kind of like an addition. And so when you look at the sketches, it shows the third floor being set back 5 feet from the second floor. So I think they'd have to set it back according to the sketch. It's right at the bottom of the code that I quoted, that it's 5 feet back from the second floor. So it's not. It's the same as the second floor.
So,
staff, we got any response to that?
Sure.
I would point out that the code requirement is 5 feet from the building exterior. So that's the wording of the code.
This is where I get a little, I'm getting a little hung up, you know, I'm a little torn.
Sure. So right here, if you can see the second floor plan here on the left has the balcony coming all the way out with these pilasters or design features that come out that essentially bring the building out to this level here. And the 5-foot requirement is from this. So this balcony is, granted, only 3.5 foot deep on the 3rd floor, but it's set back 5 feet from the 2nd floor exterior. So, and you can see the difference here just looking from left to right.
Is that exterior the edge of the 2nd floor balcony, or is it from the, like the outer wall where the windows are?
No, it's the outside of the balcony. But looking at the...
But not the windows, the structure itself?
Correct.
So Chairman Thienes, so what would you suggest then? Would you say that it needs to go back another 5 feet? Because we're...
Yeah, I think. It's still not contained in the roof line. There are other examples. I saw Jeff Stahl had a building with a 3rd floor, and everything was in the roof line. It was all dormer windows, and when you look at the sketches and you look at the code, that's what it shows. Those are the examples. It shows a diagrammatic example of what the intent of the code is, because still, I'm looking at the habitable structure, 3rd floor is not contained in the roof line. The roof line just stops, and it's a flat top. It's not in the roof line, it's under the roof line. And the code says contained within the roof line. And that's not what it's doing.
So Jennifer, if I could jump in and maybe you could help me out here. I know the code says that it's ultimately the director's and the city staff's interpretation if there's ambiguity in the code.
Yes, I mean, we make code interpretations every day.
Butch.
I just want to confirm something. My glasses on. You said the structure is 7,700 square foot, correct? And you said the garage is 715 square feet, and that the balconies are 500 square feet. And I add all that up, and I come up with 8,915 square feet. Like we can almost call it 9,000 square feet. Is this the biggest house in Huntington Harbor?
No.
Probably not. I don't know.
No, I did look up a few. There are some larger lots on Trinidad, Marina Bay. There's a 10,000 square foot house, and now I can't remember where it's at. But there were several houses that ranged in the 8,000 to 10,000. There was one 10,000, but there were several houses that ranged in the 8,000 to 9,000 square feet.
They're yelling up there that it's on double lots. So I don't know. I have no idea. I've gone back and forth in the hour that we've been debating this. Oh, I like it. I don't like it. I like it. I don't like it. I guess I'm just going to keep listening because it's a beautiful house, but I think it might be a little large. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may make one point. So, our job up here, it's not an easy job, but when there's an appeal filed, whether it be by a council member, a commissioner, or a resident, it's our fiduciary responsibility to ask questions, to get answers, to clear up uncertainties, to allow us to make a vote with clarity. So it's not about moving the goalposts, and I don't mean that Chad's insinuating that there's something nefarious, but it is about, asking questions, potentially maybe the interpretation may have been misread. We would never know unless we ask these questions. So the questions are done in good faith to provide clarity to everybody in the audience, including those who may oppose this, to the point of, maybe there's, unrefutable reason to approve it or deny it. But since there was an appeal filed, it's not about did they follow the Bible, follow the standards. It's about asking questions and substantiating that they did, because we all know that there's been misinterpretations in government, not saying that that's the case, but if you don't ask questions, you won't get answers. So that's all we're doing here. It's nothing personal, and somebody filed an appeal. In this case, it was the mayor. It's our job to ask questions. If we just said, file appeal, let's vote yes or no, that would not be fulfilling our fiduciary responsibility. So that's why I'm asking questions.
But just on your comment, like the house is a little too big, I just want to emphasize, like, it's built to code, so it's all dependent on how big the lot size is, right? It's all about the lot size, right? And then the CUP is for that third story, but with allowing that third story on the interior, they also require to add architectural elements to make, theoretically, the building more aesthetically pleasing than if they did not do the third story and they just built, I use a rough analogy of like a cube, right? So by getting the CUP, they also have to add a lot of gingerbread and architectural elements to kind of make it look, decrease the massing, aesthetically. So anyway.
Done.
My only real hang-up is, now that we've heard from Chairman Thenis, is this interpretive or definitive on the code?
Well, I mean, I think that it's both, right? It's our interpretation, but it's pretty clear that the property meets, or the project meets the definitive definition of being set back 5 feet from the building exterior, which is what the code requires, and that you have your habitable area within the confines of the roof volume. Of course, you can have dormers and decks that face the channel, and all 3 of those things meet that code. The way that we've interpreted it, but we don't really think that there's a lot of differentiation there.
And sorry, one final question here. Of the 23 comps, I'm back on the red dots, or the 23 comparable homes with a third story, I know that there was you said some of them have decks and some of them are under living spaces. Do you know, of the 23, how many of those are decks versus full living spaces?
I'd have to do a count. I might be able to get it in about 5 minutes.
But generally speaking, I mean, is it a relatively equal breakdown, or is it like 1?
No, I think it's equal, or there's probably more that include habitable space up on the 3rd level.
Okay.
Most of them include habitable area. Every once in a while, we get the ones that just propose the deck.
Okay, thank you. That answers it. Thank you.
I think my big hang-up is still 7,700 square foot where nothing along that channel on that street, those 2 streets, Malden and Piale, even come close to 7,700 feet. 3,000 square feet, about bigger. And I mean, how big? I mean, when do we stop? When do we, okay, boys, since that's compatible, let's put, another 8,000. Let's keep going down. And just using it because these other dots are in the area that were approved maybe for different reasons. And like the one build, that's a dot, there is an illegal build. According to what's on the, well, it looks like it, by what I see on the lot, where there's only 2.5, 3 feet max on, it looks small as hell when I looked at it the other day. And I mean, the side, they're the 5 foot, and that's one of the dots, but it was approved but through other means. But 7,700 square feet along that, and yeah, you can build the same thing, but how big do you guys have any idea how big it could be? If they, I mean, has this maxed out at 7,700 square feet, or could they actually go bigger?
Well, it's pretty maxed out. I mean, I think they're hitting right around 49.9% lot coverage. So even if they had room at the setbacks, which they might, they're going to be confined by whatever zoning standard they hit first, and it looks like they'll probably hit lot coverage first. So they're basically maxed out.
I mean, Mayor, look, I totally get it. I totally get the other neighbors and currently have smaller homes, but they have the same land use rights that this property owner has, like to abide by the general plan. So they could also build a home to code just like this. The only difference is this CUP, they have that 3rd story, but they all have the same land use rights. Like those are private property rights. Like they could also build a home this size based on our general plan to code. That's ministerial, that would not require it to come in front of us. So I totally get what you're saying, and that's why I led off with my statement that I love the fabric of Huntington Beach and the smaller homes, but we have to always lean on land use, and land use, they could build the same size home to code. And so could everybody else. And it's based on their lot size, right? Like the difference in the size of the building is going to be based on their lot size. So others can maximize their lot size as well. They can have their 50% land coverage ratio. They can meet their minimum setbacks, 5 on each side, 15 in the back and in the front. They could also max it out. I mean, I have one in my neighborhood behind me. I walk Brady around there, and my neighbor's like, "Can you believe that monstrosity?" I'm like, "I know, it's built to code. It's 8,900 square feet, and it's 8 bedroom, 9 bath, and it's built to code. They did not require CP." So I totally get it, but anyway.
Yeah, I gotta say, I see it the same way Casey does. Is they followed the rule book, and they could go that big by right if it wasn't a third floor. And I think really what it is if there is a concern that these are getting too big, then what we should do probably moving forward is change the rule book. Moving forward, but they played according to the rules, the way that they're laid out right now.
Yeah, I mean that's like I said. Like if you wanted to change it, you would have to like change the general plan, right?
All right, let's call a question. We beat the hell out of this.
We need a motion.
Motion. Let's motion.
There wasn't a motion yet.
Oh, I thought you just said you.
I'm going to make a motion to deny both A and B.
What?
So just to clarify, if you do deny it, the CDP piece I believe should stay, like approve that, right, Jennifer? Otherwise, they have to start all over.
Well, there's a couple of things. So if the motion to deny gets a second, we'll also need findings for denial.
All right. Is there a second?
Can I make a substitute motion?
Yeah.
I'll make a substitute motion to approve with suggested findings and conditions.
I'll second.
Call a vote.
To be clear, is that approve as recommended?
Approve as recommended by staff, yeah, with the suggested findings and conditions.
All right. Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
I just want to preface my vote by saying I'm not here to shatter your dreams or disrespect the wishes of the neighbors, but it conforms. Mr. Thenis, I would like to find definitive clarity, but at this point, I'm gonna be voting yes.
Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem.
Yep.
No.
I'm having a really, really hard time with this. They meet all the requirements. I've looked at this and tried to find a reason to say no, because I understand what you guys are going through. I live in the harbor. I went through the exact same thing, and they met all the codes. There wasn't really anything. Maybe we should look into the codes. I'm going to vote yes.
Yes. Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, move on to number 16. This ought to go a lot quicker then.
I don't think so.
Number 16, Appeal Planning Commission's action of conditional use permit number 24-032 and coastal development permit number 24-036, the VU residence. Does anybody have any ex parte communications to disclose on item 16? I know I exchanged an email with the owner, Mr. Vu, or at least somebody on that email, I think today or yesterday. At least on an email I received. Anybody else? Okay, City Clerk, do you have any supplemental communications for this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, staff, please introduce you to the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Wayne Carvalho will give the staff presentation.
Right, like you said, this is very similar. It's an appeal of the ZA's approval of another CUP CDP to demolish an existing two-story residence shown here and to construct a 7,400 square foot, three-story, single-family residence at an overall height of 35 feet with a 682 square foot, three-car garage and balconies on the second and third levels at 16482 Somerset Lane. And this is directly across the street from the project you just heard on Malden. This lot is 7,215 square feet in size and backs to the harbor. The general plan and zoning, again, is similar at residential low density. All uses on the island are single family with single-story to three-story homes. This also went to the ZA back in May, and it was approved with findings and modified conditions. The item was appealed, brought before the Planning Commission at their July 8th meeting. Following testimony, the Planning Commission again voted to a 3-3 tie, which upheld the zoning administrator's action. The item was appealed by Mayor Burns, citing that the proposed home was out of scale with the neighborhood and that the project was not consistent with the general plan land use policies pertaining to compatibility and proportion and scale with the surrounding neighborhood. Staff's analysis concluded that the proposed development is consistent with the existing neighborhood and complies with the zoning regulations. Three-story homes are permitted in the low-density residential districts citywide. 35-foot building height is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, which is developed with single-family homes ranging in size up to 35 feet in height. The third floor space is integrated within the confines of the second-story roof volume to ensure compatibility and proportion and scale with the surrounding neighborhood. Third floor balconies will be oriented toward the street and the channel in compliance with our zoning code. This is the same aerial map of the Gilbert Island, which had up for some time here, just identifying the CUPs for the three stories. The yellow star here is the project site, and the purple star is the one you just considered. This slide depicts an aerial view of the project site and adjacent properties. Both homes directly adjacent had received CUP approvals for three-story homes at a height of 35 feet. The home on the left was approved back in 2002, but was not built out to the 3 stories. The home on the right, approved in 2003, is a 35-foot height, 3-story residence. There are many waterfront lots in the harbor with approved CUPs for third-story habitable areas or rooftop decks up to 35 feet in height. Here are photos of the same homes on Gilbert and Admiralty Islands, which vary in height. The picture of the home on the top center is the home directly to the right of the project site. Project complies with the general plan and all provisions of the zoning code, including building height, setbacks, lot coverage, parking, and landscaping. The project is designed as a 35-foot, 2-story home with third-story floor area within the confines of the roof volume, minimizes the massing of a 3-story structure. Here are conceptual elevations that depict roof eaves designed down to the second-story top plate height of no more than 25 feet in compliance with our zoning code. Proposed materials include stucco, tempered glass, and standing seam metal roofs. The building design and articulation provides interest and helps minimize massing. The structure is designed as a 2-story with habitable area within the roof volume. Council may approve the CUP and CDP with the suggested findings, or they may take alternative actions to deny it or continue with direction. Thank you.
Council members, do any of you have any questions on the report? Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. Clerk, do we have anybody that signed up to speak from this one?
Yes, we have 6 speakers.
All right.
Megan Koshar, Sam, last name P, I can't read it. George Veabos, Kyle Tran, Dr. Hill Queta, Brian Thenis, Perry Clithrow.
Hello. I would first like to say I know Butch personally and his wife. I went to Mater Dei with his high school children. He's not white supremacist. He's the complete opposite. One of the nicest guys. And I was with him at the vigil on Sunday where he walked me to my car to make sure I was safely to my car so I could go home. So I can't believe people say things like that. So, I am proud to say that I was born and raised in Huntington Beach, in Huntington Harbor on Trinidad Island. Today, I not only call it home, but I also have the privilege of serving the community as a real estate professional with Tim and Karen Branoff, who have been selling homes in Huntington Beach for over 35 years. For us, real estate is not just about houses, it's about helping families achieve the American dream. I am here tonight on behalf of our client, Kyle Tran. Kyle has invested his time, resources, and vision into building high-quality homes here in Huntington Beach, homes that elevate neighborhoods, raise property values, and strengthen our community. My team has represented Kyle on projects, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that his commitment to quality and to Huntington Beach is unwavering. In 2024, Kyle purchased 16482 Somerset Lane. Since then, he has diligently completed plans that were carefully designed to comply with every requirement. The footprints, setbacks, zoning approval, and even has Coastal Commission's approval. Yet despite meeting every standard, his plans have been denied by the city. In recent years, multiple new builds in Huntington Harbor of comparable size have been approved without issue. For example, several homes on Gilbert Island exceed 6,000 square feet, with a number of them rising 3 stories. Specifically, the property directly to the right of Kyle's home is over 6,600 square feet, while the home to the left is over 5,900 square feet. By comparison, the home Kyle proposes will neither overpower nor appear out of place. It will blend seamlessly into the existing character and style of the neighborhood. By denying a citizen, especially one who has complied with all the rules and regulations, the right to build a home for his family is not only unjust, but it borders on unconstitutional. Kyle is bringing value to Huntington Harbor and to Huntington Beach at large. He is not asking for exceptions, he is asking for fairness. I urge you to answer, why has the project that complies with every necessary code been denied?
Next speaker, please.
Good evening again, Mayor Burns, council members, Commissioner Twining. I forgot to mention, sorry about what happened. You're absolutely a great guy, and for you to be accused of being a white supremacist is absolutely ridiculous. Well, I could probably already guess the outcome of this next vote, but I would like to say that, you know, this building's now 35 feet tall, but if you look at the elevations with the roof pitch, it's actually less intrusive to your neighbors. So if you did want to make a code change, that would be my suggestion, is that you know, you allow the 35-foot height, and what is it, 5-to-1? 512 pitch. Yeah, the 512 pitch won't cast such a big shadow on your neighbors, still allows the 3rd floor. This home was set back. You know, the 3rd floor was set back, the deck. So it's a lot closer, and I think it's more in line with the intent of the code. I still just feel like, man, we're just pushing the limit on the size of these houses out there. And so anyway, I got a good idea how you're going to vote. Just wanted to give you that piece of information. So if you want to make a code change, get rid of that steep pitch and that flat roof look. I just don't think that. It just looks too boxy. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
I'm George Jacobs. I moved here about 4 years ago. I actually bought a house that he built. And I think that this project, he's been talking about wanting to move to the main channel for his family, and it's where he wants to live, and he builds a heck of a house. It's his dream to do this. I know his family, and I think you guys should approve it. I don't know why it was ever appealed. I think the house fits into the neighborhood. I mean, his house is, as you can see from the rendering, or when it was up, it fits in, it looks good, and I think you guys should approve it. I love the house he built for me, I can tell you that. And the house that you were talking about with the 5-foot walkway, I know that house, and it is 5 feet. I don't know how it got to be 3 feet by looking at it, but all those houses have 5-foot setbacks on Somerset. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't be able to build them. But anyway, I think you guys should approve it. And if I ever see you in a restaurant, I'm going to buy you a beer. I don't even know you. Butch, you're the most talked about guy I've ever seen. I've been at city council meetings. I'm from La Cañada. I moved here to retire, but I'm going to buy you a beer.
I may be marching in a white supremacist Nazi.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. I don't even know you and I like you. I've never met you and I like you. Anyway,
You're kidding, obviously.
All right, any other speakers? All right, close this public hearing. Council discussion. I'll just start with just because it's code doesn't make it cool. That's it. Any other discussion?
JV, so same thing, this meets all the minimum setbacks, right? And lot coverage.
Yes.
But it does not meet approved code on the building height, correct?
Yeah, so this one has the third story, the habitable area above the second story top plate, as well as the height in excess of 30 feet, up to 35
Okay,
feet.
so the CUP on this one is for the third story inhabitable space above the second plate and exceeding the roof from the approved code of 30 feet to 35 feet.
Correct.
Yes, to me, that's where I have an issue is now pushing that envelope to 35 feet because that's not approved per code. So that would be my position, but see how you guys feel about it.
So it's not the code. That's why you need the CUP.
For the height and the third story.
Okay. Anybody have a?
So I'm going to go back to my regular line of questioning. Do you know how many comparable lots there are in houses that are 35 feet that kind of match this general calculus?
I'm not sure, but I know that on either side of the property, one house is 35 feet existing, the other house is 33 feet existing.
And
in height.
And the 35, and those both, that was the 2003 build?
Yes, so one house on one side is 3 stories and 35 feet. The other house on the other side was approved for 3 stories and 35 feet, but they didn't end up building the third story, but they ended up building kind of like a parapet wall and a solar array, and they went to 33 feet.
Okay, and this one is 35 feet, but 2 stories?
This one is 35 feet and 3 stories.
Correct.
Oh, it is 3, I'm sorry. This one.
Going back to those comparables, how many of them are 35 feet in that area out of the 23 total?
How many of the red dots here are 35?
Yeah, because I see it says greater than 30, but it gives a 30 to 35 in height. So I'm just curious, how many 35-footers are there already?
I'm just going to go down the list here that I have as 34.6, 34.9, 35, 35, 30-foot 35, 32.6, 30, 31, 35, 30, 30, 32, 28, 34.6, 32. So a couple of 3 more 35s down on Admiralty Island. So it ranges, again, anything over 30 feet would require a CUP. So it would have been brought before either the zoning administrator or the planning commission.
Generally, when we process the CUP, it would be for height in excess of 30 feet, up to 35. So that's usually how we'll write that requirement, I guess. But it sounds like it was a mix.
So unlike the other one, by right, they would not be able to go beyond 30 feet was the last one. They can't go beyond that by right if they just did, 2 floors. They would need permission for anything beyond the 30.
Correct.
So in that sense, it's a little bit outside the bounds of code. Not everything's to code.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I've driven through all those neighborhoods just to check this situation out. And for consider all those dots part of that neighborhood or community, I don't think it's fair. Because a lot of those red dots to the left aren't even close to that project. Not even close. You can't even compare them or see them from that location. And I got a big beef with it.
JV, could we adopt it with an amendment that they have to drop the roof height to 30 feet?
Yeah, you could. So you would still approve a portion of the CUP for the 3rd story, but
Right.
to modify it to a maximum height of 30 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a modification. I'm not, it's up to the council, but you may want to ask the applicant, if they can redesign it that way.
Are they here?
Yes.
Can you come down?
Come on down. They're sitting together.
Hello, my name is Kyle.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Could you tweak your design to lower the roof from 35 feet to 30 feet?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I have to ask my wife, but I don't know.
Oh, I hear you, brother. I hear you, brother.
That's what she wants. So.
Yeah.
That's what she wants. I guess that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good answer.
I'll ask it.
All right.
He's going to have to if we vote for it. All right, anything else? Casey's motion you want to say it again?
Sure. I'll make a motion to adopt as recommended with modifications to allow the CUP for the 3rd story with a modification to drop the roof height from 35 feet to 30 feet.
And could you also include in that motion to just modify our findings so that it reflects the new building height?
Modify our findings so that it reflects the new building height.
Second.
Okay,
Call the
so
roll,
approve
please.
as amended with the recommendation, approve as recommended with the amendment to modify the height of the roof to 30 feet.
Correct.
All right. Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Yes.
Gracie Vandermark.
Yes.
Rule.
I just want to state that in sticking consistent with the decision I made on the last one, which was that they met all the standards and the comps were the same, their neighbors are at 35 feet. So I'm sticking with my framework, my decision-making framework, and saying, no, I'm going with the original.
Fair.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1 as amended.
Okay, we'll move on to item 17. Approve zoning text amendment number 25-003, reapplication process for group homes by approving for introduction ordinance numbers 4340 and 4341. City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications for this item?
No supplemental communication.
Okay. Staff, please introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Jason Kelly, Senior Planner, will give the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This item before you tonight is zoning text amendment 25003. This is a amendment to section 230.28 of the zoning and subdivision ordinance. This section is titled Group Homes, and the amendment is intended to add language to prohibit group home operators from applying or reapplying for special use permits for a period of 5 years from the date of denial or revocation of their permit. The request also includes an amendment to Municipal Code Chapter 5.110. Back in July of 2020, the City Council adopted the group home ordinance, which established a permitting process for all types of group home facilities. Since that adoption, there have been some sober living facilities operating without proper permits or are in violation of their conditions of approval. In May of this year, City Council directed staff to amend the ordinance to regulate operators that are in violation of the ordinance. Staff worked with the City Attorney's Office to update Section 230.28C, which is now titled Effect of Denial or Revocation of Special Use Permit or Conditional Use Permit. Language was added to define all type of group home operators that are subject to the ordinance and prohibit those operators from applying or reapplying for a SUP, a special use permit or conditional use permit within a 5-year period if they are found to be in violation of the ordinance. The updated language is added in your attachment number 4, the legislative draft. Last month, August 26, Planning Commission held a public hearing and recommended approval of the text amendment. Based on the suggested findings and the Planning Commission and staff are recommending approval of the ZTA 2503 because the amendment is consistent with the general plan policies. It prevents unlawful operators, and it also addresses a community need to further protect neighborhoods from operators that are in violation of the ordinance. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions about the report? Oh, Butch.
Does this zoning text amendment only apply to a particular unlicensed resident or to the operator citywide?
I think it's written so that it applies to the operator citywide, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? With that, we'll open the public hearing. Clerk, do we have anybody to speak?
We have 2 speakers signed up.
Okay, call them, please.
Perry Clithrow, Sam P.
Good evening for the last time. Promise I'll leave after this. My name is Perry Clithrow. I spoke in support of the other homeowners. I was disappointed by your last decision, so I have to come out and speak for the sober living folks today. Just bring up a few little things. One, I read a California history book earlier this year. I found out Southern California has always been a popular destination for medical tourism and medical migration. I know with addiction comes a little bit of a different stigma there, but I'd encourage you guys not to look at this sector of the economy as a foreign entity in California. They've been here for decades on end. I will say too, a little self-serving, it serves my other points. Part of why we get a lot of sober homes is because we've made middle-class housing illegal. And now today you guys just created a huge pain in the ass. You're now making upper middle-class housing illegal. There's nothing left. I don't know how many people, there's no demand for it, but middle-class families can't compete with these operators. That's why these sober home operators are winning these auctions. It's that simple. You guys gotta rethink the way we're governing this housing issue. Thank you.
I don't see the other speaker. So with that, I will close the public hearing. And do we have any discussion about this?
No, I just want to say it's long overdue. I mean, what's crazy, we campaigned on it. I know the Don and Chad and Butch did as well, to cracking down on sober living homes, just, decimating single-family communities. I mean, it's like everyone's biggest fear. But it's these illegal, permitted sober living homes are proliferating. In the last 2 weeks, I've dealt with people that I know personally, with their neighbors, and what's interesting is this cottage industry where people come and buy homes and they lease to a tenant, was basically like a broker who then subleases to a sober living facility. So they have a barrier of not having knowledge of the illegal sober living tenant. And so this is happening a lot, and this ordinance will really stamp down on this, where if you violate the law and do an illegal sober living home, I mean, for a minimum, you cannot reapply for another permit for 5 years. So I think it's long overdue.
Don.
100% concur, Casey. I'm proud to be part of this, along with Mayor Burns bringing this item forward. As I used to say on the campaign trail, I have a lot of cliches. One of my favorites is, what you allow, you encourage. We're not saying no to sober living houses, group homes, or licensed facilities. We've actually made it very simple for them. We've created a matrix that tells you exactly what license you need, what spread you need between facilities or group living homes. So we've actually made it foolproof for any operator to come here and do business. We've also empowered our residents with a document that we created that's posted to our city website that gives some power to the residents to understand what they can expect should a sober living house or a group home pop up in their neighborhood. They can do a permit check by clicking the hyperlink. They can learn about how far apart they should be. So knowledge is powerful. It's not discriminatory. It gives our residents the fairness to understand who's operating and are they following the guidelines that are set forth by this ordinance. And anybody, I think, would agree that if you don't follow a law, follow an ordinance, there has to be consequence. That's why we have a civil population. So I think this ordinance is fair. If you want to operate, just pull a permit. It's almost really that simple. Follow the laws. We've spelled them out. And I think this is a great ordinance, and I'm glad it's been passed all the way up the chain. And I look forward to voting on this. And I'm proud to be part of this with Mayor Burns.
Andrew.
Yeah, I see this as a protection for the residents of sober living homes, because people who are not going through the proper permitting process and are trying to slip some of these through, whether it's black market or they're just trying to make a quick buck, they're not there in the best interest of the residents that are there to get sober. So I think that one reflects another, obviously by correlation. So we're removing those bad actors and allowing the residents who are trying to get clean a better opportunity to do so in the right home.
Case.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in full support of this, obviously. It just kills me that some of these people come in here and not only they've thrown this into a neighborhood, they're doing it illegally and can't have it. And anybody else?
I'll say something.
Huh?
Many times our residents feel like they're helpless, and you see all of these sober living homes operators just sneak around and find little shortcuts to get away with things. And if this is just one option that I'm going to support in order for us to put some protections in place for the residents. I mean, they have to get creative in order to protect their neighborhoods, and they shouldn't need to do that.
Butch, did you have something?
I just want to add that the best way for us to find out about these illegal operating sober living homes is for the neighborhoods to stay aware, and if they see something that looks remotely like somebody setting up or a home in your neighborhood has become a sober living home, call us. We probably get about 1 or 2, maybe 3 emails a week saying, I think there's a sober living home going up across the street from my house, and we send code enforcement out to check it out. So stay vigilant and report something if you see it.
Don?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the zoning text amendment number 2503 and the ordinance numbers 4340 and 4341.
All right, I'll
Second.
second. Oh, okay.
No, Mayor
Grace.
Burns seconds.
It doesn't matter. All right. Call the roll, please.
Councilman Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0, and for the record, I will read the ordinances, the ordinance titles. Ordinance number 4341, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 230.28, Group Homes of the Huntington Beach Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance, zoning text amendment number 25-003, and ordinance number 4340, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 5.110, Group Homes of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code, titled Group Homes.
Mayor, can I make one last quick statement?
Oh, yes. Heck
Yeah,
Don.
no. I just want to say that although it was brought forward by Mayor Burns and myself, this is a team effort. It started with the Fab Four and one of their campaign promises. So this is just the culmination of a group effort. And, this is not just about two people bringing it forward. This is about the Fab Four getting this thing started, heading down the right track in the HB3, along with Mayor Burns, kind of finishing up and codifying it with the new ordinance. So complete team effort.
All right. We're good? Okay, I'd like to, for the sake of some very sleepy surfers.
Yeah, they're falling asleep in the stands, man. They got to catch the waves in the morning.
I would like to take number
25
up right now, please. And
They're pulling out their sleeping bags.
yeah, item submitted by Councilman Don Kennedy, myself, and Butch Twining. Support the recertification of U.S. surfing as a national governing body of the U.S. Olympic surfing. Don.
I just wanted to say that when I was made aware of this, I was a little bit shocked. I'm absolutely surprised that we're having to advocate for this. USA Surfing belongs right here and nowhere else. It's something that was originated here, has grown here, is thriving here, and truly belongs nowhere else. The leadership team that is assembled is comprised of world-class surfing champions, and they are the right group to continue leading USA Surfing. So we are writing a letter, we're voting on approving a letter of support for USA Surfing. It's a very noble cause. It deserves to stay right here in California. And like I said, I'm absolutely shocked that we're having to advocate to keep USA skiing and snowboarding from trying to take something that belongs right here.
Butch.
I support this item for all the reasons that PT and Brett said earlier, and I'll be supporting this definitely.
Grace.
I just want to thank you guys for advocating to keep surfing in Surf City and for all the work that you guys do.
Andrew.
I just want to thank you for sticking around and listening to all of this. This is better than, yeah, good times. Come on down anytime. But I really respect everything you do, and as I've always said, surfers are the stewards of the ocean, so thank you.
Butch,
Fully support it. Keep surfing governed by surfers. Appreciate you guys sticking around.
yes, ditto on everything everybody said.
You guys are awesome. We appreciate you, of course.
Vote.
Vote. Motion to approve.
As recommended. Second.
Yeah.
I did.
Third.
McKeon and Burns, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
With pleasure, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, done. All right, number 18. Go backwards.
You guys can go now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you can stay if you're having a lot of fun.
I'll take my place. Introduction of the proposed memorandum of understanding with Surf City Lifeguard Employees Association. Yes. Staff, please introduce your
Yes,
report.
thank you, Mayor. Marissa Sir, our Human Resources Director, will provide the staff report.
Do we have to? Staff.
Good evening, Mayor Burns and City Council members. The first of two administrative items before you for this evening is the introduction of the proposed Memorandum of Understanding with Surf City Lifeguard Employees Association, or SCLEA. The SCLEA group represents approximately 200 part-time employees in the Fire Department Marine Safety Division. And as a matter of background, pursuant to the MMBA, the city has been meeting and conferring in good faith with SCLEA since May 2025. A tentative agreement was reached in August, and the tentative agreement was, and it's now presented as an administrative item along with the red line MOU for the City Council to formally review and consider. So looking at the proposed terms for the successor MOU, it includes a 3-year term, July 1st, 2025, so retro to July 1, through June 30th, 2028. There's added language consistent with Assembly Bill 119, which essentially as it relates to this section of the MOU, creates a requirement for employers to notify employee organizations of new members, access certain information, and access them during a new employee orientation. And then it creates a 3-step salary schedule with increases in years 2 and 3, depending on the step. There's also a step progression for reserve lifeguards, depending on hours worked. Additionally, there are updates to the uniforms issued to new employees to match current practice, shift cancellation provision given to employees, so if they are scheduled to work and their shift is canceled within 24 hours of that schedule, they're eligible for 2 hours of pay. It sets in a minimum age requirement for the junior guard instructors to 18, and then also provides for the city to pay for the PC 832 classes for supervising ocean lifeguards. Along with these changes, there are other non-substantive changes made to the MOU, including updating the uniform articles, as I already mentioned, updating Human Resources Division to Department, classifications, which were changed to the class and comp study after the current MOU was approved. And then the projected total cost of this agreement is $546,000. Recommended action for this item tonight is just to receive and consider the proposed memorandum of understanding with SCLEA pursuant to the City of Huntington Beach Ordinance number 4154. And with that, I'm ready for questions.
I'll make the motion to move as recommended.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Item 19, introduction of the proposal memorandum of understanding with the Marine Safety Management Association. Staff, please introduce the report.
All right, cruised into the next one. The second administrative item for you tonight is the proposed MOU with the Marine Safety Management Association, or MSMA. As a matter of background, the MSMA group represents approximately 19 full-time employees in the Fire Department Marine Safety Division. The MSMA MOU expired back on December 31st, 2024, and the negotiation process began in August of 2024 regarding the successor MOU. Tentative agreement was reached this past August, and the tentative agreement was and proposed MOU are being presented to the City Council for formal review and consideration tonight. Terms of this agreement include the following. It's also a 3-year agreement. This one is retro back to January 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. It includes a 3% base salary adjustment January 1 of each year. And in addition to that, a one-time base salary adjustment of 10% to the Marine Safety Specialist classification that represents 4 employees of the group. There's an elimination of the performance bonus in exchange for an additional top step for each classification. There's an addition of longevity pay of 2.5%, 5%, or 7.5%, depending on their years of service with the city. There's updated course requirements for the battalion chiefs to receive the certification pay, and an increase to the city contribution to the employees' health insurance premiums, which comes out to $87 per employee per month, and that $87 billed so in year 1 and then beyond. Along with these changes, there are other non-substantive changes that were made as well, similar to what I addressed with Scalia. The fiscal impact for this the total cost for this MOU is roughly $702,000, and it's outlined by fiscal year. Similar to Scalia, the recommended action for this item is to receive and consider the proposed MOU pursuant to City Ordinance number 4154. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I'd like to move the item as recommended.
Second.
Second.
Gracie.
Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, number 20. Report on the expansion of the city of the Huntington Beach Police Department's computer forensic laboratory and explore the feasibility of developing the Huntington Beach Police Department DNA laboratory. Staff.
Good evening. If you guys remember, on January 3rd, we were asked to research the possibility of having our own DNA lab in-house. We also were asked to look at expanding our high-tech lab, which does all our computer forensics. This was an item brought forth by council members Twining and Gruhl. Currently, we have a crime lab, and within our crime lab, we have a high-tech lab, which comprises of 2 employees, a full-time detective and a forensic specialist. They do all of our computer and cell phone analysis. We also have 2 latent print examinators that do all our fingerprinting examinations in-house. Any DNA evidence that we have, we do not process in-house. We send to the Orange County Sheriff's Department. And the Orange County Sheriff's Department is really the only lab that does this within the county, and they are very impacted. We sent 120 cases to them in 2024, and the minimum wait time is about 9 months before we get DNA results. And that's on murders and rapes and heavy assaults. If we're talking burglaries and robberies, we're upwards of 18 months before we get
You said the minimum?
I'm sorry? Yes.
Did you say minimum?
Correct, sir.
It's 9 months?
Yes. For example, a case that Councilmember Twining cited was a home invasion robbery where a family was tied up with zip ties. We didn't get DNA results back for almost 9 months.
Was that any value to the case? The
It
DNA?
helped us identify them. We've actually arrested 3 of the 4 suspects. In fact, today, the 3rd suspect, the DA's office filed a bunch of charges against them for robbery and kidnapping and home invasion based on a lot of the DNA evidence that we recovered. So my point is that if we would have had the DNA sooner, we could have
These
arrested
idiots
these
would have been
people.
off the street.
Correct. In fact, a funny story Councilmember Twining told us when he brought this item forth was when we arrested 2 of these suspects, they didn't even know which crime this was for. They said Huntington Beach, and they couldn't even remember being in Huntington Beach because they had done so many crimes since they did ours. They couldn't even figure out which crime they were being arrested for. And without DNA, we wouldn't be able to make this case. It would have been very, very hard. But we did wait 9 months for that.
How long does it take to do a DNA now?
So you can do it very quickly. You can do it in about a week if you have the evidence and a sample already in the national, state, or local database, which is called CODIS. But because of the impaction of the Sheriff's Department, it takes a long time. I mean, if you can imagine, every police department in Orange County is going through the Sheriff's Department. To no fault of their own, they do great work. It's just they are very impacted because juries expect DNA evidence. The TV show CSI when it first came out, everything was based on DNA, and now juries expect us to have DNA evidence on almost every case. And so you can imagine all that evidence is going through one lab, which is why it's impacted so much.
Except CSI, they get it in 20 minutes.
In an hour, yes. Yeah, that's not really realistic, but we can do it very quickly. I read today that they found DNA evidence from the Charlie Kirk homicide. They already have DNA evidence on the gun. That's how quickly it can be done if you have a sample to test it against. And if we have our own lab in-house, we can do that. We can move that case forward much more quickly. Another benefit is that we can actually offer our services to other agencies within the county. They can contract with us to do their DNA for them, and we can charge them a fee to do that. So there is an opportunity to gain some revenue, or at least break even on the DNA portion of it. Now for the high-tech lab, right now we do about 335 devices a year with 2 employees. If we expanded our lab to 4 employees, we could do upwards of 700 devices per year. Private sector says we can charge about $2,500 a device. So just doing the math, if every additional device was contracted through another city, we could recover revenue of about $750,000 per year, which would more than pay for the high-tech lab expansion. So there are a lot of benefits to doing that. It also, the high-tech lab, every crime that's committed, they're carrying one of these. They're carrying a phone around with them. And we get a lot of evidence on those phones. So we need to have a lab to process this. Currently in Orange County, you either use us or you use the county lab, which is a combination of the FBI and Sheriff's Department. They run a lab together. But again, that wait time for them is a long time. We can do our stuff in-house very quickly. We have 2 excellent examiners, and they do all our high-tech stuff very, very quickly. Next slide. So what we want to do is build a DNA lab in-house. We have the space for it within our crime lab. Years ago, back in the early 2000s, we actually had the startings of a DNA lab here, and for whatever reason, it was decided to go away, and we want to bring that back. So we actually have the room for it. But what we'd have to do is we'd have to move our current high-tech lab to another location within the crime lab, which we also have space for there. So we have the space to do both labs. We want to hire 4 full-time employees to run the DNA lab. That's a couple scientists, a lab director, and a technician. We need to buy all the equipment, and then we need to rehab and remodel the area. We would also want to hire 2 full-time employees to do forensic high-tech examinations on electronic devices. We would have to rehab their area and move them as well. So this will be a multi-step process, because the space where the DNA lab will go is currently occupied by the high-tech lab. So we'd have to move them, build their space, move them, and then build the DNA spot. So this is a long-term project that we're looking at. If you want to go next one. Costs. It can be expensive. So the first year cost, which is for both labs, the additional personnel, the equipment, and the rehab, is about $3.384 million. So the ongoing costs of personnel, training, and equipment is about $1.5 million per year. So it is an expensive project. However, I don't think we can put a price on the speed that we can do this. I don't think we can put a price. So this offers great safety and our ability to protect our residents here in Huntington Beach by getting this DNA quicker. We all know that a lot of criminals don't just do one crime, they do more than one. They move along to the next victim, and they just continue victimizing people until we catch them. So with our own in-house things, we can catch these people much quicker because we can get our DNA results back quicker than 9 months. So our recommendation is, there are grants and there is money available to us that can help offset some of this costs. But most of those grants we cannot apply for until the end of this year. So our recommendation is allow us to apply for some grants, and then I'll come back in the first quarter of 2026 and let you know what grants we were able to get and be approved for and how much money we were able to get. In fact, just today, Shannon Levin found a grant that we could apply for at the end of October, which we will do. So if I can come back in January, then maybe February, I can give you guys money of what we've received that help offset that $3.6 million cost to start these labs. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Do you have any idea how much we're spending to outsource it to other labs right now? Because that would be a savings then, right, on an annual basis?
It would be. So the sheriff's department does it for free. And we do our own electronic stuff in-house, so that just costs us the personnel and time we have here. So the sheriff's department does not charge currently for DNA processing.
Would this be something that we would be able to charge in the future if agencies wanted to come to us and maybe we offer like an expedited?
Yes, that's the goal. The goal is to offer this to Newport Beach, to Fountain Valley, to Westminster, to Costa Mesa, to Seal, and have them contract with us to do their DNA examinations. Obviously, it would be for a price that we would use to offset the operating costs of our lab.
So how many cities do you think, and I mean, this is speculative, right? But we don't want to get to the point where we're at the 9 months, right? We take on too much and we're too impacted. So do you think like 2 or 3 client cities could hypothetically bring in enough, we'd still do it for those cities underneath that 9-month benchmark, and we could, at the best, cover the cost, be a net zero?
Yeah, so Glendale PD, which is kind of what we modeled after, started their own lab, and they are now impacted to where they're 9 to 12 months out because they took on too many clients. And they talked to us, they talked to myself and Lieutenant Mendez, who helped do this project, and they said I wouldn't do more than 4 or 5 cities tops, because then we get into that problem that we're already seeing with the sheriff's department.
And did they, and once again, I mean, I know you're inferring, but you would be inferring, did they take on too many cities because they were trying to recoup costs, or they just didn't necessarily know how it operated?
I don't think they really thought it through, was my general sense.
Yeah.
To be honest.
But they were charging, right, to other cities?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to take just one break just to make the motion to go past 11.
Second.
Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you.
I mean, do you ever think it could become cost neutral and or like a revenue generator, potentially?
So I think we could earn a little bit of money on the high-tech stuff. I think we can break even with the DNA lab eventually. It
Eventually,
might
yeah,
take 5-6 years out down the road, but eventually I think we can.
Nice, okay.
Great, Sean.
Thanks for the presentation. There's 2 types of costs. There's monetary and there's opportunity costs. So we're already losing in the opportunity cost right now because time kills deals in sales, and time is of the essence in crime solving. So I think if you were just to look at the dollar amount, $3 million, if we were to ask our residents for $3 million, we can shorten the time for DNA results from 9 months to 1 week to 2 weeks and potentially take a number of violent criminals off the street quickly. That alone, I think, would receive overwhelming favor. You take one murderer off because he couldn't commit the second and third murder. It's just, you can't put, like you said, nobody can put a price on a human life. And the time will come that we will solve these crimes quickly, and we will have case studies where we'll take murderers off the street in a very short period of time, and we use the benchmark of 9 months. If we take a murderer off the street in 1 month, 2 months, we've saved lives, and it's just undoubted that that's an incredible investment in our city, even if it's a net negative to a certain extent on pure revenue.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, it kills me to think that, like, knuckleheads like those guys that you used as an example roam free for that long before we identified them. It's just sad that they were able to be out there when we had the evidence against them right there in our back pockets. And that reason alone almost is good cause to have this accessible if the sheriffs are that far behind. Anybody else? Oh, Butch has got something to say about this.
I don't have a lot of questions because we actually talk quite often. I'm pretty excited about this. When you presented the cost, it didn't surprise me. In fact, it encouraged me that this is something I think we can do if we find the money through grants. And I think you'd already known when I told you that I had read somewhere that the Justice Department is providing grants to regional DNA laboratories or regional law enforcement agencies to establish DNA labs to relieve the pressure on some of the bigger ones like LA County, Orange County. So I want to thank you for all the work you've done, and I look forward to the next 3-4 months to find out what type of grant funds we can get.
Hopefully some.
And I told you I'd help you.
I'll take you up on that, Butch.
Okay, thank you.
Butch, you got anything to recommend or anything?
Move it.
Yeah, I'd like to move the item.
I'd like to move the item. I'd like to make a motion to approve this. Excuse me, let me go back on my, where am I? 2025-739. I'd like to move that item for a vote. So,
Come on.
As recommended. Second.
as recommended.
I'll second it.
It's getting late.
He's the nicest old man I know.
Ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Councilman Twining,
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
First grant to pursue is the Twining Grant.
All right. Ordinances for introduction. Item number 21. Approve for introduction ordinance number 4335 of the City of Huntington Beach, deleting Chapter 2.106 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code and dissolving the Huntington Beach Independence Day Board. Staff, please introduce the report.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, I'll be providing an update on the Independence Day Board and the recommendation to dissolve it through ordinance number 4335. The board was created in 1983 as an advisory board to City Council. Its role was to guide policy for Independence Day celebrations, oversee logistics and the budget, and help secure sponsorships and donations. I'd be remiss if I did not pause to express sincere gratitude to all past and current board members. Their dedication and countless volunteer hours and commitment to community service are the reason Huntington Beach's Independence Day celebrations have become such a cherished tradition. In 2020, the city conducted an RFP process to contract with a professional event management firm to take over planning and execution. The contractor now handles the budget, vendors, sponsorships, and event policies with staff support. This shifted the workload away from the board. Since then, the board's role has shifted to more of a support group, helping with sponsorship outreach and volunteering during the event, rather than advising council directly. To align with this reality, staff proposes creating an Independence Day task force focused on fundraising and volunteerism and enhancing the already robust role our current board plays as we embark on our nation's semi-quincentennial in 2026. All board members will be invited to join the task force, and the new format will also welcome broader community involvement with flexible planning and opportunities to volunteer together at the event. For anyone interested in helping with the Independence Day Task Force, we have created an interest survey which can be completed by scanning the QR code on the screen. So tonight, staff recommends approval of ordinance number 4335 to officially dissolve the Independence Day Board and transition to the task force model. This approach will increase flexibility, broaden community participation, and strengthen support for the city's 4th of July celebrations. Again, I want to sincerely thank everyone who has served on the board over the years. Their leadership and contributions have built the strong foundation that allows this event to continue thriving today. At this time, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Case?
No, I just want to emphasize, because Gracie and I are on the Independence Day board, that there's been challenges with the board members not having a quorum, so it just wasn't the right vehicle to continue this. So it was better to create a task force. So I just want to emphasize that the residents will always have a seat at the table for this board. It's critical. We really appreciate everything you guys do, the volunteers, and we just want to emphasize you will still, of course, always have a seat on this task force, so please sign up and join. But this will give you guys more flexibility to meet whenever you need to and really push the ball forward, especially as we gear up for next year, the semi-quincentennial America's 250th birthday.
Say something.
All right, Grace.
So, along with Councilmember, can't even talk anymore. Councilmember McKeon, I'm on the Independence Board, and last year we had to cancel almost every single meeting because there was not a quorum, and there were times we'd walk out into the parking lot, and there were 3 of the members who wanted to meet, but they couldn't because they didn't have a quorum. So I'd just like to clarify that this is actually going to allow for the members who want to meet to have the ability to do that without relying on the format of having to have a quorum. So we're hoping this increases participation, and we can get more of the community involved. So don't forget to scan that QR code and participate.
Yeah, any mechanism by which we can get the residents more involved in a decision-making process, I'm 100% down.
All right. Anybody? All right, I'll move the item as recommended.
Second.
Councilman Twiney.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, 22. Item submitted by Councilwoman Vandermark and Mayor Pro Tem Casey
I'm sorry,
McKeon.
Mayor. I have to read the ordinance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No?
There's a little.
It's only the introduction. My apologies. Right. You didn't have it in here? Okay. It's not on my script. Give me a moment.
Want me to read it?
Ordinance number, I'd like to read for the record the ordinance title, ordinance number 4335, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach, deleting Chapter 2.106 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code and dissolving the Huntington Beach Independence Day Board.
All right. Okay, we'll move on to number 22. E-bike ordinance. Which one are you?
Okay.
Gracie.
So we've had a rise in electric e-bikes. They're all over the place. It's become one of the #1 issues in many of our neighboring cities. And that's created a new public safety challenge in our community. E-bikes, often ridden by minors without driver's training, are capable of speeds of up to 28 miles per hour and even higher when modified. Their use on the sidewalks and other pedestrian areas creates a safety risk for pedestrians in our city. And since May 2023, HBPD has documented more than 1,300 micromobility-related nuisance calls, highlighting the community-wide impact. According to Chalk Hospital, youth e-bike trauma admissions have risen over 1,500% since 2019, with Huntington Beach leading the Orange County in emergency department cases. These statistics highlight the need to act now proactively to address the sidewalk risks before injuries are increased. Our municipal code already restricts bicycles on sidewalks in certain areas, but it predates widespread e-bike use. Updating the ordinance will strengthen these rules, explicitly including e-bikes and other electric conveyances, while also establishing enforceable standards for speed, right-of-way, and pedestrian safety. Updating the ordinance will provide clear rules, strong enforcement tools, and safer sidewalk for the community. So I'd like to direct the city manager and the city attorney to prepare an ordinance to amend the Huntington Beach Municipal Code 10.84.160, riding on sidewalks. We're still working on the language with our PD, and as soon as that is finalized, we'll be presenting that. We want to make sure that we take all issues into account and make sure that this doesn't affect people who use like scooters or electric wheelchairs. So we're still working on the wording. We just need to put it together and bring it back to council.
Casey,
I'll just second that.
anybody else?
Can we discuss a little bit more? So e-bikes, I think for all of us, it puts a bad taste in our mouth, I can't count how many times now kids have been riding at me, swerving at me, flipping me off in the middle of the street, and at the same time, I can't help but to think when I was their age, I probably would be doing the same thing. You do grow up eventually. And on the surface, I think this seems like a really good idea, but as I start paying attention, driving my kids to school, driving around town in the morning, this is a real legitimate concern. I see a lot of these kids that are riding in what you could say they're not trained up. It's kind of like what it says at the top of the issue statement, often ridden by minors without driving training. The real offenders, I think, in our eyes are these kids that are riding out in the street, doing the wheelies, doing no helmet, flipping people off. And then you can see these timid kids that they're going to school and they probably were instructed by their parents, like, please try and stay off the roads. And you can see how putting this kid off the sidewalk into the road inherently just brings about more problems. We're trying to solve a problem by keeping them from running into people on the sidewalk, but I think by creating an even greater problem, just like in the issue statement, it says, while most reported collisions have occurred on the roadways. And so now we're taking these kids that are on the sidewalks going to school, and now they can't even be on a sidewalk in front of the school. Imagine Warner Avenue, a main artery like that, is when they start going near Ocean View High School, if they get within 100 feet, they have to be off the sidewalk. They have to be out there in the street, and it is chaos in the morning rush hours. Same thing, Main Street, Huntington Beach High School. These kids would have to be out there in the street while you have all these cars pulling up, pulling out, pulling up, pulling out. You have to be off you can't be on your bike on the sidewalk through there. And so I am a little concerned about the possibility of pushing kids off the sidewalk out into the street, where now this is where the real serious collisions are happening. And so I'm not trying to throw water on this, but I'm a little concerned. I'm thinking maybe we should pump the brakes and just think it through a little bit more, because, just these kids, it's terrifying when they get out there in the streets. I'm worried about that, really am.
No, and I have that concern as well, and we discussed that with the chief, and we're trying to find something that works. This would not apply to regular bikes, so if kids want to ride on the sidewalk with their parents on a regular bike, that would be different. So we're working on all of that. We want to make sure that we tailor this in a way that is considerate of everybody's needs. However, you can't have an e-bike riding in a sidewalk and bumping into people. These are like motorcycles. They're not like the regular bikes anymore. So we have to look into what's the safest way to get this done without hurting children. That's why we're still going to work on the language. This is not the final document, but we do feel we need to do something, because there are people getting ran over on the sidewalk with these e-bikes, and they're so heavy. I refuse to ride an e-bike because I can't carry it. I can't hold it because of the weight of it, and I can only imagine that kids ramming into, we have a large elderly population. It's becoming a problem. So we need to find something that's balanced to protect the people on the sidewalk and also provide something safe for kids. We're working on bike lanes as well. We have a lot more. Our Public Works Department has done all the restriping. It's not an easy situation, and it's actually one of the biggest issues also in Sacramento. Every city's having issues with this. We have to start looking into the process. So this is just an H item for us to start looking into the process. We'll look at all the procedures, processes, who it's going to affect, who it's not, and then we'll bring it forward. And if it doesn't work, then we'll just either vote it down or modify it some more. But we're not bringing up the actual ordinance forward today. This is just, let's look into how we can make this work for everyone and keep everybody safe.
I guess I'm a little concerned because part of the recommended action is break down details like upon any sidewalk located within 100 feet of the property line of a public school. So I'm concerned that we're taking kids that are riding their bikes on the sidewalk this morning, trying to stay away from that crazy busy traffic. And if we push this through, the recommended action is essentially to be pushing these kids off the sidewalk out there into the street, where now they can get smashed. I don't think it's worth it personally, the way that it is. And then as far as them riding in an unsafe manner, the ones that do ride unsafe on the sidewalks, we already have an ordinance against that. So there's already an ordinance in place, 10.84.140, that breaks down, how you can't be riding in an unsafe manner on the sidewalk with a regular bicycle or with an e-bike. It addresses e-bikes in that sense.
Chief, could we do like just a tweak to this to, carry forward what Gracie's saying, but also address Councilmember Williams' comments, and maybe give you guys a little bit of discretion as you're drafting this H item to look on a case by case where, maybe it makes sense near a school in those areas to protect children. I mean, there's kind of a tweak to give you guys the latitude you need to come back with something that we can still have a chance to discuss and debate?
Yes, our understanding of the H item is that we are going to go back and research some best practices and how to make an ordinance that would take into consideration all of council member questions and items here that you have presented, and bring that back for your consideration. So we can look at what Councilmember Williams has brought up, and we're happy. That's part of the reason why we're not introducing an ordinance tonight.
Okay.
Why we want to be able to go back and research that and determine how we don't hinder kids going to school, but we still have some legitimate regulations on how e-bikes can be used on the sidewalks, in addition to what we've already produced in the past. So yeah, we want to be comprehensive, but we want to be mindful of how we can make it safe for the community, safe for the kids, but not over-regulate.
And I like that idea, discussing more. I got a little thrown off in the recommended action because it almost seems like it's suggesting like how the municipal code should read. It literally says, to amend Huntington Beach Municipal Code 10.84.160 to read as follows, and then it gives a detailed breakdown. So if we're discussing it more, I feel a lot better about that.
Yeah, I apologize for that. This was placed in there preemptively, but the goal is not to introduce this. It's to go back and do more research.
Cool.
Cool. Thanks, Chief.
Maybe I suggest a alternative motion, a recommended action that we look at best practices to amend the municipal code and don't have all the remainder language in there.
Yeah, just make it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll make that alternate motion.
Second.
All right.
Any more?
Can you repeat the alternate motion, please?
Travis, you repeat it.
Yes, so.
I'm tired.
Direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare research best practices on an ordinance amending the Huntington Beach Municipal Code 10.84-160 concerning riding e-bikes on sidewalks.
Perfect.
Call the roll, please.
Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes as alternate recommendation 7-0.
Okay, move on to item 23. Item submitted by Mayor Pro Tem Casey McKeon, Councilman Andrew Gruhl, and Councilman Don Kennedy, Business Development and Services Improvements Ad Hoc Committee.
Well, yeah, we're just kicking this idea around with Councilmember Gruhl and Kennedy. I'm highly confident the others feel the same way, but especially with what we just did for the Olympics by kind of streamlining that process to open up every opportunity to capitalize on the 2028 Olympics. So we thought it'd be a good idea that we create this business development team. Real quick, a thriving local economy is paramount to the financial health of the success of a city. And we want to build off our Streamline HB program, which has been very successful in streamlining permitting. And so we really want to continue to build upon that, enhance services. And then to really enhance our economy is when our businesses prosper, and this will help fund our critical services and programs. And so we want to create an ad hoc city council committee that will engage with the city manager and then critically each department staff to create a holistic approach to improve the service for our business community. And so this outcome should provide streamlining of permitting process, offering a more personalized, like white glove follow-up service. So with our Streamline program, it's concierge, but we should be more proactive to, you know, when you give comments back to somebody, follow up with them, hey, did you get it? And make sure to get them through faster. And then expand our outreach efforts to be more business friendly and importantly, attract new businesses. And then also critically, I think, promote and market our businesses that we currently have and the industries that have invested in Huntington Beach. We have a lot of great businesses up in the industrial area by Amazon and Bolsa. And a lot of people don't know about those amazing businesses, so it'd be awesome to highlight those industries. And so those opportunities will include, you know, like I said, further enhance Streamline HB, proactive business outreach to attract new businesses and investments, host business roundtables. We did this before with Tony, but we should do more of them to understand what we're doing right and what we can improve on. Andrew has a great idea to create a restaurant association. I'll let him touch on that. I think we should host like job fairs, really try to, increase our local economy. And then create like a specific events workflow and template, like I said with the Olympics, to have a template. So whenever there's a big event or a special event that wants to come in, we have a workflow and template to get them in quick and fast so we're not losing opportunity. And then lastly, Andrew and I have been talking about this in the commercial real estate. I know Don feels the same way, but explore incentive opportunities for rehabilitation of commercial properties. We have a lot of properties, in the shopping centers in town that are, for lack of a better word, a little run down that could use a facelift. So maybe explore some incentives that we can provide to get them to renovate their properties and attract an upgrade in their tenant profile. So there's just some kind of bullet points, but I think this ad hoc council committee will really be business focused and have a more proactive approach instead of just waiting for it to come to us. We'll actually go out and get it. Don, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm grateful to be part of this ad hoc team. And really, the more eyes, the more minds we have on solutions, opportunities, the better it is for the city, the better it is for the residents, the better it is for the business. So as Casey just said, rather than passively sitting back and let either problems come forth that we need to solve, it's better to go out and create opportunities that lead to benefit. And really, I look at this as a blank slate. I mean, there's some templates in place. There's a lot of different things, but my vision, along with anybody involved, is number one, also listening to what businesses want, and they've already kind of done that. What residents want, and formulating ideas that basically give the people, give the business what they want within reason, where it's beneficial to both sides. So I'm looking forward to just really being creative with the opportunity and come up with new ideas that there's no way that there won't be positive outcomes from this. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited.
I've always said that kind of the framework through which I want to govern is looking at different ways in which the government, local, state, in general, right, can act more as consultants and not gatekeepers, police people, right? It's not punitive. We're there to help. And too often in government, I think that we move at a speed in which it's painstakingly slow. And the only way in which we're going to be able to speed that up and introduce efficiency into government is by injecting government, especially local government, with more private input, dialogue, and ultimately actually creating connections such that we can pick up the pace. And that's pick up the pace in terms of, rehabilitation of gray areas, right? Like looking at different ways in which we can continue to market and encourage new business development. But we've got the best businesses here in Huntington Beach. I don't think people realize that. They look at places like Irvine. We have the best, from artists to manufacturers to retail to restaurateurs. Specifically with the Restaurant Association, I appreciate you putting that in there after our conversation. I mean, all you have is the California Restaurant Association. You have a couple large city chapters, and no other cities are doing it. Long Beach did introduce a restaurant association more recently, and actually from some of the restaurateurs I've heard, it's been a good program. But that's just one element of it. So I think we got a lot going on here, and I think ultimately this will create the template with which future city councils can operate and use.
This gives me an opportunity to say one last thing. The item tonight on the consent calendar, item 10, is a perfect example of public-private partnerships teed up for the troops and what they're going to be doing with Patriot Point. Basically taking on the burden of the cost, with the city in the end just being responsible for the maintenance of the grounds around Patriot Point. And I think that was something you were involved with, Butch, right? So you may want to elaborate on it, but we voted on it, yes, to continue that relationship on the consent calendar. I was almost going to pull it just to give kudos to the formation, the public-private sector, and what Tee It Up for the Troops is willing to do, really for just some basic recognition and love of city and love of the veterans, in this case, for Patriot Point. Reconfiguring, making some capital expenditures, enhancing the vision of Mr. Martinez, I believe his name was, the original veteran that founded that. And so it's a good opportunity, as you said, Andrew, to just bring things together, and a little praise goes a long way. So I don't know if Butch wants to say anything about it, but I'm glad I was able to say something about Patriot Point because we voted on it tonight.
Well, I'll just say, as far as Patriot Point goes, it was a kind of a joint effort with Mayor Burns and myself, and the city was fantastic. And I put our city manager, Travis, was there. Public Works was involved, and they did this all pretty much on a fast track. So I know fast track in city government's kind of slow in private sector, but we got this thing through, and I think it's going to be a really neat addition to, well, it's going to be a huge upgrade from Patriot Point right now. It's going to be beautiful, so it'll be coming soon. Thank you.
Could I just add that Community and Library Services was part of that team, as well as Community Development, so I just wanted to throw that in there. Thank you.
No, that's it. I mean, I'm excited about this. I mean, I think it's long overdue. Andrew touched on a great point. I mean, there's so many amazing businesses here that our residents don't even know about, and they go to other cities to either shop or invest. It's like, let's highlight our industries and our businesses here, and this is a great vehicle for it. So I'll move the item, but we need to sunset the ad hoc committee, so let's do it for 12 months and then have it come back for council if it wants to be, reinstated.
Go ahead.
And I think we're going to have to vote on who's going to be on the ad hoc committee.
If you guys are okay, I mean, and we can swap out too, obviously, right? So I think at first, let's, I motion just Don, Andrew, and myself, and then you guys, if you want to come in and come off, of course, we'll bring it back. Like, how does it work if we want to replace us three? Do we have to bring it back? Yeah, so, and if you guys want to be a part of it, once we get it going, then we'll just switch out, and so everyone gets a chance to have some good input.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Did somebody move it? Did you move it?
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
No, they didn't amend it. It's just the ad hoc. All right. Councilman Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, item 24, item submitted by Councilman Andrew Gruhl. Supposed to be also teamed up with Councilmans Don Kennedy and Chad to explore termination of the Symphony of Flowers event. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I'll keep this brief. And I was obviously not on council, the genesis of this, but the Symphony of Flowers, it was started with great intentions. It hasn't necessarily connected fully with Huntington Beach the way people had hoped, but it's required a lot of staff time, public safety resources, and money, without giving the city, the kind of benefit I think that makes it worthwhile. A lot of residents have talked to me and told me it doesn't necessarily reflect what they were looking for, their kind of seasonal experience. But with our budget tight, we need to focus on programs that serve the community better. That's what it comes down to. I think that, sunsetting this event is going to end up freeing up resources for higher priorities. I mean, that said, that doesn't close the door on obviously new and creative ideas, especially highlighting our parks, which I think are probably, one of the best assets of this city. Huntington Beach is creative, and I know that we can continue to kind of come up with events that are obviously more cost effective. We get really good public input, sustainable, and kind of amplifies that true character of the city, including those parks. So my recommended action here would be to direct staff to explore steps to terminate the Symphony of Flowers event.
Yeah, and just in support of that, I talked to the applicant, Glenn Becerra, and interestingly, he said, look, I'm in support of how the chef wrote that one up. that, if I was the 8th person on council, I'd be voting this one, along the lines as well. I asked him, could I quote you on that? He said, yeah, go ahead. And so his understanding, I think, was that, if there ever was a future, it would have to be something that works with Protect HB, works with Symphony Flowers, and works with the city. And so he would be in favor of this item just the same, and I am as well.
Don?
I fully support the item two, as stated, let me say that. Oh, I'm seconding, yes. Sorry.
All right, any other comments? All right, please call the roll.
Councilman Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Would any council member like to add any new business to the next agenda? I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Got a first and a second. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council Public Financing Authority is Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 in the Civic Center, Council Chambers, 2000 Main Street, Huntington Beach, California.